sales tax, something like $2,500 for every single family. They are going to continue to be callous. I had someone say to me last night, do they care? Do they care when those U.S. aid workers who devoted their lives to feeding the hungry around the world, when they have to stand outside their building and watch them literally take the name of their life's work off the brick on that building? Do they care? And one of the things that we have done, the Democrats have done, have stood up. And what is coming upon us in these next few weeks is this tax bill that basically will give billionaires tax cuts on the backs of regular people, ransacking the government, firing veterans, messing around with Social Security. I had a guy tell me that he spent 3 days after his wife died, a Minnesota reverend, 3 days just trying to figure out how he gets the death benefit. Why did this check show up at his door? He's trying to do the right thing. He calls, he gets put on hold. He sends an email, no one writes him back. He drives into Brainerd, Minnesota, 30-mile drive. He's like 80 years old. He drives in there, and then they finally help him. Then he gets back, then something else goes wrong. Then he tries to call again. He finally ends up at our door, at our office, and we figure it out for him. There's 70-some million people that's going to happen to. These guys don't get their act together. So it's a real good question, do they care? But when we have this tax bill coming up in front of us in these next few weeks, I think people got to understand what's going on. They have to understand that even in the House budget that came out that'll be the subject of this, it's over $2 trillion tax cuts for people making over $400,000 a year, like Elon Musk, that don't need it. And so there's actually a way to stop it that's in the hands of the Republicans right now. If just 2 or 3 of them stood up on the House floor and did what you did, Senator Booker, who they said no, and if 4 of them in the United States Senate, 4 of them stood up, 4 senators stood up, then we could have the discussion about, okay, let's make government work better, we're all in, but let's not do it on the backs of regular people. Let's not do it on the backs of kids that are in cancer research or veterans who are trying to simply get their well-earned benefits because they put their lives on the line in the battlefield. Or let's not do it on the backs of farmers in Minnesota and Georgia who are simply have these small farms and they're trying to get by, and then suddenly, wham, Donald Trump decides, shock and awe, let's do a tariff and let's get mad at all our allies across the country like Canada. Oh, that's a good idea. Those are the things that they're doing. So my question of you is, how many people need to stand up in the U.S. Senate to make this happen? Because I know Democrats are united. I know we're all standing up. But tell me how many people can stand up on the other side. If they stood up and joined you, what a difference it would make.
So I want to thank the Senator for the question. And when I think of people who stand in adversity, I still see you standing in a snowstorm and the strength that you've had as you stood up to fight for affordable health care, stood up and fought for affordable prescription drugs, stood up and fought for farmers and for police officers and for communities. You are that kind of person that gives me strength, that I've learned so much from. And you have brought this issue up. What you just said on the floor, to let you know this is not performative for her. She has brought this up in our small meetings with Chuck Schumer. She has brought this up in our caucus meetings. I've seen her talk about it in her own state. This question of what will it take? And here's something that pains me to hear. That Elon Musk is calling Republicans up and saying, if you take this stand, I'm going to put $100 million in a primary against you. That they are bullying people who dare to stand up and say, maybe this appointee is not the most qualified person you could find to lead this cabinet position, or maybe it's wrong to cut this agency that we together created in Congress. There are people who are asking those questions, but we have seen them get dragged through X, mob attacked when it comes to their virtual presence, and threatened to be primaried. But we know, because you're somebody that works on both sides of the aisle, that there are really good people of conscience on both sides of the aisle. And as the great pastor said, there are enough sins in this body to go around for all of us. But this is not a partisan moment. it is a moral moment. This is not a left or right moment, it is a right or wrong moment. We have a president that is shredding the very agencies that Americans who are struggling are relying on, working people that over the last 71 days are finding higher prices, that are finding housing prices go up. Farmers in my state too, it's our 4th largest industry. I've had farmers who'll come to me as far away as Texas and tell me that they're clawing back these contracts that we've already relied on to buy things already, and now you're putting me in a situation where I might lose my farm. You see veterans who come to our offices. I know they come to your office, Senator Klobuchar. You're a senator from Minnesota, but you are a national figure, so I know they're coming to your office. And they're saying things to me like, I'm a veteran. I could go do other jobs. I wanted to work on suicide prevention and mental health issues, and I'm being fired? And you said it right. I've heard you say it in private. I've heard you say it in public. I know it irks you because you're one of these sort of balanced people. Okay, we have a big deficit. That is a real problem. Maybe they're trying to lower the deficit, but they're not. That's the irony. They're not. They're about to explode trillions of dollars, most of which disproportionately will go to the wealthiest people, as you've been pointing out in our private phone calls over and over again, Senator Klobuchar. And so your question to me is spot on. It's spot on. And it's why I am standing here right now at the top of another hour, because of what you are saying relentlessly, persistently, and unyieldingly. Why are we hurting Americans from our farmers? We just talked about rural hospitals here for about 20, 30 minutes and what the threats are to them. We talked about rural Social Security centers and the threats that are to them. We talked about communities all over our country who are being hurt. And your question, why to give tax breaks that will disproportionately go to the wealthiest Americans who you and I are not those people that demonize wealth. We don't demonize success. I want more people to start businesses. I want more people to dream of moving on up like the Jeffersons. I want more people to have that vision. I am not one of those people that are going to be mad at you because you're very successful. I'm gonna be one of those people that says, you don't need more tax cuts. And we as a society have an obligation to each other, to those farmers, to those rural folks, to the cops I stood with at the funeral of one of their colleagues in Newark 2 weeks ago. We have an obligation to them to help them get equipment, to protect themselves. This country cannot do something that is so monumentally fiscally irresponsible. Who was the one person in the House that voted, a Republican that voted against it, a guy named Massey? And I watched it. I had to smile and laugh because he said the quiet part out loud. He's sitting there looking at something. I saw him in an interview, and he says, by their own numbers, this doesn't add up. They're adding to our deficit by the trillions. He stayed true to his principles. What happened to all those mighty deficit hawks in the House of Representatives on the Republican side that caved to the pressure of a president? I'm so happy you asked it in the right fashion, as I yield for a question while retaining the floor.
Very good. That was perfect. So I think one of the things you talked about was just this deficit and what's happening and what we're seeing with their proposal right now that's going to come right before us. By some estimates, it's going to add $37 trillion. $37 trillion in 30 years as we go ahead. I mean, I literally cannot believe that, when in fact we could step back now and we could say, what things can we do? What things can we do on the tax code? Because there's a whole lot of things we can do to strengthen Social Security, strengthen what we have in our government. And what really, when you step back and look at the economy, and I heard this the other day on a business channel, just about a month or two ago, man, we were coming out strong. We are a country that came out of the pandemic in a stronger way than so many other countries did around the world. We're ready. Inflation was at least steady, and it was starting to come down here. And now all of a sudden, we see chaos is up, corruption is up, and yes, costs are up. Ask anyone at the grocery store. And one of the problems when you look at what we could be doing to address the debt is that the proposals out there are just going to make it worse. That means more interest payments. That means more interest payments on the backs of regular people, and that means less we can do to help them as we look at what's happening right now. And one of the things you raised, Senator Booker, which I appreciate how much you know about this, is just this prescription drug negotiation and Medicare. So what do we finally do? So decades before you or Senator Murphy or Senator Warnock got here, before I got to this place, they made a sweetheart deal with the pharmaceutical companies, and they actually baked in so that they didn't have to negotiate prices for 73 million people and anything. They could just charge whatever they wanted for these prescription drugs. What happens? Well, guess what happens? Suddenly, the drugs for our seniors are 2 to 1 what they are in places like Canada, our neighbor, our friend. 2 to 1 what they are over there. You got people driving up to Canada from Minnesota because we can see Canada from our porch. And they are like going up there trying to get less expensive drugs. And then they figured, what's going on? So a whole bunch of people started to say, let's look at this. It took years to get this done. Finally, we passed a bill that said they've got to negotiate. And we took the first 10 drugs. And the last administration got to pick those drugs, and they picked blockbuster drugs. Drugs like Eliquis, drugs like Xarelto, drugs like Januvia, Jardiance. I memorized them because I can always find people that take them. I don't make them raise their hand, say they take them. But these are blockbuster drugs. And they reduced the price by like 70% for our seniors. That's going to kick in soon, but not if this administration messes it up. And for we have seen from everything from, giving signal lines about secret battle plans to reporters to deciding they're going to shut down the people that worked on protecting our nuclear facilities, and oops, we made a mistake. Or how about when they said, okay, we want to do something about avian flu, but we're going to fire all the people that work on, oh, no, we're going to fire them back. We're going to hire them back. That's what's been going on right now. So when I look at this really complicated prescription drug negotiation where you're taking on some of the biggest companies in the world, I say to myself, okay, so our Secretary of Health, Kennedy, he won't even agree, and when he's asked under oath if he's going to keep this up, they fired a bunch of people that would work on it. They haven't shown they're going to keep this negotiation going. Meanwhile, we've got put in place a $2,000 cap for our seniors out of pocket on drug costs under Medicare. That's really good. We put in place that insulin limit on $35 a month, and we thank Reverend Warnock, and we thank you, Senator Booker, Senator Murphy, everyone that worked on that. We got that in place. So now we got the big thing, which is the negotiation of all these drugs, because 15 more drugs are coming their way for negotiation. Again, blockbuster drugs, Ozempic, blockbuster drugs. Those drugs are coming their way for negotiation, but they have not committed to do that. They have not committed to do that. And even if they did commit to do it, do they even have the people to negotiate to take on these major companies? So my question of you, Senator Booker, after being up all night, after getting us through the storm of last night and into the bright sunshine of today, after holding the floor all this time, I can't even imagine how much your feet must hurt, but those feet hurting is nothing compared, which is why you're doing it, to how the rest of the people in this country right now feel and how they're hurting. My question is, how can they move forward without trying to save money for the people of this country? Because what I see happening, and there's so many signs, you see it every single day, when they are getting rid of some of these people that work on it, then you're not going to be able to get the Social Security for my friend that I met from Cross Lake, Minnesota. Then you're not going to be able to get that stuff done. But I think as we look at those cuts, it's not just the word cuts. It's what effect does it have on real people when they can't get their services, when our veterans, who also have complex ways that they've got to deal with the government, when they have no one answering the phone, when they've gotten rid of veterans who've actually done the work. So my question here is, for people to translate this into the real world, is what is all this going to mean for people in the real world, what they're doing right now?
Thank you for the question, Senator Klobuchar. I love that you're bringing back to real people and what effect it's having. And what you're spelling out is something that's really important. There's a strategy that they have expressly said. They want to overwhelm you, not us. They want to overwhelm the American people. They want to flood the zone. And so I see a whole bunch of doing things to distract us. Gulf of Mexico, Gulf of America, Greenland, all these things to try to whip us up and not pay attention to what most Americans are concerned with, is can they make ends meet? Even the big reconciliation bill that they're going to try to do, that we have to find a way to appeal to a small group of Republican Congress people to stop, of cutting $880 million out of Medicaid. We went through in great detail at length last night why that's bad, but you are pointing to something even more insidious. As that big thing is going on, they actually are cutting the support to get more people signed up with the ACA. Already happened. Make it harder to sign up for the ACA. They've already cut the tax credits that are helping people that are in the ACA get resources to help with their health care costs. They're going after these things. Here's one that you know really well. They're going after, as we talk about all of these parents struggling with children and family members with chronic diseases, we know one of the things that help people with chronic diseases is having access to fresh, healthy foods, but they're cutting access to that for our kids going to school. This administration has not only overseen in 71 days a rise in inflation, a rise in the cost of groceries, a lowering of people's 401ks with the stock market going down. It's not only bringing economic chaos, but they are already hurting people on their basic delivery of their services, from taking thousands of jobs out of Social Security, making it harder for people who have some problem to get it solved, to the VA, to the ACA.
We're listening here to a Senate session debating the GOP budget and DOGE cuts. We'll be right back.
I know you may have a few songwriters from there. If the Senator could yield for one question, who is your best songwriter and singer from the state of New Jersey, just to make clear who is.
Oh, is that your question?
Will you yield for a question from me?
I will.
Yes.
I will answer that question by avoiding it, because in New Jersey there are so many great patron saints, from the great Bon Jovi to the great Bruce Springsteen to the incredible Queen Latifah, the chairman of the board from New Jersey, the great Frank Sinatra. So I'm not going to pick. We have so many great singers, rappers like Redman. We are just a thriving state of Count Basie. There's just too many. I would not force you to do that. Of course, it's Prince, I think, from your state. Prince.
Bob Dylan. But that aside, I'm very impressed, Senator Booker, that after 12 hours now, 13 hours, that you still are able to make sure that you mention every songwriter. But that aside, Bob Dylan once had that great line, "Shelter in the storm." Our democracy is shelter in the storm. And then I noted that day that in some countries, presidential inaugurations, they're held in gilded palaces, not in the United States of America. In the United States of America, it's held in the People's House. That's what you're doing right now, Senator Booker, because the People's House is where the action should be. That's Article 1. And the Constitution specifically says here, we have equal branches of government. And the final thing is that the power in that rotunda that day, and this is where we get into Donald Trump thinking he's king, the power of that rotunda didn't come from the people in there, it came from outside, came from the people. So that's why you see the people standing up right now, our constituents, going to these town halls, standing up, breaking the phone lines in the U.S. Senate, sending in the emails with their stories that we are able, that you've heard the senators and you have read on the Senate floor about things that have happened to your constituents. So that's the power from the outside. So the question that I ask of you is just tell me what you think people can do when you've got a president in there that, you know, he thinks he is king and he thinks that a democracy is just something that he can just shove aside and say whatever he wants and break whatever rule that people depend on, that they depend on to be able to vote, to be able to participate and have their case made. Tell me what you think. What's the answer to that?
Thank you, Senator. I'll answer that, and I see Ron Wyden has come to the floor, who's, for both Amy and I, one of the chair people or at this point, ranking members of one of the great committees. To Amy Klobuchar's question, I read a lot of angry letters. People who were demanding of me to do something to stop them, do something different. Stand up, speak up, Senator. I'm afraid. Stand up, speak up, Senator. I'm so angry. Stand up, speak up, Senator. The services for my disabled child are threatened. Stand up, speak up. So it's one of the reasons why I'm doing this, why my staff and I talked about this for so many days, to do something to let our constituents know, to elevate their voices on the floor, to read their letters, to read their statements, not just New Jerseyans, but like you, the hundreds and hundreds of people that are calling us from other states. But I am most moved by the letters who tell me about their pain or their challenges or their fears, but they end that question with your question. But I am here to help. Tell me how I can help. I am here to help. Tell me I can help. And you said it, Senator. I read the letter of John McCain last night. His letter explaining his vote. It was so beautiful. It was tough like he was. It was hard on the whole body. But he called to principles. Senator Schumer was here when I read it. It was eerie because he was describing what went wrong then, which is the same thing here, that we do need to make our country better. We do need to have a bolder vision for healthcare, a bolder vision for Social Security. We need to make them work for the people, but we're not doing it here in this body. And this man who's not acting like a president, but is trashing our constitutional traditions, violating our laws as he's getting tied up in court, but ignoring court orders, and when he gets a decision he doesn't like, he trashes the judges so badly that the Supreme Court itself finds that it has to go out and tell him to stop it. What stopped healthcare from being taken away in the last time wasn't the persuasive powers of anybody in this side of the political aisle in the Senate convincing anybody over there. I would like to think it was my eloquence with Lisa Murkowski. I would like to think it was my high-minded intellect that somehow it was damaged playing too much football, but that somehow I got a right argument to Susan Collins. That wasn't it. I'd like to think it was my ability to stand up to John McCain himself. No, none of that. It was the people. It was the people. You remember the little lobbyists in their wheelchairs rolling up to senators and speaking their heart, telling them of their pain and their fear. It was people coming here and marching, people coming and flooding the calls like they did, like they're doing now. People writing letters, people marching, people in their states from all political spectrums coming in and saying, this is wrong, this is wrong, this is wrong. And so if you're asking me what we can do, I know what we can do, but we've got to, as the great It's a great song. Senator Klobuchar, I had my staff print a bunch of things I sent them. I sent them because I knew they were some of my favorite people from history. There's one here, Webster. There's one by Jefferson. There's the letters from the Birmingham jail, Langston Hughes, something by Harper Lee, Emma Lazarus. But here's one. Here's the answer. In a poem, and forgive me for reading this. I wanted to do it at some point today, and this is perfect. And I see my senator here. He may have a question, but I love this poem. It was written and put to song by a man named James Weldon Johnson. He was an educator, a poet, a diplomat, a civil rights activist. He was born in the great state of Florida. And he said that this is what we have to do. Lift every voice and sing. Lift every voice and sing till earth and heaven ring. Ring with the harmonies of liberty. Let our rejoicing rise high as the listening skies. Let it resound like the rolling sea. We must sing a song full of the faith that the dark past has taught us. Sing a song full of the hope that the present has brought us. Facing the rising sun of a new day begun, let us march on, let us march on, let us march on until victory is won. It doesn't ignore the wretchedness of our history. It speaks to the truth and the excitement and the hope about that past and the virtues that our ancestors gave us. He goes on, stony the road we trod, bitter the chastening rod, felt in the days when hope unborn had died. Yet with a steady beat, have not our weary feet come to the place for which our fathers sighed. We have come over a way with the tears, which tears have been watered. We have come treading our path through the blood of the slaughtered, out of the gloomy past, till now we stand at last where the white gleam of the bright stars is cast. The last stanza. God of our weary years, God of our silent tears, thou who hast brought us thus far on the way, thou who hast by thy might led us into the night, keep us forever in the path we pray, lest our feet stray from the places, our God, where we met thee, lest our hearts, drunk with the wine of the world, we forget thee. Shadow beneath thy hand, may we forever stand true to our God and true to this native land. What can we do is do like our ancestors did. What can we do? Do like the people who never gave up, who even when this country that they loved didn't love them back, they kept fighting and kept pushing. And we know that, Senator Klobuchar, because we've witnessed that. In my time in the Senate with you, we've seen the most amazing, shocking moments within the Bergefeld case at the Supreme Court, recognizing the humanity, the dignity, and the equal rights of LGBTQ Americans to have love and marry. We've seen fights in this time that we've been here, where we've seen victories on health care that made such a difference in people's lives. We've seen the fights while we've been here, some of the most painful moments where we've seen the arc of the moral universe bent, not by the people here, not by the people in this body. You think we got suffrage because a bunch of men on the Senate floor said, okay, guys, come on, put your hands in here. Ready, give women the right to vote on 3. Ready, break. That's not how it happened. It's not how it happened. It happened because the power of the people is greater than the people in power. You think we got civil rights because one day Strom Thurmond, after filibustering for 24 hours, you think we got civil rights because he came to the floor one day and said, I've seen the light. Let those Negro people have the right to vote. No, we got civil rights because people marched for it, sweat for it, and John Lewis bled for it. And so I'm scared too. But fear is a necessary precondition to courage. I am angry too. But my mom told me, never let your anger consume you. Channel it, fuel it, so it can help your love be greater and stronger. Amy Klobuchar, that's what this moment needs. And our job in this body is to be truth tellers. Our job, just as you said so brilliantly, is to elevate the voices of the people of the country, because you're right, Amy Klobuchar, this is the people's house. It's Article 1 of the Constitution, and it's under assault. Article 1 is under assault. Our spending powers, our budgetary powers, the power to establish agencies like the Department of Education and USAID, it's under assault by a president that doesn't respect this document. And how do we stop them? I'm sorry to say, we hold powerful positions, we are elected by great states, but we're in the minority right now, and you spelled it out at the beginning of your questions to me. It will take 3 people of conscience on that side. It will take 4 here. I'm going back to my book because there's somebody that you know, I don't know if my staff put it in at the last moment. Yes, they did. Margaret Chase Stevens, who you know. Margaret Chase Smith, excuse me. A U.S. Senator from Maine, a Republican. When a demagogue had rose in the land exploiting people's fear, deporting Jews who were not citizens of this country because they were accusing them of being communists, at a time that this body was being twisted and contorted to the will of a demagogue, where nobody had the courage to stand up. It was a woman from the Republican Party that stood, I don't know, somewhere in this body. Her feet might have been tired, her heart might have been hurt, she might have been afraid of the consequences to stand up to people preaching the Red Scare. But this woman in this body, rare thing in those years, this woman in this body who are founders, those imperfect geniuses that wrote this Constitution, the woman in this body who wasn't imagined by our founders, thank God they called upon us to make a more perfect union, and generations of activists finally made it real that women could serve in this body. She had the courage, the audacity to call her own party to task. I read her words. She said, "I don't believe that the Republican Party is any sense a party of fear, but I do believe that the Republican Party has made an alliance with the 4 horsemen of fear. The fear of communists, the fear of labor unions, the fear of the future, the fear of progress. I think it's high time that we remembered that we have sworn to uphold and defend the Constitution," she continues. "I think it's time that we remembered that the Constitution, as amended, speaks not only of the freedom of speech, but also the freedom of trial by jury." This great senator, this great Republican said, whether it is criminal prosecutions in a court or character prosecution in the Senate, there is little political distinction when the life of a person has been ruined. Those of us who shout the loudest about Americanism, in making character assassinations all too frequently, those who, by our own words and acts, ignore some of the basic principles of what it means to be an American. The right to criticize without thinking the president is going to drag you from the Oval Office for criticizing him. The right to hold unpopular beliefs. That if you have beliefs that I find contemptible, it doesn't mean that I can disappear you from a city street. She goes on, the right to protest, that just for assembling and speaking up, that's not a right to cut hundreds of millions of dollars to that university's science funding. The right to independent thought. The exercise of these rights should not cost one single American citizen his reputation or his right to a livelihood, nor should he be in danger of losing his reputation or livelihood merely because he happens to know someone who holds unpopular beliefs, like a law firm that represents suing the president and now has their very firm, their very livelihoods, the legal secretaries and others, come after them. Margaret Chase Smith goes on to call her party to be a woman of conscience, to stand up and say, I quote, "The American people are sick and tired of being afraid to speak their minds, lest they be politically smeared as communists or fascists by their opponents. Freedom of speech," she says, "is not what it used to be in America. It has been so abused by some that it is not exercised by others. So dear God, if I stand up in this body and say it is wrong to put Pete Hegseth in the cabinet as Secretary of Defense because he's unqualified, he's unqualified, he's unqualified. Look at a signal chat to see how unqualified he is. Margaret Chase Smith continues. As a Republicans, I say to my colleagues on this side of the aisle that the Republican Party faces challenges today that is not unlike the challenges it faced by Lincoln back in the day. The Republican Party so successfully met that challenge that it emerged from the Civil War as the champion of a united nation. In addition to being the party which unrelentingly fought loose spending and loose programs. I doubt if the Republican Party could do so simply because I do not believe the American people will uphold any political party that puts political exploitation above the national interests. Surely we Republicans are not so desperate for victory. I do not want to see the Republican Party win that way.
We're watching here as senators debate the GOP budget and DOGE cuts on Capitol Hill. We'll be right back.
town in Central Oregon recently, sisters. We had almost 1,400, people here. And what people asked about, and you've touched on this morning, is of course Medicaid and Social Security, because these are programs involving health care and retirement that are really the connective tissue between the government and our people. And these programs make it possible for people to pay for essentials. They're not going to fancy places. They're buying groceries, they're paying rent, they're buying medicine. We had one separate town hall meeting, I say to my colleague, just with federal employees, whose goal is to get out in the woods and help prevent fire in Oregon. I organized this meeting. They too are terrified. They've dedicated their lives to trying to help. Now, we serve the American people. And I'm telling you, I've seen service in action over the last few hours with your reflecting the urgency of our times. Our salaries are paid for by taxpayers, and I'm particularly troubled by the fact that we're getting all these reports that many senators are saying, I'm not going to do town hall meetings. They're on the other side of the aisle. As I said, I've had 1,100 of them, 10 of them so far this year. Seems to me that's refusing to answer to constituents. And you've been here all night And you're setting a very clear example about what it means to push back against authoritarianism. So just like I have town hall meetings, my question to my friend from New Jersey is, what are you hearing from home? Pretty straightforward question, but it sure as heck is what the times are all about, because people are saying, what are you doing back there? What's important to you? And I talk about town meetings. I had a town hall, I say to my friend during the speech that was made on the floor of the House. I had 30,000 people participating. That's a lot for my small state. So I know what I'm doing, and I think the American people would like to hear a bit about what my colleague is hearing from his state and why it's so important that he's out here mopping his brow today, trying to stay on his feet, making the case for the urgency of our time. What are you hearing?
Thank you, Senator. I'm hearing a lot of fear, a lot of anger. I'm hearing heads of hospitals say that this is outrageous, the threats to our hospitals in New Jersey. I'm hearing heads of critical health services tell me what the Medicaid cuts will mean to their organizations. I'm hearing from Catholic priests that are doing extraordinary things in service of their communities. I'm hearing from citizens who are veterans who got fired from their jobs. I'm hearing from people, as I read letters from people who work in the Social Security agency, and what the chaos that's been created and the lack of the deteriorating service to seniors. I've heard from seniors who are terrified about what's being done to Social Security and how it might affect their lives. I'm hearing demands from our constituents, people demanding, Senator, that we do something about the outrages they're seeing. And I think that when I hear New Jerseyans by larger and larger numbers, and I'll be back in my state. I know we were planning meetings and a town hall and a lot more this weekend. But I have to say, now more than ever, we need more of it. We need more of it.
We're listening here as senators continue to debate on Capitol Hill. On your screen is Senator Cory Booker, who called in the special session of Congress, and it's been going on since about 7 p.m. Eastern time last night. So way more than 12 hours. They continue to debate several of these topics, including the GOP budget and several of these DOGE cuts. Thank you all for joining us here at Live Now from Fox on this Tuesday, April 1st. I'm your host, Carl Lahara, and we're staying in Washington, D.C. for this next priority event that we're getting to. A Live Now look over the Capitol in Washington, D.C. as we are heading over to the confirmation hearing of the new chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff that is just getting underway. Let's watch.
And commanded aircraft. But he's also worked for the U.S. Department of Agriculture, having helped in the wake of Hurricane Katrina in the midst of a bird flu outbreak. At the White House, General Kane wrote early homeland security strategies. He deployed and commanded repeatedly to Iraq and Syria, serving within various special operations forces units. He ran our most secretive programs for all military services. General Kane worked extensively as the CIA's senior military officer, again, collaborating with every military service and combatant command. It's difficult to imagine a better joint and interagency background for a nominee of this position. Our threat environment is complex, and General Kane understands how the services can work together to meet today's dangers. We have much work to do, as this committee knows. We need to grow our defense budget. We need to reform the Pentagon's processes drastically. If confirmed, General Kane would play a significant role in providing military advice to the Secretary of Defense and the President of the United States on both of those topics. In particular, the chairman plays a significant role in the requirements process. I hope he will make a priority to modernize this critical aspect. The statutory role of the chairman may be limited, but the position is explicitly the voice of the combatant commanders. That voice matters because the commanders are largely absent from our requirements and budgeting processes. The chairman can and should also be an advocate for a more agile planning process, one that considers the
We do apologize for that. It does seem that we lost that feed momentarily, though. We're going to work to get it back as we continue on over in Capitol Hill for that confirmation hearing for the new Joint Chiefs of Staff, the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff. We're going to step away for a quick commercial break. We'll be back out to that hearing next. Welcome back into Live Now from Fox, where we are staying in Washington, D.C. for the better part of the morning. A little earlier on today, we were showcasing as senators continuing to debate down there on Capitol Hill. On your screen is Senator Cory Booker, who has led this special session starting since 7 p.m. Eastern Time last night. Now, if you want to continue watching this live uninterrupted, you can do so on our YouTube page. Just look for Live Now from Fox. But we are going to pivot to this other event that we were showcasing. We had lost the feed momentarily, but we have it back. This is the confirmation hearing for President Trump's pick to be the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff.
Start by acknowledging the unusual conditions around your nomination. 6 weeks ago, President Trump abruptly dismissed General C.Q. Brown, who was not even halfway into his tenure as chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff. Secretary of Defense Hegseth also dismissed several other senior officers, including Admiral Lisa Franchetti, the Chief of Naval Operations, General James Slice, the Air Force Vice Chief of Staff, and all three Judge Advocate Generals for the Army, Navy, and Air Force. To this day, no explanation has been given for the dismissal of these officers. As such, I remain deeply concerned that they were dismissed for political reasons, which sends a chilling message throughout the ranks. I would take a moment to salute General C.Q. Brown, who served this nation honorably for more than 4 decades and led the Joint Chiefs with dedication and skill. He and each of the officers who were dismissed had outstanding careers in the military and represented our nation with great courage, honor, and distinction. We all owe them a debt of gratitude for their service and sacrifice. General Kane, I trust that you understand the fraught situation within which you have been nominated to be the chairman of the Joint Chiefs. In this regard, your distinguished record of service is encouraging. As an F-16 pilot with thousands of flight hours and multiple combat deployments, you have served with distinction in the Air Force and the Air National Guard. You have also served in senior leadership roles at the Pentagon, the White House, and overseas, including in the special operations and intelligence communities. General, if confirmed, you will serve as the principal military advisor to the President, the National Security Council, the Secretary of Defense, and Congress. You will be expected to be an effective strategist, advisor, and manager, and your counsel will be relied upon as we confront the multitude of national security issues before us. Indeed, we face significant challenges. China clearly remains our primary competitor as the only nation with both the intent and capability to challenge the interests of the United States and our allies and partners. At the same time, Russia remains a violent, destabilizing force, and nations like Iran and North Korea continue to push the boundaries of military brinksmanship. To succeed in this environment, the U.S. military must better develop its joint capabilities across all domains, including space, cyber, and information. Moreover, we must not lose the combined strength of our allies, nor can we abandon the soft power of our diplomatic and humanitarian efforts. To retreat to Fortress America will encourage our adversaries to exert their influence throughout the world. General Kane, I'm interested to know how you would ensure our military remains the world's premier fighting force. If confirmed, you will be responsible for identifying new joint capabilities and performing net assessments to ensure each of the services are procuring the right capabilities needed for the joint force. The chairman must review capabilities holistically across the total force, which can conflict with the priorities of individual services. The committee would be interested to learn how you plan to manage this dynamic. In addition, the National Defense Strategy, the National Military Strategy, and the annual Chairman's Risk Assessment are vital documents this committee relies upon to perform its oversight functions. As the administration begins its work to review and revise these documents, General Kane, I would like your assessment of the current strategy and whether you would recommend any changes to these documents. Finally, the Joint Force is fundamentally about people. As the nation's senior-most military officer, it will be your responsibility to understand the needs of America's service members and to be their greatest advocate. If confirmed, you will be the most visible military officer in the nation. It will be critical for you to represent the force with total professionalism and trustworthiness. Frankly, I am concerned about the health of civilian-military relations in our country. Over the past several months, the military has been dragged into dangerous political fights. Public trust in the military is eroding, and I fear that the military's trust in civilian leadership has been shaken. Civilian control of the military is a sacred duty that must be carried out responsibly and not exploited. General, I'd like to know how you will work to help improve civil-military relations and demonstrate this ethos yourself every day. Above all else, I expect you to pledge to always provide your best military advice to the President and the Secretary of Defense, even if that advice is not what they want to hear. The safety of our service members and the American people depends upon such candor. General Kane, if confirmed, you will lead the Joint Force at a momentous time. I thank you, and I look forward to your testimony. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Thank you, Senator Reid. General Kane, we will now hear your testimony. You're recognized.
Well, thank you, Senator. Chairman Wicker, Ranking Member Reid, members of this committee. My name is Dan Kane, and I am honored and humbled to sit before you today as the President's nominee to be the 22nd Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff. I'd like to start by thanking the President and the Secretary for their trust and confidence in me, and if confirmed, allowing me to again serve our great nation. I'd also like to thank General C.Q. Brown and his wife Shireen and their family for their more than 40 years of selfless service to our nation. I'd like to thank the team that helped prepare me for this hearing today. And finally, I'd like to thank my family and friends who have given me so much. It is my family who has made my service possible, always at their own expense. They have given more than I have, and there are not words to express my thanks to each of them, especially my family in our nation's Midwest. I sit here before you, the proud son of an Air Force fighter pilot who flew F-4 Phantoms in Vietnam. My mom was a pediatric critical care nurse who worked nights so she could be home when my sister and I got up in the morning and when we got home in the afternoon. I learned about service from my parents and the other members of my family who served not because it was easy, but because it was the right thing to do. In our family, we serve. When asked, we always say yes. Senators, I acknowledge that I'm an unconventional nominee. These are unconventional times. It is 9:48 p.m. in Beijing, 6:48 p.m. in Tehran, 4:48 p.m. in Moscow, and 10:48 p.m. in Pyongyang. As we sit here now, our nation faces an unprecedented rising global risk. Our adversaries are advancing, global nuclear threats are on the rise, and deterrence is paramount. Our national defense requires urgent action and reform across the board. We must go faster. We must move with a sense of urgency. We can never forget that our number one job is to create peace through overwhelming strength, and if need be, fight and win our nation's wars. I realize for many Americans I'm an unknown leader, and it is with a heart full of gratitude that I've been given a truly unique set of experiences that I believe have prepared me to be the 22nd chairman. For the past 34 years, I've served in the active Title 10 force, in the Title 32 National Guard force, in the Title 50 force at the CIA. I've served in the interagency at the White House, and I've deployed in combat as a fighter pilot, a special operations officer, and a CIA officer. And I've been an entrepreneur and investor in the business sector while a citizen soldier in the National Guard. As a general officer, I've had the privilege of serving 3 presidents from both political parties, and most recently was the Associate Director for Military Affairs at the CIA, a job where I was charged to provide military advice to the Director of the CIA and globally integrate DoD and CIA activities across the world. Along the way, I've proudly served alongside some of America's most incredible warriors and civilian teammates and their families, and I've witnessed them do awe-inspiring things in the service of our nation, and to a person, they've poured more into me than I could ever have poured into them, especially our non-commissioned officer corps. And sadly, I've been there with them as they made the ultimate sacrifice on the fields of battle, and been with their families as we told them of their loved ones' service and sacrifice. I think of our fallen every single day. These experiences help me to better understand how our nation considers and uses military force to achieve our national security objectives. And they directly inform my views of the importance of carefully considering the use of that force and the risks associated with it beforehand, and always asking the important question, and then what, before we do. And if the decision is made to use military force, crushing our enemies and winning. I've also had the privilege of serving alongside incredible business leaders, starting and scaling companies as an entrepreneur, and along the way I learned what a different kind of grit looks like. Our American entrepreneurial spirit is a force multiplier, and my time as an entrepreneur has made me a better general officer and leader. And if confirmed, I'll bring more of that spirit into the joint force. Senators, I'm here today to earn your trust and the trust of the American people. If confirmed, I'll continue to work as I have for my entire 34 years in uniform, always focused on the mission and our incredible people. If confirmed, I'll continue the traditions and standards of my oath of office and my commission as a nonpartisan leader who will always strive to do the right thing. Chairman Wicker, Ranking Member Reed, and members of the committee, thank you for your time and your consideration. As we gather here today, let us never forget our deployed forces and their families, and may we always remember our fallen and their families, especially those 3 that Senator Reed mentioned and our 1 missing. I look forward to your questions.
Thank you very, very much.
We're listening here to the confirmation hearing for Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff. That is the hearing for retired Air Force Lieutenant General Dan Kane. We'll be right back. Welcome back, and thank you all for joining us here at Live Now from Fox at 9:56 in the morning here on the East Coast, 6:56 in the morning on the West Coast. I'm your host, Carla Hara. Before we head back to this confirmation hearing for the new Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, I do want to remind you all that we are continuing to stream this special Senate session in which we are seeing senators on Capitol Hill debating the GOP budget as well as several of these DOGE cuts. There's a QR code on your screen that you can see at the bottom left-hand side. You can scan it and it'll take you to that live stream on our YouTube page. Let's head back to this confirmation hearing next.
Capital cities and interests that you mentioned in your testimony?
Well, Senator, thank you for that question. We definitely must have a sense of urgency related to the budget. I think it comes down to ultimately finding more deployable or allocatable capital. And there's really three ways to do that. We can find greater efficiencies in the budget through cost savings. We can reprogram from different programs, or we can get a higher top line. I think of it in terms of a business model where we get more revenue. So we've got to move quickly and figure out how we can get real purchasing growth over time.
Okay. Well, let's talk about efficiency. In the special operations community and with the CIA, you've worked with some of the most innovative and risk-taking parts of national security enterprise. You also mentioned your experience in the private sector, which I think can serve you well. Startup ventures in the private sector, is that right, General
Yes, sir.
Kane? And if confirmed, you will conduct oversight on the military's requirement processes. We hear constantly from our combatant commanders that it takes years for their military needs to be converted into requirements. Based on your experience, do you believe the requirements process needs to be fixed? And do you agree with those who say it needs to be entirely torn down and rebuilt to get our war fighters what they need according to a timeline in which they need it?
Well, Senator, I definitely agree something has to be done. The solution is probably somewhere in the middle. I don't know that we need to tear the whole thing down. I definitely agree that we need to improve the speed and agility of our requirements process. Technology is evolving so fast, our requirements process does not evolve at the same time. And we've got to have our combatant commander's voice in the requirements process. The one area that I think we also need to do is to keep a global picture on those requirement processes. No two combatant commands have the same requirements, and only the Joint Staff has the global view on those requirements, along with OSD. So if confirmed, I'd like to continue to work with you and the rest of the Congress to sort through this. So I appreciate it.
Well, have you had a chance to read my white paper on the Forged Act and that proposed legislation?
Yes, sir.
Don't you agree that it's a masterful piece of legislation?
I do, sir. It was a beautiful read, sir. Yeah.
Would you like to elaborate on that?
Yeah. Well, sir, I mean, I think it certainly lays out a lot of good markers for improvement in the requirements process.
Well, it seems to me you've worked in the private sector and you work with startups. The number of people in DOD who have to touch something, touch an idea, sign off on an idea to actually get something done is far different from those people who are actually making innovative changes in the private sector. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And do you agree then that we need to move in the direction of efficiency, and that a lot of the top line money that I mentioned in my second question can be found by efficiencies and moving things faster, and also can get to the warfighter what they need in a timely manner?
Yes, sir.
Well, let me ask. I've got 12 seconds. I might do a follow-up at the end there. But thank you very much for your testimony, Senator Reid.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. General Kane, as you are aware, it was recently revealed that senior Trump administration officials, including the Secretary of Defense, were sharing sensitive information about upcoming strikes in Yemen on a Signal group chat. In your professional opinion, should a member of the Joint Chiefs or the relevant combatant command have been included in that discussion?
Senator, thanks for that question. I understand that the voice of the Joint Force had been expressed through the incredible work of the acting chairman and current vice chairman. I understand he put a statement out yesterday or the day before saying that they'd consulted with the secretary. And, you know, from what I understand of that chat, that was a partisan political chat, and so the Joint Force should not have been represented in there, sir.
In your professional opinion, should the Yemen strikes have been discussed in a Signal group chat on an unclassified platform?
Well, Senator, I understand that both you and the chairman have asked for an inquiry into that, so I don't want to comment specifically on that matter. What I will say is that we should always preserve the element of surprise, and that should translate across every information domain and format, and never put our warfighters in any harm's way.
Well, let me ask you, if you were on that conversation, would you have objected to the fact that it was being conducted on Signal?
Well, Senator, I was not in that chat. I
know that. That's why I asked if you were.
Senator, I've always communicated proper information in the proper channels.
Thank you, sir. Immediately following the announcement, and this is a follow-up to Senator Chairman Wicker's first question, immediately following the announcement of your nomination, press stories started to circulate about comments President Trump made about you and your past relationship. And according to the reports, the president tells a story where he spoke to you while you were serving in Iraq on active duty, and you said that you loved him, and "I'll kill for you, sir." The president then said that you followed up these comments by putting on a "Make America Great" again hat. General Kane, is any of this story true?
Senator, as I mentioned to the chairman, for 34 years, I've upheld my oath of office and the responsibilities of my commission. I think I went back and listened to those tapes, and I think the president was actually talking about somebody else, and I've never worn any political merchandise or said anything to that effect.
Thank you. General Kane, during the consideration of your nomination, were you ever asked who you voted for in the last election or 2020 election?
Senator, I was not.
Are you aware of any presently serving service members or senior civilians in DOD being asked questions like this?
I'm not, Senator.
Do you agree that it's the utmost importance to keep the military apolitical and questions like this should not be asked?
I agree with you, yes, Senator.
And what steps you'll take to guard against the potential politicization?
Senator, I think the question was, what steps will I take to guard against politicalization? I think it starts with being a good example from the top and making sure that we are nonpartisan and apolitical and speaking the truth to power every day.
General Kane, do you believe there's any situation where it would be appropriate for you not to be consulted prior to a military operation?
Well, Senator, I'm not in the job yet, so I can't imagine any hypothetical situation where I would not be in the conversation, if that's what you're asking. You know, I believe the joint force, if confirmed, and even if I'm not in a job, the joint force has a responsibility to provide best options to the Secretary, the NSC, and the President. So I can't imagine a case where the joint force would not be in the conversation.
Final question. If confirmed, and this is you've got 40 seconds, and this is probably, will take longer than that, so just brief thoughts. How are you going to ensure that the parochialism, which is endemic in every organization, but certainly also in the Department of Defense, is curtailed or focused to a more joint effort?
Well, Senator, I appreciate that, and I'll be quick and come back to you with more if need be. But, you know, I'm encouraged by the 648 years of experience that currently exist in the Joint Chiefs of Staff and in the Joint Staff, and I think they're all absolute professionals.
Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you, Senator.
Thank you, Senator Reid. Senator Fisher.
We're listening here as the confirmation hearing continues for President Trump's pick to be the new chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff. Of course, that is retired Air Force Lieutenant General Dan Kane. We'll be right back. taking a live look over in Capitol Hill. We're staying in Washington, D.C. as we continue to listen in to the confirmation hearing for President Trump's pick to be the new chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff.
It possesses, Russia has suspended the New START treaty, and nuclear saber rattling has been a defining feature of its invasion to Ukraine. North Korea has claimed to test the first solid fuel ICBM. I'm concerned that our current programs or record may not be sufficient to address these future threats, or these current threats, let alone future threats. So if confirmed, how would you work with the Secretary, the services, Stratcom, to identify and address any insufficiencies so that our nuclear deterrent would remain credible?
Well, Senator, and it must remain credible. We must invest in the deterrence side of our nuclear triad, and there's a lot of work to be done there. And if confirmed, you know, I look to work with the incredible leadership at Stratcom. We have a great commander out there who's very smart, dedicated, and technically all over the program out there. And you know, this will be an area of significant emphasis to make sure that we're fielding the capabilities that we need.
Have you had an opportunity to review the Strategic Posture Commission's 2023 report?
Senator, I've not.
I would highly recommend that you do so. It very clearly articulates projected threats. It identifies potential gaps in our capabilities, and it makes a number of actionable recommendations, many of which were included in last year's NDAA. Finally, General Kane, the nuclear-armed sea-launched cruise missile, or SLICM, is a Navy program of record that has been supported by this committee on a strong bipartisan basis. I was pleased to see you affirm the importance of SLICM in your advanced policy questions. Can you explain to this committee the importance of providing the President with additional theater nuclear options such as SLICM-N?
Well, Senator, when we look at the global laydown of nuclear weapons that you alluded to, the United States having an additional option is a key and essential component to our overall deterrence, and that's where SLICM-N fits into the equation.
So it's important that our Commander-in-Chief would have those options?
Well, I won't get out in front of the President. It may be a decision that he has a different view on, but certainly the Joint Force should offer him that option for his consideration based on the needs of the deterrent capabilities.
And it is a program of record?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator Fisher. Senator Shaheen.
General Kane, congratulations on your nomination, and thank you for your willingness to continue to serve the country. I appreciated the time we spent in my office talking about this role and the challenges that you will be facing. One of the things that we discussed was the Women, Peace, and Security legislation that was signed by President Trump during his first term, and it mandates that women should be at the table in conflict resolution and peace negotiations. And at DoD, that's meant having women involved in security cooperation programs that really give us, I think, an advantage over our adversaries like China and Russia. Can you, just for the record, are you familiar with the WPS program, General Kane?
I am, Senator, yes.
And do you believe that's a DEI program?
I do not.
Thank you. Can you provide some examples of the operational advantage that, from your perspective, this gives us?
Well, Senator, I can just give you my own personal recollections from being deployed before. This was precursors of the program, but when we would go out into the field and after concluding an assault, we would have female members who would, speak with those women and children who were on the objective, and they would help us to understand the human terrain in a new and novel way. And so WPS is, I think, a program that really helps us to understand the full spectrum of challenges that are in front of us.
Thank you for that. One of the combatant commands that has been most effective in using the WPS law has been INDOPACOM. Can you talk about how this contributes to the mission that INDOPACOM has?
Well, Senator, I'm not familiar with the INDOPACOM specific example. If confirmed, I'll look into it and come back to you with my thoughts on that matter.
Great, thank you. I appreciate that. We've been hearing some rumors that have suggested that the administration is considering ending the dual hat policy under which our commander of European Command serves as the Supreme Allied Commander of NATO. The commander of EUCOM has served as the Supreme Allied Commander since Eisenhower, and part of the reason is to ensure that U.S. command and control of nuclear weapons on the continent also prevents nuclear proliferation in Europe. So I'm not going to ask you to comment on what the policy of this administration may or may not be, since I assume it's not been determined. But can you talk about the importance of U.S. leadership in NATO as a result of this dual hat arrangement, and how would you approach mill-to-mill obligations with NATO partners?
Well, Senator, allies and partners are a critical component to our ability to protect and defend our values and virtues around the world. NATO is a key component to that. The president's been clear on his views of the importance of NATO, as has the secretary. You know, related to whether or not SACEUR stays a U.S. military officer, I'll defer to the president on that. I think that's a discussion that he currently is ongoing. But for me in particular, I value our allies and partners, and if confirmed, that'll be a significant portion of the job that I have ahead of me.
Well, and I appreciate that that's a policy decision, but what I'm really asking is what the advantage is for the United States in having the SACEUR be an American.
And, Senator, as always, anytime we have U.S. forces deployed, we generally have wanted them under a U.S. commander, and that was the history behind the establishment of SACEUR and putting the dual hat EUCOM commander and SACEUR together. And I think it is an opportunity for global leadership, in particular in Europe, but again, would defer to the president as he considers what the future policy may look like.
And I know that Senator Reid asked you this question, and it was part of your official questions from Senator Wicker, but when you have situations where your military advice may be different from the direction that the administration is heading on policy, how do you intend to approach those situations, and how would you continue to make sure that the military perspective that you're supposed to represent is actually being presented?
Well, Senator, the same way I have for 34 years with candor. Candor has gotten me here today, and candor will continue to allow me to do my job moving forward. The president doesn't have to accept the military advice or the secretary of the NSC, but we owe it to them for us to deliver that military advice.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Shaheen. Senator Cotton.
General Kane, congratulations on your nomination, and thank you for your 34 years of service. Thank you also for your service at times in the intelligence community, where your reputation is as strong as it is in the Department of Defense. Let's continue on the theme of Senator Shaheen's question about providing your candid military advice. I think, as the chairman and Senator Reid pointed out, a lot of people don't understand the chairman of the Joint Chiefs is not in the chain of command. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
By law, your role is the principal military advisor. So if the president makes a decision on this, that, or the other policy or operation about this, that, or the other country, that goes from him to the Secretary of Defense down to some other commander, say the CENTCOM commander or the Secretary of the Army or what have you. You're on the side giving advice to everyone, but you're not actually carrying out decisions in the chain of command.
That's correct, Senator.
And I think Congress gave the chairman that role because we wanted someone who was free from those day-to-day demands of operational or managerial duties to provide that candid military advice. And as Senator Shaheen said, it's important that you provide that advice even when you think the principal doesn't want to hear it, the Secretary of Defense or the NSC or the president. But I think you said in your opening statement that you were an unusual or an unconventional nominee. Which was it?
I think it was unconventional.
Unconventional, okay. I agree with that. I think most people would as well. You don't strike me as the kind of guy who has been angling for this job for 34 years. Is that a fair statement?
That would be a fair statement, Senator.
And did you expect to get this job as recently as, I don't know, 3 or 6 months ago?
I did not, Senator.
So is there any reason to think that you're not going to be providing your candid and best professional military advice, even and maybe especially when you've gotten wind, say, a little birdie has tipped you off that maybe the Secretary or the President doesn't want to hear what you have to say?
Senator, no. And, you know, I went to VMI, where I lived in the new barracks for 4 years and looked out on a statue of George Caleb Marshall for 4 years. And, sir, if I failed to provide my candid advice to the Secretary of the NSC or the President, I think General Marshall would climb out of his grave and hunt me down.
Good, thank you. Because I think every president, every NSC, every Secretary of Defense needs that, especially from a chairman. Not to give them their candid advice when it's welcome, but even when they know it's unwelcome. Now, as you said, though, you're an advisor. You're not a decider. You're not a commander. Once the Secretary, in some cases, or the President probably in most cases, has made the decision, then you're on the side making sure that decision is going to be carried out by the relevant commanders, right?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Let's look at something specific in this area now, and that's the threat of Iran's nuclear program. By some estimates, they could be just weeks away from having at least testable, if not workable, nuclear devices, maybe as few as a couple years away from having missiles that could hit us here in the United States. The President has said repeatedly that he wants a peaceful resolution to this crisis. But he's also said, I think as recently as last week, quote, if they don't make a deal, there will be bombing, end quote. He said for at least a decade I've known him that Iran cannot be allowed to get a nuclear weapon. Do you agree with the President's assessment that Iran cannot be allowed to get a nuclear weapon?
I do, Senator.
And do you agree that because of their missile programs, especially the flimsy cover of the space launch program, that this is not just a threat to our troops in the region or Israel or our Arab friends in the region? This could be an imminent and existential threat to the United States itself in just a few short years.
Senator, I think that's an accurate statement.
If the President asks for military options to support what he has said publicly, that if Iran is not willing to make a deal, that there will be bombing, do you commit to provide him the best and candid advice you can about viable military options and the likely consequences of each?
Senator, I think that's what the job of the Joint Staff is to do, is to provide a range of options for the President to consider and then allow him to select whatever those options will work best for him.
Thank you. And finally, there's some hysteria about the prospect of the President ordering these strikes, or someone like you in uniform providing him advice, that it's going to lead to another forever war or another endless war. Are you aware of operations, maybe operations against Iran, like the tanker wars in 1988, in which the forceful but discriminate application of military power did not lead to a forever war or an endless war, but rather led to peace and stability?
Yes, sir. Those examples in our history do exist.
Maybe the Qasem Soleimani strike in 2020 as well, that caused Iran to pull in its horns for the rest of President Trump's first term. Thank you, General Kane.
Thank you, Senator.
You can answer that question verbally, Senator Kane. I noticed you nodded. General Kane, you nodded your head.
Yes, sir. I wasn't sure exactly what the question was, but I agree with you, Senator.
Thank you, Senator Cotton, and thank you, General. Senator Blumenthal.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, General Kane, for visiting my office. For your service and your families to our nation. You have a record that is exemplary and lengthy. You served in the Air Force, the Air National Guard, and within the intelligence community with extraordinary distinction. This position is not one that you sought, is it?
No, sir.
Or ever expected?
No, sir.
And the reason is quite simply that the President of the United States decided to fire the Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff for political and personal reasons. And I must say that I find that abhorrent. And I know that you are not going to comment in those terms on the treatment of your potential predecessor, but would you agree with me that politicization of the military is something that should be avoided at all costs?
Yes, sir. The nation and the Constitution all require a nonpartisan military.
And would you agree with me that this apparent myth, because you've credibly denied it, that you wore a MAGA hat is extremely regrettable and unfortunate?
Sir, I just know that I have always upheld my oath of office and don't believe the president said I was wearing a MAGA hat from what I've listened to the tapes.
You don't believe he ever said it, but it has been attributed to him.
Sir, I think maybe he was talking about somebody else when I went and listened to the tapes.
Let me ask you, because of your extraordinary service, General, and I can't imagine anyone better qualified to answer this question, if you heard that a mission of the kind that was discussed on an unsecure platform, Signal, and you were in one of those planes about to launch on that mission against the Houthis, knowing what you do about the substance of that conversation, how would you feel?
Well, Senator, I stand by what I said before. I think we all can agree that we need to always protect the element of surprise.
And that element of surprise was very likely lost if there had been any intercept by one of our enemies or adversaries that could be conveyed to the Houthis, correct?
I mean, Senator, that's a little bit of a hypothetical question, but I am thankful, as always, that we protect our servicemen and women who are going into combat operations.
But there are a lot of pilots and other military men and women who are understandably angry about that call, correct?
Sure, I've not had anybody come to me and tell me that they're angry about it, so I can't comment on that.
Have you read reports about that reaction to the call?
I have not, Senator, no.
Would you agree that that kind of reliance on Signal for that kind of conversation should be avoided in the future?
Senator, I just know that I have always used the right system for the right kinds of communications. I don't know in particular, what information was classified in what way on that Signal chat. I know that we must preserve the element of surprise.
That platform is not a hardened and secure platform.
That platform is encrypted, but not secure, I believe, in the definition of the term secure.
Let me ask you quickly on another topic. Would you agree that the Columbia-class program is the Navy's, should continue to be an acquisition priority along with the Virginia-class?
Sir, I do think Columbia needs to continue forward at a pace and tempo equal to the threat.
My time has expired. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator Blumenthal. Senator Rounds.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. General Kane, once again, thank you for taking the time in my office to visit with me about a number of the items that you're hearing about today.
We're listening here to the confirmation hearing for President Trump's pick to be the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff. We're stepping away for a brief commercial break. We'll continue with more of your top stories next. Welcome back, and thank you all for joining us here at Live Now from Fox. Just before the commercial break, we were showcasing that confirmation hearing for President Trump's pick to be the new chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff. But we are going to pivot next, staying on Capitol Hill, though, as we are seeing some of these House Republicans hold their weekly leadership presser.
With DOGE to root out the waste, lock as much of it into law as possible. If we can fit it in a budget reconciliation, we surely will. If it's going to come later in a rescissions package, then we're going to do it as best as we can to achieve those real savings for the taxpayers of this country who are counting on us to deliver. The man who's delivering our agenda in the House, Speaker of the House, Mike Johnson.
Thank you, Leader. Thanks to my colleagues. Good morning to all of you. It's another busy week on Capitol Hill. Let me address these two very important pieces of legislation that are upon us. Just give you a little more info and then we'll take questions. I want to thank our great colleague from Kansas, former Attorney General. He knows that at which he speaks, and Congressman Schmidt gives great voice to this. We're talking about this problem of rogue rulings, and you know, the Democrats, our colleagues here, they talk all about this so-called constitutional crisis that they see around every tree. They don't like President Trump's policies, and so that's their catchphrase they use for everything. But there really is a constitutional crisis that's developing. It's not the one that the Democrats claim, though. Listen to these numbers, and we've shared them before. 67% of all injunctions issued by district court judges against a president since the year 2000 were issued against one man, and his name's President Donald J. Trump. 92% of those injunctions against the president were issued by Democrat-appointed judges. There's a problem. I've mentioned before, I was a constitutional law litigator, routinely would run into judges that I would describe as activists, but it was much more rare than it is now, and it's a problem that has been noted needs to be addressed. Under the existing framework, one singular district court judge out of 677 of them, anywhere in America, can subvert the will of the duly elected president carrying out his constitutional duties, and they're doing that, and so we've got to step into this. Despite the American people's wholesale rejection of Democrat ideas at the ballot box, you have activist judges who are abusing the system to legislate from the bench. That's effectively what an activist judge is. This is not how the system our founders designed is supposed to work. Under our Constitution, we have three co-equal branches of government, each with the ability to provide a check on the other. And we do have that authority. Democrats seem to have forgotten that. I mentioned at a press conference or a gaggle, maybe it was last week with all of you, I can't remember, there's so many of these, but somebody asked me repeatedly about, impeachment, and they asked me about our authority under the Constitution. What authority do we have under Article 3? The Congress is given the authority to determine, define, fund all lower courts. Only the Supreme Court has mentioned itself in the Constitution, and the lower courts are within the purview of the Congress. And I was asked, and I offered the answer, yes. I mean, we could defund those courts. I wasn't saying, let me clarify, I wasn't saying that we're doing that. I was trying to describe what the Constitution says. Go read it for yourselves. We have broad scope. We have all authority over the lower courts, okay? We're not defunding courts, and we're not doing anything other than limiting in this legislation the ability of a judge to issue a nationwide injunction, because that is the problem that has gotten totally out of control. And we need this check on the judiciary, and I think we're going to prove that on the floor. One activist judge should not issue a nationwide injunction against the president's policies, and these district courts have to stay within their constitutional bounds. The next act we talked about that'll be on the floor is the SAVE Act, and we've been here and done this, but we have to do it again because we never got it through the Senate last time. But this is the second time in less than a year congressional Democrats will have the opportunity to do something that 87% of the American people demand that Congress does. Only U.S. citizens should decide U.S. elections. It is in federal law, but it is not always enforced, and you need further enforcement. Why? Because we have to make sure that the law is complied with, and this will require a reasonable measure of having an ID to prove your citizenship. It's Democrats say it's already illegal to vote as a citizen, but that doesn't mean that you don't need further enforcement. We don't rely on the integrity of teenagers trying to purchase a six-pack at the liquor store, right? We require them to provide ID to prove they're old enough to make that purchase. We require ID for almost everything in society, and almost everybody has one. And we're just saying that this is a very simple common sense measure. States are barred from even asking to verify citizenship status or on voter registration forms currently. So we have to fix that. And the states can't just rely on the integrity of the registrant. We need a safeguard in the system. So the SAVE Act closes that massive loophole. It codifies President Trump's executive action to secure our voter registration process, and it protects the voices of American voters. If we don't have free and fair and safe and secure elections, then we have nothing in a republic. And so that's where we're moving forward, and we'll see where the Democrats stand on it. I'll take questions. Yes.
Speaker, President Trump this week in an interview with my colleague, Christine Walker, said that when he repeatedly brings up the idea of running for a third term, that he is not joking. You are a constitutional law expert. Is there a legal constitutional path for him to seek a third term, and would you support him if he went down that road?
Well, I just told everybody to read the Constitution. There's a constitutional path. You have to amend the Constitution to do it, and that's a high bar. You know, the president and I have talked about this, joked about it. He's joked about it with me on stage before. You know, we take him at his word. I understand why so many Americans do wish that he could run for a third term, because he's accomplishing so much in this first 100 days that they wish it could go on for much longer. But I think he recognizes the constitutional limitations, and I'm not sure that there's a move about to amend the Constitution. Yeah.
Speaker Johnson, do you think that the president should move forward tomorrow with tariffs, with imposing tariffs?
He's made very clear that he's doing this in the executive branch under his executive authority, and it doesn't involve Congress in that way. Look, you have to trust the president's instincts on the economy, okay? And why? This isn't blind faith. Remember what he accomplished in the first administration. Before COVID, we had the greatest economy in the history of the world, not the U.S., the whole world. Every demographic was doing better because we cut taxes, we cut regulations, and we made a better economic environment for everybody to succeed. And he is going about that same plan to bring that about, and tariffs is a component of that. And we'll see how it all develops. I mean, the reciprocal tariff policy is one that makes a lot of common sense. I mean, you look at the trade disparity between many nations, and much of this began after World War II, and the rationale apparently was, well, we need to rebuild Europe, and America emerges as the great superpower, so we should have this imbalance. It's fair. It's, this is what we need. Well, that carried on for generations, and we're well beyond World War II now, and this is a different world. It's a much more integrated, complex economy, and the president's absolutely right when he says that we have to think about America's interests first, because if we don't, we're not going to maintain our status as the great superpower. And when he says, let's have free trade and fair trade, I think the reciprocal tariff policy makes sense. If somebody has 100+% tariff on imports of U.S. goods, and we have virtually nothing, why don't we settle that balance? If we raise and match their tariff policy, I think ultimately what happens is you get back down to a free trade agreement, that these countries that are engaged in this disparity, this raw deal for Americans for so long, it'll get their attention, and they'll, I think, reduce their tariffs on us. Then you get back to a free and fair trade situation. So, look, we'll see what happens. I think it's going to go forward, and it may be rocky in the beginning, but I think that this will make sense for Americans, and it will help all Americans. So, yes, Scott.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. President Trump says that Elise Stefanik will be rejoining your leadership team, and that you are very enthusiastic to be having her remain in the House. What role will she be playing on your leadership team, given that she has already relinquished her past leadership role?
Yeah, we're trying to sort that out. Elise is a dear friend, trusted colleague. She's a super talent, and she has always brought a lot to the table. And she stepped down from her conference chair role, and on her important committee assignments, she was in line to have a gavel on some of those. And the circumstances changed. So recognizing her talent, I said I would love to invite her back immediately to the leadership table. All the leadership posts are filled at the moment, so we're trying to figure out some creative role for Elise to play, because, I think that helps the whole body. I think it helps our conference, and it puts her in a position where she can be of her highest and best use. Scott, as you know, every single day as Speaker, what I try to do is make sure all of our members are of their highest and best use. We try to match skill sets with positions, and it's an imperfect thing, but we work through it. And, what happened with Elise we're dealing with, and we're going to make her a very valuable and important member of this conference, as she always has been. And I'm excited about that. I am. I'm glad to have her remain with us. So, last question, very back.
On the topic of activist judges, does the legislation touch on using artificial intelligence at all in this regard? And semantic analysis of artificial intelligence is very high. And is it theoretically possible to be able to use AI in a judiciary capacity?
Wow. I think they're going to replace all the lawyers before they do the judges, and I'm worried about that. I'm a recovering attorney myself. I don't know. That's a great question. They say AI is going to change everything. I certainly hope that we don't have AI determining the outcome of cases, though. I think you got to rely on the system and rely on human judgment for these things. But we'll see. That's a brave new world question. I don't have the answer yet. Thank you all so much. Appreciate it.
Some of these judges.
So you're just listening there as House Republicans held their weekly leadership press conference. Also heard from House Speaker Mike Johnson. They're answering some questions from reporters. We're stepping away for a quick commercial break. A live now look in Capitol Hill in D.C. We'll be right back. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. Let's dip back into Capitol Hill on the Senate floor. This session is still going on with Senator Chuck Schumer now speaking on the floor.
Does he agree that it could raise the price on an average family thousands of dollars? It's estimated $6,000. Does he agree that the chaos caused by Trump's on again, off again, this country, this much, that much, this product, that product, is hurting the economy and hurting business people do their jobs? And does he agree that it seems the motivation is tax breaks for the wealthiest people?
So
Could you please answer my question?
I will,
yield
Leader
back
Schumer.
to him.
I will. So you and I both know that in 72 days now, it's the next day, the 72 days that Trump has been in office, he has caused havoc on the American economy, especially given the economy he inherited. Inflation is up. Prices are up. Consumer confidence is down. The stock market and people's 401ks and retirement plans are down. He continues to do things to rattle confidence, to raise prices, and to hurt not the billionaires, the people that can afford these things, to hurt average Americans who find housing prices too high and it difficult to make ends meet. every time, and I've looked at the tariffs throughout history. In fact, one of my friends sent me this really funny clip I hope somebody will put up for me from, I think it was Ferris Bueller's Day Off, where he was talking about tariffs and was like, Bueller. The reality is, or maybe it was another movie, I'm mixing it up. Shows my pop, what's that?
Entitled after
Thank you,
15
right
hours.
now. But the tariffs haven't worked out for Republican presidents who tried them during the Depression. The evidence is here. Learn from our history.
Does my colleague remember the names of Smoot and Hawley?
Smoot and Hawley. Yes, sir. I definitely remember those names from high school history. God bless you, Mr. Al Gore and Ms. Saru. So yes, what he's going to do tomorrow is going to rattle the markets. What he's going to do tomorrow is raise prices for Americans. What he's going to do tomorrow is lie to folks and say that this is something that China will pay or whomever will pay, when actually it's the American consumers that will pay with higher prices and more economic insecurity. This man, I tell you this quote that Frederick Douglass once said. This I do remember. He said, "The limits of tyranny is prescribed by the endurance of those who are oppressed." How much more will we take of this? How much more will we as America say, cut our Medicaid to give tax cuts to the billionaires? Take the Affordable Care Act and take away tax credits, take away enrollment support. Hey, come after Social Security, cut thousands of people, make customer service get worse, as said the Wall Street Journal. How much more of these indignities will we take as he turns our back on our allies? How much more of a person that is doing tyrannical things as he takes our Constitution and continues to trash it, as he's running into judge after judge after judge that's trying to stop him, but we've already seen that he wants to ignore judges, or if he gets real rulings he doesn't like, he trashes the judges, and even the Chief Justice appointed by a Republican says to him, no, this is not right, this is not who we are, this is not how we do things in America. How much more can we endure before we, in a collective chorus of conviction in our country, say enough is enough? Enough is enough. You're not going to get away with this.
I thank the gentleman for his fortitude, his strength, and the crystalline brilliance by which he has shown the American people the huge dangers that face them with this Trump, Doge, Musk administration. I yield the floor back to my colleague in New Jersey.
Thank you. Thank you.
Mr. President.
I recognize the senator from Massachusetts, but I think you have to ask him for a question.
Mr. President, will the senator yield for a question?
I yield for a question while retaining the floor.
Thank you. I am very grateful to the senator from New Jersey for coming to the floor for such an extended period of time to give voice to all of those around this country whose voices evidently are not heard by the Republicans in the United States Congress. And I wanted to ask a question for the 73 million people who are beneficiaries of the Social Security system and for their families, for the people whose grandma is getting Social Security, for the people whose cousin, whose dad died, who is getting Social Security benefits, about what's happening right now between Donald Trump and Elon Musk, our current co-presidents, and what they're trying to do to the Social Security system. So I start this question with just a basic observation. Social Security is not charity. It is not something we give away to those who are less fortunate, and we do this out of the goodness of our hearts. Social Security is a contract that people who work in America pay into the system for all of their working lives, and when the time comes that they retire or something happens to them and they are not able to do that work, that they can count on the Social Security system and the payments that they are legally entitled to. I want to underscore here, legally. Now, if America wanted to change that contract, the place they have to go is right here, to Congress. Yeah. They have to come to the United States Senate, or they have to go to the House of Representatives, and they have to say, we actually want to change benefits for Social Security recipients. And by the way, that has happened dozens and dozens of times in our history. history up through the late 1980s, where we made adjustments in the Social Security benefits. For example, for the fact that people lived longer, for the fact that people worked longer. And so we made minor adjustments in the system. We also made adjustments to make sure that there were cost of living changes in how much Social Security would pay out. So anyone who wants to change the benefits that people are legally entitled to has to come here to Congress and make that happen. But it appears that Elon Musk and Donald Trump have tried to figure out an end run. And the end run is to say, okay, we can't directly change benefits, but what we can do is we can effectively cut off benefits. Now, how can they do that? Well, one way is fire all the people who help people get their Social Security benefits. And think of it this way. Someone who wants to collect Social Security, let's just say at age 66, they decide, okay, I'm ready. It's time for me to retire. I can't do this anymore. I want to collect my Social Security benefits. And they try to fill out the form. Turns out it gets rejected. There's a number off somewhere in the system. Somebody's got a confusion over what the name is, or where somebody worked, or an employer from decades back failed to fill out the right form. So now there's a problem in the system. So what does the person do? Well, first they might try calling. But if you fire the people who answer the phones, that's not going to work. Okay, so what's the next thing you do? You go to your local Social Security office. Oh, but if they've closed the Social Security office near you, that's not going to work. So what do? You go to the Social Security office that you can find. 2 hours away, 3 hours away, 4 hours away. Finally, get to that Social Security office, and when you get there, if they fired most of the people, you may encounter, what, 2 people working the desk to help straighten out problems, and a line that's 50 people long. By the way, these come from real stories. People are telling what's happening out there. So, by the time the day is over, our example here hasn't even made it to the front of the line. So, doesn't get the question answered, doesn't get the problem resolved. Has to go back home again, has to find somebody who can maybe take him to the Social Security office that's hours away and start this process over and over and over. If this person, let's just say, for example, takes 3 months to get this problem ultimately resolved by the Social Security Administration, they don't get the money. That money is lost. It just simply is gone. They do not get the money they are legally entitled to, and they have no right to go back and collect it, even pointing out that it was Social Security's error. So
we're listening here as Democratic senators are continuing to debate there on Capitol Hill, touching on many topics, including the GOP budget, some of these DOGE cuts. You just heard there from Senator Warren discussing Social Security, and also Senator Schumer talking about the tariffs that President Trump is set to impose tomorrow. We'll be right back. to Live Now from Fox. So thank you all for joining us on this Tuesday, April 1st. My name is Carla Hata. And we've had a very busy morning overnight over in Capitol Hill. Just before the commercial break, I was showing to you how Democratic senators are still debating there on the Senate floor, discussing several of President Trump's initiatives and some of the pushback that they're bringing forth. Remember that you can watch that stream live uninterrupted. We do have it going on our YouTube page. You can see it there at the bottom left-hand side of your screen. We have a QR code. Just scan it and it'll take you there if you want to continue to watch that session of the Senate. At the same time, we're heading over to yet another hearing. Taking a look here, as we're seeing several Republican Congress members, they are holding this hearing for what they are calling a, quote, judicial overreach by the courts against President Trump.
By law, by the courts. Many of our colleagues are following Trump and Musk in calling for impeachment right now. There have been only 15 federal judges impeached in all of American history, always for serious professional misconduct, like taking bribes, stealing from the court, or habitual drunkenness, not even occasional drunkenness, habitual drunkenness on the bench. Congress has never defined a doctrinal or interpretive disagreement as a high crime and misdemeanor, much less when the judge's reasoning was airtight. Correct. The spreading movement to impeach and attack judges is so alarming that Chief Justice Roberts issued a rare statement last week. He said, for more than 2 centuries, it's been established that impeachment is not an appropriate response to disagreement concerning a judicial decision. The proper response, of course, is to appeal the decision. And to be fair, Chairman Issa expressed his strong disapproval of these wanted posters yesterday in the Rules Committee. Now, for some members, talk of impeaching these so-called rogue judges is just fun and games. But the vicious assault, the vicious rhetorical assault on the judiciary has turned into something more sinister in certain quarters. Actual violent threats, bomb threats, direct intimidation. Judge Boasberg, the Bush appointee, must endure scandalous online attacks and insults by President Trump and Elon Musk and their followers. Even worse, the campaign of vilification has spread to Judge Boasberg's family, including outrageous attacks on his daughter, who's had her photo and her place of work posted on social media by Elon Musk to his 290 million followers. These threats follow an actual bomb threat made to the sister of Supreme Court Justice Amy Coney Barrett. And there are numerous other threats taking place today. And of course, we've seen threats and actual violence and murders take place in the past. I call on my colleagues right now to call off the campaign to impeach federal judges for doing their jobs. I call on them to demand that the Trump administration comply with all judicial orders while appealing whichever ones they want to appeal, and to demand the return of people unlawfully taken to El Salvador on that so-called plane full of gangbangers. And I especially call on them today to denounce all violent threats, doxing, online vilification, and threats against our judges. This is the Judiciary Committee of the United States House of Representatives, and we should act like it. I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
I thank the gentleman. I ask unanimous consent that the official statement by ICE officials agreeing that there was not 100% accuracy in Mr. Garcia's arrest, that in fact he was a prominent member of MS-13, a different recognized terrorist group. Without objection, so ordered. Without objection, all other opening statements will be included in the record. I'd now like to introduce our distinguished panel, beginning with the Honorable Newt Gingrich. Mr. Gingrich is the former colleague here in the House and served from 1979 to 1999, including 4 years as the Speaker of the House. Speaker Gingrich was instrumental in formulating Contract with America and returning Republicans to a House majority after 40 years of Democrat control. Since leaving the Congress, he has remained incredibly active, and in fact, in both policy, politics, and government, he has led, having authored several dozen books and teaching military officers and other national security professionals at the National Defense University. Welcome, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Paul Larkin. Mr. Larkin is the John Barbara and Victoria Rempel Senior Legal Research Fellow at the Edwin Meese III Center for Legal and Judicial Studies at Heritage Foundation. Before joining Heritage, Mr. Larkin served in various positions in the Department of Justice and at the EPA and as a Senate staff. He has spent a number of years in private practice and is most prepared for today's hearing. Welcome. Ms. Cindy Romero. Ms. Romero is a resident of Aurora, Colorado, who saw firsthand the effects of soft on crime and open border immigration policy. She was a resident of an apartment complex targeted by Tren de Agua and eventually was forced to move after her neighbors were reportedly victimized and her car was struck by gunfire. Lastly, Professor Kate Shaw. Ms. Shaw is a professor of law at the University of Pennsylvania, Carey Law School. Professor Shaw focuses on executive power and the Supreme Court, along with other issues. I want to welcome all of our witnesses and ask that you please rise to take the pledge to be sworn in. Right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm under penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth and correct to the best of your knowledge, information, and belief, so help you God? Please be seated. Let the record reflect that all witnesses answered in the affirmative. We'll begin with Mr. Larkin, and I would only ask, you've all seen this on C-SPAN, but to the greatest extent possible, please wrap up by the end of 5 minutes. You'll have the indicator on your desk, but your entire statements will be included in the record, as will additional information, which I can't speak for everyone, but I know the speaker will revise and extend with considerable authentication. Mr. Larkin. I think check and make sure you're on and pull it a little closer, perhaps.
Is that better?
Much.
The practice of issuing nationwide injunctions outside the confines of a certified nationwide class action is mistaken as a matter of law and unwise as a matter of policy. Let's start with the law, and in there, let's also start with the Constitution. The legislative power is granted to Congress. And what is the primary product of that legislative power? It is what the Constitution defines as a law. The term law also shows up in Article 3, but it shows up in Article 3 under the phrase arising under the Constitution, the laws, or treaties. It is not the courts that are responsible for creating the law. It's the courts who are responsible for interpreting it as it applies. But they can only do so in the context of a case or controversy, two structural limitations on what the courts can do. In other words, in order for the courts to be able to say what the law is, they have to get on the playing field. And in order to do that, you have to have a case or controversy. Now, why does that matter? Well, the Constitution does speak to this. As I've said, only the Congress can create a law. Anytime a court enters a judgment that is tantamount to being a law, the judge has gone too far. And in the case of nationwide injunctions, a judgment in favor of non-parties goes too far. You also have no statute in the Judicial Code, no provision in the Constitution, and no settled history at common law that allows the judge to enter these sorts of orders. That's important because everything has to fit into one of those three. Why? The Supreme Court has interpreted Article 3 in light of how it was understood in 1789. And so those are the three primary bases that you have to look to: the text of the Constitution, statutes, and English common law history. In fact, there are two Supreme Court cases that directly undermine the legitimacy of nationwide injunctions outside of certified class actions. One is Williams versus Zabaras. In that case, the court said there is no case or controversy between two parties that are in a case over an issue that has not been put into dispute by one or the other of them. It logically follows that there is no issue in dispute between someone who is a party and someone who is a stranger to the entire litigation. Similarly, at the back end of the process is the case of United States versus Mendoza, where the Supreme Court held that the federal government is not subject to the win or go home rule that you see in the NCAA postseason tournament. The government isn't stuck with whatever loss it has the first time it litigates a case to a final judgment and loses. The doctrines in the law of issue preclusion or collateral estoppel, the new and old terms, do not apply to the federal government. Why? The Supreme Court, in the unanimous decision in Mendoza, said they do not. Why? Because there are a variety of good policy reasons why it shouldn't. With that, then let me turn to the policy reasons that show this practice is unwise. There are several, okay? First, mandatory injunctions prevent the percolation of issues in the lower court that the U.S. Supreme Court in Mendoza said is necessary for that court to be able best to resolve whatever legal dispute there is. It allows the court to be sure that all of the issues, all of the sub-issues, all of the arguments pro and con, all of the benefits and costs of whatever rule are fully aired. Secondly, it encourages judge shopping. All you have to do is find one favorable judge, and you can stop an entire administration in its tracks. And as you know, it has happened to every administration over the course of this 21st century, from the George W. Bush administration to the present. Each party has been subject to this practice. Third, it can result in conflicting nationwide judgments. You can wind up with injunctions going one way and the other way because a court in Maine and a court in Alaska can come out the opposite way in a case. Finally, they are going to weaken the doctrine of stare decisis, because as the Supreme Court comes to realize, if it has to decide issues at a preliminary stage of the case without the guidance of the lower courts, they're going to have to overrule some of their decisions. Let me end where I began. This practice is mistaken as a matter of law and unwise as a matter of policy. Thank you.
We're listening here to a hearing on the judicial overreach, which is what Republicans are calling it, by the courts against President Trump. We'll be right back. now is 11 in the morning on the East Coast, 8:11 in the morning over on the West Coast, and we are heading back down to Capitol Hill as the House Judiciary Committee is hosting a hearing to discuss some of these orders that have been brought forth by President Trump that have been blocked by federal courts across the country.
Quote, speed is the essence of war. How can the United States have speed in national security issues if opponents can judge shop to find someone ambitious or arrogant enough to block, repudiate, or delay the president's decisions? There are 677 authorized district judgeships. How many think they can override duly elected presidents? This summary statement has 4 propositions. First, the courts have often been challenged. President Jefferson wrote, quote, judges as the ultimate arbiters of all constitutional questions would place us under the despotism of an oligarchy, close quote. President Andrew Jackson was in constant fights with the Supreme Court. President Abraham Lincoln made the Dred Scott decision expanding slavery a centerpiece of his 1858 senatorial campaign. In his first inaugural, President Lincoln warned that if the Supreme Court held supreme rule, quote, the people will have ceased to be their own rulers, having to that extent practically resigned their government into the hands of that eminent tribunal, close quote. Second, as the Judiciary Act of 1802 proves, the legislative and executive branches can constitutionally defend their rights, and they have in the past. It is historically and constitutionally wrong to think the legislative and executive branches are helpless against judiciary actions. Third, the Supreme Court could intervene to eliminate this attack on the executive branch by district judges. Chief Justice Roberts could end the growing confrontation by establishing a rule that any nationwide injunction issued by a district court against the executive branch would be suspended in implementation and immediately taken up by the Supreme Court. This would remedy the lengthy appeals process. Fourth, the Congress and the President can take decisive steps toward bringing the judiciary back into a constitutional framework. This hearing is a good first step. There could be a series of hearings on the constitutional and historic framework which ensures no single branch of government can acquire dictatorial powers, specifically the judiciary and this committee. These hearings would educate the members and the American people. They would create a national understanding of the need to defend the Constitution against overreaching branches of government. I would also recommend that the Congress pass Chairman Iss's No Rulings Act, which is a good signal to the courts that they have gone too far. Thank you, and I look forward to your questions.
Thank you. Ms. Romero.
My name is Cindy Romero. I'm a wife, a mother of 5, a grandmother of 3, a part-time worker and student, and a former resident of Aurora, Colorado. I'm one of the many victims across the nation of the violent transnational gang, Trinidad, and a former lifelong Democrat. My husband and I resided at the edge of Lowry apartment for 4 years. And while the first few years were a pleasant experience, we soon began observing changes in our once quiet neighborhood. And in the spring and summer of 2024, we noticed shuttles dropping off large number of illegal immigrants onto the property. Throughout the year, we watched in horror as a few apartments full of migrant families quickly evolved into large groups of gun-toting, military-aged males, threatening the remaining leaseholders into abandoning their properties, then kicking in the doors to the many vacated units to make room for other gang members. Open-air drug use, drug dealers, and seemingly underage prostitutes filled the common areas of the buildings. Large parties in the parking lots lasted well into the morning. Stolen and abandoned vehicles blocked residents' cars, property damage was evident, and random shootouts soon began to be expected on our block every night. These criminals brought in unlicensed electricians to run electricity to abandoned apartments and locksmiths to change the locks on the outside of the buildings to deny access to the owners, emergency services, and even the leaseholders of the building. Despite several calls for help to the Aurora Police Department, they often provided conflicting excuses for not responding. For example, one officer told me that he wanted to respond, but was instructed not to. Or they were often responding to other rampant crimes across the city, or had to respond to any crime in my neighborhood with no less than 3 or 4 officers and an armored vehicle. One officer suggested I go to the media because he felt sorry for me. He likely unintentionally saved my life. Although we were low income and barely paying our bills, we realized the need to invest in home protection, and we purchased 3 additional handguns and 6 cameras in the event that we had to defend ourselves. And during June and July, the gang members slowly began to torture us through intimidation, loud arguments, physical conflicts outside our door every night, vandalizing, taking over vacant apartments on our floor. And after several confrontations with the gang members, several calls, and submitting video evidence to the Aurora Police Department with no results, we gave up trying to stop them from squatting on the property. We spent the next few weeks looking for another rental, and we were unable to locate another low-income property rental that didn't have the same exact issues that we were facing every day. We reached out to local mainstream media, several NGOs in our community begging for help, only to be turned away because we were just ordinary taxpayers. There were no government programs to grant citizens temporary protected status from imported gangs in our own country. On August 18th at 11:21 p.m., 10 minutes after my now viral video was recorded, a young man, who I called my friend, was mortally wounded outside my apartment during a firestorm of bullets, causing thousands of dollars in damages to cars and surrounding properties by 6 gunmen later identified as Agua. And thanks to the heroism of one local Aurora City Councilwoman named Danielle Durinsky and some of her friends, including John Fabricatori, they'd been sounding the alarm over TDA for months while being called a liar and ignored by their governor. I was finally able to escape these horrible conditions due to their help. In the media frenzy following the video release, many TDA members have now been identified and arrested all over the country. Danielle Durinsky has never received an apology or acknowledgement for exposing the threat. When I heard that Mr. Trump had taken an interest in Aurora and our struggles with Agua, I was relieved. I was hopeful that a change was, getting ready to happen, that it was on the way, that it was impending. And as president, he did not disappoint me. And I feel safer knowing that our country becomes more secure daily. I continue to think that the lives of my family and many others in my community were put at risk by the Biden administration's failed sanctuary policies at the southern border. Sanctuary status puts citizens at risk. And we must stop pushing ideology over common sense. Thank you.
Thank you. Would you show the video before we move on, please?
With scenes coming out of a movie as the Venezuelan gang Agua are seen breaking into apartment complexes in Aurora, Colorado. This is according to our sister station in Denver. There you can see the group well armed and forcing an apartment door open and making their way in. This has raised concerns amongst residents and Colorado state law enforcement officials.
Thank you. Professor Shaw.
Chairman Issa, Ranking Member Johnson, Chairman Roy, Ranking Member Scanlon, Chairman Jordan, Ranking Member Raskin, and distinguished members of the subcommittees. Thank you for the invitation to testify today. My name is Kate Shaw. I'm a professor of law at the University of Pennsylvania Carey Law School. I understand that the purpose of today's hearing is to discuss recent judicial rulings against the Trump administration and to evaluate some of the responses to those rulings being considered by this body, in particular, resolutions of impeachment against federal judges and a bill that would limit the power of district courts to issue nationwide injunctions. Let me say at the outset that in my view, the premise of this hearing, that courts have overreached or transcended the limits of their authority, and that this overreach calls for some response, is badly mistaken. It is true, as has already been noted this morning, that the Trump administration has been on a losing streak in the federal courts. A recent analysis by Professor Steve Vladeck found that of the 151 cases brought against the Trump administration since January 20th, 46 have resulted in some sort of preliminary relief. That relief has been ordered by judges across the country and by judges appointed by presidents of both parties. This broad consensus makes clear that despite the claims of some critics, these rulings do not grow out of substantive disagreements with President Trump's policy choices. The lawsuits have been brought and have overwhelmingly succeeded because many of the challenged actions have been taken without regard for and often with outright contempt for both statutes and the Constitution. And by that I mean both the constitutionally required process for lawmaking and the rights the Constitution commands government to respect. First, as to process. Article 1's lawmaking provisions are pretty straightforward. Laws must be passed by both houses of Congress and signed by the president or repassed over a veto. Laws governing funding, that is appropriations, are laws like any other. As for Article 2, it has long been settled that when the president acts, it needs to be pursuant to some authority Congress has granted or within one of the narrow areas in which Article 2 gives the president the authority to act without congressional authorization. That is the heart of Justice Jackson's concurring opinion in Youngstown, still the most influential judicial account of presidential power. What all of that means is that if President Trump wished to reshape or even eliminate many federal agencies, or dramatically reduce government expenditures on foreign aid, or eliminate job protections for federal workers, or roll back federal privacy protections, working with his many allies in Congress, including those on this committee, was the constitutionally permissible way to do that. Instead, he has ignored the laws passed by Congress and the constitutional rules that give Congress primacy in lawmaking. Beyond those largely procedural failures, many of the administration's initiatives have flouted core constitutional principles: the freedom of speech and expression, due process, equal justice and equal protection under law. President Trump has used the power of government to exact retribution against individuals and entities who have engaged in constitutionally protected activities, and he has brought the full weight of the state down on vulnerable groups the Constitution protects. In short, this administration has been marked by a breathtaking degree of presidential unilateralism that is flatly inconsistent with the Constitution and with numerous statutes passed by Congress. That is true in general terms, and it is true as to specific actions. That is why President Trump has fared so badly in court. To be sure, some of these rulings will be, some already have been, reversed on appeal. Reasonable minds can disagree about some of these questions, but rather than focus on the appellate process or on correcting the legal defects, this administration and many of its supporters have suggested that the problem is district judges. And rather than use its constitutional authority to enact laws that would give the president the power to do some of the things he wishes to do, this body has devoted itself to two things: stripping the power of federal courts to issue injunctions and pursuing the impeachments of federal judges who have merely discharged their obligation to uphold the Constitution. To my mind, the district court judges who have ruled against the administration have not come close to engaging in high crimes and misdemeanors, the constitutional standard for impeachment. And although Congress has considerable power to regulate the federal courts, including potentially restricting courts' ability to issue nationwide relief, the current moment calls for caution in pursuing change that would curtail courts' ability to meaningfully review and remedy unlawful executive action. It has been suggested already this morning that rulings against the administration thwart the will of the people. But democracy does not begin and end with elections for president. It includes elections for membership in Congress, the branch closest to the people and the entity whose authority many of these decisions protect. Democracy also means more than just elections. It includes values like the ability to engage in speech and expression, to associate, to petition. Meaningful democracy also requires genuine political equality, procedural fairness, and mechanisms for the protection of minorities. And in our system, courts can be a key guarantor of those aspects of democracy. They are doing their part to preserve both law and democracy. Other branches of government should join them. Thank you again for the invitation, and I look forward to your questions.
Thank you. We'll now go in order, out of order, in order to give Mr. McClintock the first round of questioning.
We're listening here to a hearing on the, quote, judicial overreach by courts against President Trump. We're stepping away for a brief commercial break. We'll continue with more of your top stories next. We are back in with some breaking news this morning on Live Now from Fox as we are continuing to follow the case against Luigi Mangione, who is accused of murdering United Healthcare CEO Brian Thompson. Just getting a new statement in from Attorney General Pam Bondi, in which she is now asking for the death penalty against Mangione. Here is this full statement that I want to read to you on your screen right now. It says this: Luigi Mangione's murder of Brian Thompson, an innocent man and father of 2 children, was a premeditated, cold-blooded assassination that shocked America. After careful consideration, I have directed federal prosecutors to seek the death penalty in this case as we carry out President Trump's agenda to stop violent crime and make America safe again. This case coming out of New York City, of course, the charges spanning throughout several states. About 20 criminal charges in total against Mangione, and the latest there being the fact that Attorney General Bondi is seeking that death penalty. And Mangione, who is 26 years old, accused of murdering United Healthcare CEO Brian Thompson. That was back in December of 2024. He is facing a total of 20 criminal charges across New York, Pennsylvania, and in federal court. Those charges are divided into 3 separate cases. The New York one being the murder case, the federal charges that include terrorism, and a Pennsylvania case involving an unlicensed firearm, forgery, and false identification. One of the federal charges, which is murder with a firearm, could make him eligible for the death penalty if he is convicted. Mangione's federal case in New York has been scheduled for April 18th. So we just wanted to bring you that latest statement from the Attorney General. Now, as alleged, Luigi Mangione stalked and murdered Brian Thompson on December 4th of 2024. The murder was an act of political violence. This is in accordance with that press release in which we got that statement from the Attorney General. The press release goes on to say that Mangione's actions involved substantial planning and premeditation, and because the murder took place in public with bystanders nearby, may have posed grave risk of death to additional persons. Following federal murder charges handing down back on December 19th, the AG has directed acting U.S. Attorney Matthew Podolsky to seek the death penalty in this case. We'll continue to follow along and bring you all the latest updates as soon as we get them. In the meantime, let's head back over to Washington, D.C. We continue with more of your live events on this Tuesday morning. Heading back down to this hearing, continuing on there as we're hearing testimony regarding some of these executive orders and actions that have been brought forth by President Trump and have been blocked by several federal courts across the country.
Chairman Ice's bill, which I support strongly, but would be no reason to have it if the Chief Justice did his job.
Thank you. I thank the gentleman. I now ask unanimous consent that the previously played video be placed in the record. Additionally, I ask unanimous consent that the Wall Street Journal article entitled "Why Judge Boasberg's Deportation Order is Legally Invalid" be placed in the record, and that the Harvard Law Review article entitled "District Court Reforms, Nationwide Injunctions" be placed in the record. Without objection, so ordered. And we now go to the ranking member, Mr. Johnson, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm reminded of the quote that goes something like, "When the law is not on your side, argue the facts. And when the facts are not on your side, argue the law. And when neither is on your side, then pound the table." Well, Trump doesn't have the facts or the law on his side. And so with this exercise today, he is vicariously pounding the table. Professor Shaw, President Trump has targeted and attacked some very wealthy and powerful entities to send a message to the less powerful. Trump has attacked Columbia University. He has attacked the white shoe, silk stocking law firms like Paul Weiss and Skadden Arps. These powerful, wealthy entities can afford to sue to protect their interest and our rule of law. But instead, they chose to lay down and get steamrolled by the bully. Professor Shaw, how does laying down and getting steamrolled compromise the rule of law and undermine our democracy?
Let me just say that, there have been targeted entities, right, including a number of law firms that have, in fact, not laid down, that are, in fact, taking a strong position of resistance to what they believe to be the unlawful components of some of the targeting orders. So law firms including WilmerHale, Jenner & Block, Perkins Coie, have made their responses and their views of the impermissibility of the targeting of law firms for no reason other than their decision to take on disfavored representations and to advance legal arguments that the president has personally objected to and sometimes been on the receiving end of. And so, I do think that calling out clearly unlawful executive action is critically important, particularly for entities with resources and stature. And I think that it encourages the targeting in unlawful ways for institutions to refuse to take a stand. I think that the orders targeting law firms are clearly unlawful. I think that some judges have already so found, and I think that the judges that rule on those orders will continue to find that. And the last thing I'll say is I think that law firms that have decided not to fight and that are complying haven't bought themselves any security necessarily. I'm not sure there's any guarantee that they won't be subject to further targeting simply because they have acquiesced in sometimes coercive terms in the first instance.
Yeah, when the bully knows that he can bully you, then he's going to continue bullying you until you stand up. And so I'm glad that these other law firms and other academic institutions have and are standing up. What would happen to access to justice for the least of these If these very wealthy and powerful entities that are being targeted today, if each and every one of them laid down and just allowed themselves to be steamrolled?
I think there could be a chilling effect in the willingness of law firms to take on disfavored representations. You know, the targeting has not been limited to law firms either, right? There has been an effort to suggest that sanctions will be sought by the Department of Justice against nonprofits and other legal actors that have engaged in litigation against the administration. And so it does seem quite clearly designed to reduce the amount of courageous litigation against and challenges to executive action. And so, you know, I think that the potential costs for the rule of law are, you know, incalculable.
Yeah, because it's based on the adversarial system. And if you wipe out the adversaries, then you wipe out the adversarial system or the adversary system.
I think that's right, that attacks on, you know, look, lawyers are not always popular, right? So attacking lawyers is not something that everyone is always going to object to, but judges need lawyers to present arguments to them, and our system of justice and the rule of law requires lawyers to take on representations, including potentially unpopular representations. So I do not think these attacks on, you know, white shoe law firms should be understood as just about white shoe law firms. I do think they are attacks on the very idea of access to justice and to the rule of law.
And when you attack, in addition to the lawyers, you attack the judges and claim that they need to be impeached, not for committing high crimes and misdemeanors, but for simply ruling in a way that is against the bully. What impact does that have on our justice system and our democracy?
I worry that the intent there is the same, to basically have a chilling effect on the willingness of judges to rule against the administration. In the same way, I think part of the intent of these executive orders is to create a climate of fear and intimidation and to disincentivize taking on representations, including against the federal government. So I think the intended effect is likely the same.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. We now go to the gentleman from Kentucky, Mr. Massey.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This hearing reminds me of a breakfast I had with Antonin Scalia. About a dozen of us congressmen invited him to breakfast, and this was about a decade ago when Obama was the president and John Boehner was the speaker. And my colleagues appealed to Scalia and said, what can you do? You need to get involved here. The courts need to get involved. Obama's running roughshod over Congress. And Scalia refused to accept that premise. He said, no, this is not my job to referee fights between your two branches. My job is as a jurist to decide if somebody's been harmed and what the remedy is. And occasionally we interpret the law and the constitutionality of it. He said, and by the way, you're the most powerful branch of government. I don't know what you're complaining about. All the tools you need to restore the balance are in the Constitution. And one of my colleagues protested that impeachment was just too hard to pull off, and given the threshold in the Senate and the political backlash. And Scalia just shook his head. He said, I'm not talking about impeachment. You'll have the power of the purse. You are funding everything you complain about that Obama is doing. Just quit funding it. And it was a pretty clear message. Now, that was about tension between Congress and the executive branch, and our hearing today is about tension between the judicial system and the executive branch. But I think it's still the case that what Scalia said is true. Let me give you an example of something I'm going to predict is going to happen in the courts soon that I'm not going to have much sympathy for on the president. So the president recently held a press conference and said he's going to wind down the Department of Education. Oh, great, that's my bill. I've got a one-sentence bill that eliminates the Department of Education. I should be very excited about this. The problem is, much of the activity that he says he will undertake, he just signed into law the funding of it a week before. We did a continuing resolution that fully funds every single penny of the Department of Education then a week, and the president signed it. This is, as Professor Shaw pointed out, appropriations bills are laws too, and they require both chambers and then the president to sign it. And so it's an appropriation bill, it's a law, It's in law, and a week later, he announces that he doesn't like some of the law, and so he's going to do things differently. So that's my problem that I have. Now, I do think it's a good hearing, and this is a great question. I tend to think that probably there are cases where they shouldn't have nationwide injunctions, but this is a double-edged sword. Under the Biden administration, he did unconstitutional and unlawful things during COVID that were stopped with nationwide injunctions. So, for instance, he had a rent moratorium that was stopped until the Supreme Court eventually basically said it was illegal. He refused to grant religious exemptions to the vaccines in the military. There was a nationwide injunction. Actually, one of the attorneys in that is a constituent of mine, Chris Wiest, who stopped all of the vaccine mandates at that point in the Air Force. That was a nationwide injunction. And then his OSHA vaccine mandate was stopped with a nationwide injunction. So I'm torn on this. Maybe if we just don't have nationwide injunctions, people in certain districts can live under tyranny or the perception of it. And if you're in a different judicial district or circuit, you get some remedy from the tyranny. Maybe it works out better that way. Maybe we should have tried each of these cases in each of these courts and found out the answer. But
we're listening here to a hearing on the, quote, judicial overreach by some of the federal courts against President Trump. We'll be right back. Welcome back into Live Now from Fox. We just got this look into our newsroom as we are expecting for a White House press briefing to get underway featuring Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt. That is supposed to get started at around noon Eastern time, so a little over 15 minutes from now. We will carry it in its entirety as soon as it starts. Let's stay on Capitol Hill, head back to some more comments from this hearing regarding some of the orders that have been brought forth by President Trump that have been blocked by federal courts across the country.
So who knows? That's why we have due process. It shouldn't be just fodder for cable TV. We're talking about people's lives here. Professor Shaw, what does due process actually mean? And should Judge Boasberg be impeached for saying that the Alien Enemy Act of 1798 doesn't apply because we are not at war and we have not suffered an invasion by a foreign power?
You know, the core components of due process are straightforward, right? And it involves some notice and an opportunity to be heard, right, to make some sort of case in your own defense prior to deprivation of life, liberty, or property. So that's in the Constitution. Due process applies to every person, not just to citizens. And due process doesn't look identical if we're talking about due process in the context of potential deportation or due process in the context of, you know, a change to your Social Security benefits, right? Due process is deeply context dependent, and all Judge Boasberg has ruled as a preliminary matter in this case is that some sort of process has to be afforded before this potentially irreversible act occurs. Judge Boasberg has not ordered anyone released in the United States, has not objected to the detention of the covered individuals, has simply said provide reasons and an opportunity to respond. And
follow the law, right?
And follow the law. And it seems from public reporting as though there is real reason to believe that errors were made.
My colleagues are calling for the impeachment of Judge Boasberg. Has there ever been a federal district judge, a federal appeals court judge, or a U.S. Supreme Court justice impeached because someone disagrees with the content of their ruling?
We have no tradition of impeaching judges based on the contents of their rulings.
We impeach them for bribery or corruption or habitual drunkenness on the bench. Speaker Gingrich, by the way, do you agree with the Republicans and with Donald Trump and Elon Musk who are calling for the impeachment of these judges? That's a yes or no.
I actually agree with Jefferson that impeachment is a cumbersome and difficult process, virtually impossible to achieve, which is why Jefferson...
So you oppose the impeachment?
Which is why Jefferson abolished 14 courts, because you could abolish...
Professor Shaw, forgive me, you remember the 5-minute rule. I've got no more time. It's a yes or no question, and I didn't get an answer from you. The Chief Justice Roberts has said that the correct response to disagreement with a district court decision is to appeal. I just heard Speaker Gingrich call this a judicial coup d'etat, and he said the Chief Justice should stop lecturing the rest of us. Who's right? Is it Newt Gingrich or is it Chief Justice Roberts here?
In this instance, Chief Justice Roberts, we have no tradition of impeaching judges. Appeal is the remedy for disagreeing with the district judge. Or if it's a statutory ruling that's wrong, Congress can respond, right? If it's if there's a bias or misconduct issue, there are disciplinary processes and complaints that can be brought against judges. You can seek to recuse or a remand to a different judge. There are many remedies our system affords if there is some sort of problem with the judge presiding over a case. But impeachment has never been in that toolkit.
Do you believe that there has been a conspiracy for a coup d'etat among 34 U.S. federal district court judges appointed by Presidents Reagan, Bush, Clinton, Bush, Obama, and Trump?
No, as you said, I think these judges are simply doing their jobs.
The only comparable case I can think of here is the impeach Earl Warren movement after Brown versus Board, where there were racist segregationists who wanted to impeach Earl Warren because they did disagree with the content of his opinion. What happened with that? And do you think that he should have been impeached?
As far as I know, there were non-impeachment resolutions introduced at that time. There was rhetoric, there was critique. And to be clear, criticizing judges is absolutely healthy in a democracy. I am not suggesting otherwise. But this is already a pretty serious escalation to have seen these resolutions introduced. I really don't think they should go any further.
Thank you. I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. We now go to the gentleman from Wisconsin, Mr. Fitzgerald, and I would ask if I could have 15 seconds of his time.
I yield back to the chairman.
Okay. Mr. Speaker Gingrich, I just have one short question, and it is a yes or no, unlike the other one. In your 2 decades as a member of Congress, did you see members of Congress put bills in of any sort because they were popular and felt strongly within their district, whether or not they were moving anywhere?
Of course.
And that would include things like impeachment, whether they were likely to succeed or not.
But they're political symbols, not legislative symbols.
Very good. I thank you. I thank the gentleman from Wisconsin.
Reclaiming my time. Mr. Larkin, nationwide injunctions, they're relatively new phenomenon, right? Isn't that correct?
Yes.
Yeah, it's fair to say nationwide injunctions became more commonplace in the 60s and 70s. And that is because Congress began authorizing general rulemaking by federal agencies, such as passage of Clean Air Act or the Clean Water Act.
But there are several factors that led to the late development of it. One is a change in philosophy of what it meant to say that something was unconstitutional. For example, Professor Samuel Bray explained this at length in his article. Traditionally, when a court says something was unconstitutional, it meant the government could not enforce it against you. Over time, courts gradually began to say, no, that means you can't force it against anybody. The problem is that overlooks the role that a district court judge has both horizontally and vertically within the federal system. No one district court judge can bind the appellate court or the Supreme Court. No one district court judge in Maine can bind a district court judge or any judge in Alaska. And so, unfortunately, this practice developed, and we didn't have anybody stepping back and saying, no, wait a minute, are there constitutional, statutory, et cetera, limitations on it? And it has actually hurt both parties, because each party has suffered through this process.
Thank you. Speaker Gingrich, as you mentioned in your testimony, between 2001 and 2023, there were 96 nationwide injunctions issued, of which 64 were granted against President Trump. Well, why do you think the courts have issued nationwide injunctions against President Trump with such frequency? It's kind of a question we're all pondering right now.
You know, one of my favorite books on the law is The Bramble Bush, which is the 1929 introductory lectures at Columbia Law School, and which draws a distinction between the law as it is practiced and the law as it is written. So let's just, at a common sense level, be honest. Donald Trump represents a profound, fundamental shaking up of a very deeply resistant establishment, which can be traced back to Franklin Roosevelt in 1933. You take on a system that's almost 100 years old, the system fights back. The last great bastion of power held by the left is district court judges and their allies on the Supreme Court. And they're behaving, as a historian, this is a perfectly natural thing. They're doing everything they can to stop the president, who was elected by millions of Americans. They were elected by no one, but under our system, they have a certain amount of power. Not nearly as much as the modern legal system believes, because the 1958 decision by the Supreme Court, which said we are supreme, is baloney. The Supreme Court is supreme in Article 3. It is not supreme over the whole Constitution. And I think we're now going to face a genuinely important, historic conversation as a country about whether or not unelected judges on a randomized basis, who happen to be 92% Democrat, have the power to stop the elected commander-in-chief on item after item after item. My guess is the American people will say to the legislative branch, you got to be kidding me. And if Justice Roberts wants to cut this off, he should act now, because this is going to get worse, not better.
Thank you. Mr. Larkin, I'll just finish up with a quick question about forum shopping. It's something that's clearly been happening, and we're used to it at the state level within the judiciary as well as at the federal level. I was wondering if you had a comment about that.
Sure. I mean, the problem is attempted to be avoided by having random assignment. But unfortunately, there are some times when there's only a limited number of judges in a particular district. And as the result, if there's only one, that's who you're going to get. If there are two, you have a 50% chance. And people wind up doing this, not surprisingly, because they think Judge A is going to give them a better likelihood of success. Now, you know, that's bad enough when what you're talking about is a damages action, because that damages action is going to result in a check, perhaps, that goes just to one party. It's different when you're talking about having one judge in any one town enjoying the entirety of the federal government across the nation. That's a much more...
We're listening here to a hearing regarding some of these executive orders brought forth by President Trump that have been blocked by federal courts across the country. Thank you all for joining us here on this Tuesday, April 1st. My name is Karel Lahada. We are sliding away for another brief 2-minute break. A reminder that at the top of the next hour, at noon, 12 p.m. Eastern Time, 9 in the morning West Coast time, we are expecting a White House press briefing featuring Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt.
And welcome back, everyone, here worldwide on Live Now from Fox. Coming up on a new hour in just moments, we're taking a look here at the White House briefing room. Caroline Leavitt soon will be giving the briefing, and when that happens, we'll bring it to you on Live Now from Fox, as always. All right, let's just show you the room where the briefing will be happening in moments. We'll be taking you to the full briefing. When that does happen, you'll see it right here on Live Now from Fox. We are keeping an eye on some other events on Capitol Hill. We have the marathon session going on right now for Senator Cory Booker. He has been going on the floor talking about DOGE, talking about Social Security, Medicaid, Medicare, and so much more. He has been talking since 7 p.m. Eastern yesterday evening. So this session continues. We'll check in with him in just a little bit here on Live Now from Fox. But in the meantime, let's keep you in Capitol Hill, though. We do have Senate Democrats speaking right now, talking of the tariffs that will be put into motion starting tomorrow.
We're having a hard time producing ships and subs on time, on budget. This will make it worse. President Trump is saying that there's an emergency with Canada. Canada is a friend, not an adversary. Canada is a sovereign nation, not a 51st state. And while we always have challenges with friends, we have a mechanism that Donald Trump negotiated, the USMCA, that enables us to work through trade deals, and we don't need tariffs at all. The president has justified the imposition of these tariffs on, in my view, a made-up emergency. Fentanyl is a real emergency in this country. Let's be clear about that. Fentanyl is a real emergency. But as President Trump's national security advisor, Tulsi Gabbard, testified before Mark's Intel committee last week, the fentanyl emergency is from Mexico and China. It's not from Canada. She presented a threat assessment that had nothing about Canada as a threat, that had nothing about Canada as a fentanyl threat. 21,000 pounds of fentanyl interdicted from Mexico coming into the United States last year, a maximum of 43 pounds from Canada. They're actually digging into that number and finding it's probably dramatically less even than that. So why invent this emergency? The emergency is being invented to do the tariffs, to do the taxes on everyday Americans. Why? So they can use the tariff revenue to give a tax cut to billionaires. You saw the Trump tax cut in term one. They did it off deficit financing. They don't want to deficit finance it again. They want to pay for it. How are they going to pay for it? Massive cuts to programs like Medicaid, Medicare, and tariffs imposed on the backs of everyday Americans. They'll put that together, and then that will be the pay for this tax cut bill that we see coming. We need to stand strong against a tax increase, the largest tax increase in American history, on our consumers. We need to stand strong for a strong relationship with a good ally, Canada, and that's why I'm really, really excited we have this vote coming up. It's going to be close. Again, it's likely to slip from today into tomorrow, but we feel really good about stakeholders like AFL-CIO, steel workers, machinists, and we think we're going to have some industry groups coming out today also in support of our legislation. With that, I'm really happy to be here with our leader on the Democratic side who's been really strong in pushing this. Please welcome a guy with his own border with Canada, New Yorker, Chuck Schumer.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Tim. And first, let me thank Tim and his co-sponsors, Amy and Mark. Tim has done an amazing job here. He has been persistent. He has been focused. He knew how important this was even a month or two ago before we saw the menace of all these tariffs. So Tim deserves a lot of credit from Virginians and from Americans for getting this issue to the point where we now will have a vote on it. And the Republicans are squirming because they know very simply that tariffs are simply a tax increase. Let's listen to one of them, Senator Mullen. He said tariffs is a tax and it'll be passed on to consumers. Rand Paul said tariffs are simply a tax. And here's the most galling thing. President Trump says, quote, I couldn't care less if prices go up to American families. America, you hear that? Donald Trump says he couldn't care less if you pay more. And it's not just a little. The estimates go as high as $6,500 more for the average American family. To the family that's sitting down Friday night and trying to figure out, do they have enough money to go on that vacation or to visit grandma or maybe to buy a car? Take away $6,500 and those dreams are out the window. And Trump couldn't care less? Give me a break. Give me a break. And so many jobs will be lost. In New York alone, we estimate that over 200,000 jobs could be lost. We have the Canadian border. In a city called Plattsburgh, on the northern border in Clinton County, 20% of the companies are Canadian-owned or Canadian-affiliated. Plattsburgh will just go into deep recession if this happens. So we're not going to we're going to do everything we can to fight. And the most galling thing of all, why is he doing this? As Tim outlined, it's not fentanyl. You know, they always make up an excuse because they have no justification for what they're really doing. In this case, they say fentanyl, but the amount of fentanyl that comes over the Canadian border is minuscule. They're doing it so they raise revenue so they can give tax cuts to the billionaires like everything else. The whole government is geared, whether it's Social Security or Medicaid or Medicare or housing or agriculture, the whole government is geared to create the dollars that can give tax breaks to the billionaires. And one final thing. Yes, are there certain areas where tariffs might be needed? Yes, it should be pinpointed in specific areas. But typical of this administration, they use a blunderbuss instead of a scalpel. They use a hatchet instead of a scalpel.
Chainsaw.
They use a chainsaw instead of a scalpel. Thank you, Tim. And they just go after everything with huge destruction for the American people. You know, I've been a China hawk. And the kind of sort of imposing broad tariffs on China, which really has hurt us in trade every step of the way, makes sense. To do that to Canada, our friend, who our economies, our interrelated economies depend on each other, makes no sense whatsoever. But this administration makes no sense when it comes to tariffs. One final point. I've talked to New York business people. They hate uncertainty. Whether you're a small business person, a middle-sized business person, or a big business person. And the tariffs are so uncertain, so chaotic, such a mess, that business people are pulling back. So are consumers. They're saying, I don't know what's going to happen. I better not spend on that extra plant or training that extra worker. So this is just a nightmare for the American economy, a nightmare for the American worker, a nightmare for American businesses. We're going to fight it every step of the way. Thank you, Tim.
And now my co-sponsor on this from Minnesota, another great border state, Amy Klobuchar.
Thank you, Tim. This is a big moment because this resolution really sets a line in the sand. And it says, you cannot abuse your emergency powers to start an unjustified trade war. You cannot abuse your emergency powers, President of the United States, to hurt the relationships, one of the finest relationships in the world, the relationship between the United States of America and Canada. And you cannot drive up prices and risk jobs and put in place a national sales tax when you look at all the tariffs together, not just Canada, now predicted by experts to be at about $5,000 a year for the average family in America. So I first come at this as a Minnesotan, yes, a border state, with all respect to Virginia. We can see Canada from our porch. And for us, Canada is our #1 trading partner in the state of Minnesota. It actually eclipses number 2, number 3, and number 4 combined. That's how much work we do. We are the 4th biggest exporting state for agriculture in the country. And so this is a major hit for northern tier states. I'm not surprised at all that Susan Collins has joined you in supporting this, Senator Kaine, because for northern states, this is a huge deal. Secondly, I come at it as the chair of the Canadian-American Interparliamentarian Group. Go to Canada a lot. Remember well that it was Canada, the Canadian embassy, that had the words draped on their banner on front of their embassy, friend, ally, partner, the only one when times were tough for America and the respect that other countries had for us. They have been our ally through times good and bad. They're the ones that when 9/11 happened, when our trade center went down, it was Canada that was the first country showing up at our side, being there, volunteering, helping out. This is a long-standing friendship and an incredible trade relationship. Part of our supply chain. As we looked at how we picked up after the pandemic, that was such an important part of picking up our industry again and how disruptive this will be. Third thing is, as ranking member on the Agriculture Committee, I see what this will do to us, how it adds to the cost of planting an acre of corn, an acre of soybeans, because as Tim mentioned, the fertilizer issues, all of the trade and supply chains we have back and forth. I was a strong supporter and am a strong supporter of the USMCA. I was the first one on, remember, one debate stage in the presidential election that was the first one to say I supported it because I could see the benefits. Wasn't perfect, but I could see the benefits. That is the place where Donald Trump should be negotiating his own trade agreement, whatever changes he wants to make with our relationships with Canada and Mexico. So I'm proud to be one of the original sponsors of this very important resolution. I love that we're picking up support. Tariffs as a whole, you literally read the words of Mitch McConnell and you read the words of Chuck Schumer when it comes to tariffs, they're nearly identical. That is unique. You look at the fact that the Chamber of Commerce has been out opposing the tariffs as a whole. I'm not talking about specific measures, but the tariffs as a whole, that the steelworkers have been out there, that the home builders have been out there because of the cost of lumber. This is across the board, across the country, a national sales tax on Americans. And this is the moment to take a stand and stand our ground with the power of Congress.
And now, Senator Warner, as you know, Senator is on the Banking and Housing Committee, knows something through that about the housing cost effect of this. He's on the Finance Committee, which works on trade issues, and then he's the lead Democrat on Intel. And Canada's been one of the stellar partners we've had for a very, very long time on Intel matters. Senator Mark Warner.
Well, thank you, Tim, and I'm proud to join you and Amy. Amy, you may have the ability to look at Canada from your third floor window. My mom's parents were Canadian,
Okay,
so I got
me.
I got something there, and I just by happenstance I know the incoming Prime Minister Mark Carney, and we, pardon me, current Prime Minister, talked to him last night, and the reaction of like.
All right, everyone, you are watching Live Now from Fox. Caroline Levitt just coming to the podium. Let's listen in on Live Now.
In a mobilized tactical vehicle in Lithuania in the early hours of March 25th. Tragically, 3 soldiers were found deceased in Lithuania yesterday, and it pains me to confirm that today, the 4th soldier was also found deceased. The President, the Secretary of Defense, and the entire White House are praying for the victims' friends and family during this unimaginable time. This is another stark reminder of the selfless sacrifice of our brave military men and women who risk their lives around the world every day to keep us safe. God bless them. On another note, at our southern border, there is more massive news. Southwest border crossings in March fell to the lowest level in American history, down 94% from March of last year under President Biden, when 137,000 illegal aliens poured across our wide-open southern border. Thanks to President Trump's leadership, Border Patrol agents are now back to doing the jobs they signed up for, securing the border, rather than serving as travel agents for illegal aliens. The Los Angeles Times captured the Trump effect on the border with a recent article. Their headline read, "California-Mexico border, once overwhelmed, is now nearly empty." With so few migrants coming into the U.S., they wrote, "Shelters that once served migrants have completely closed." Deportations of illegal aliens who threaten the safety of the American people are also continuing at a rapid pace. Over the weekend, the United States military transferred a group of 17 violent criminals from the Tren de Aragua and MS-13 terrorist organizations to El Salvador. And an illegal alien who was released by the Biden administration into our country was just arrested in Georgia and charged with the horrific killing of Camelia Williams, a mother of 5 and grandmother. The suspect has now been indicted on charges of malice murder, felony murder, aggravated assault, rape, aggravated sexual battery, and necrophilia, which for those who don't know, necrophilia is a sexual obsession with a corpse. This suspect was ordered to be removed in July 2023, but the Biden administration allowed him to stay. This case represents the ruthless murderers, rapists, and pedophiles who Joe Biden and Democrats let into our country over the past 4 years through our southern border. They should have never been here in the first place. Keep this in mind the next time you see Democrats protesting future illegal alien removals from our country. President Trump is focused on fulfilling his greatest obligation, to keep the American people safe and to defend our country from violent invaders. Looking ahead to tomorrow, April 2nd, 2025, will go down as one of the most important days in modern American history. Our country has been one of the most open economies in the world, and we have the consumer base hands down, the best consumer base. But too many foreign countries have their markets closed to our exports. This is fundamentally unfair. The lack of reciprocity contributes to our large and persistent annual trade deficit that's gutted our industries and hollowed out key workforces. But those days of America, beginning tomorrow, being ripped off are over. American workers and businesses will be put first under President Trump, just as he promised on the campaign trail. The president's historic action tomorrow will improve American competitiveness in every area of industry, reduce our massive trade deficits, and ultimately protect our economic and national security. President Trump's economic vision is rooted in common sense. America will offer companies the lowest taxes, energy costs, regulations, if they make their products right here in the United States and hire American workers for the job. It's simple. If you make your product in America, you will pay no tariffs. We have already seen a number of the largest companies in the world respond to this economic approach. For example, Project Stargate, led by Japan-based SoftBank and US-based OpenAI, and Oracle, announced a $500 billion private investment in the United States-based artificial intelligence infrastructure. Apple announced a $500 billion investment in U.S. manufacturing and training. NVIDIA announced it will invest hundreds of billions of dollars over the next 4 years in U.S.-based manufacturing. And the Taiwan semiconductor manufacturing company, TSMC, announced a $100 billion investment in U.S.-based chips and manufacturing. These are just a few of the investment announcements that have already been made, and it is clear that President Trump's America First approach is already working. In our new media seat today is Mark Halperin, the co-founder and editor-in-chief of Two Way, a new live video platform that builds communities around interactive conversations with leaders and content creators from every subject area. Mark and his colleagues welcome all voices into discussions that are spirited but respectful. They have over 37.5 million video views, over 3.6 million watch time hours since the platform began just last year. This is new media in its truest sense, allowing the people to ask questions, make comments, and be an active part of engagement on the most important issues facing the country and our world. With that, Mark, please kick us off and welcome to the briefing room.
Thank you, Caroline. Appreciate it. I'll ask you a question about tariffs and then one from one members of our community about education. It's perceived by some that companies or countries, if they change their policies either before tomorrow or after tomorrow, can have the president alter what he's planning for that country or that sector. Is that a possibility? And if so, what factors the president consider in making those changes?
Well, the ultimate change for these companies and these countries, Mark, will happen when they decide to do business in the United States of America. And as I just laid out, they will face no tariffs at all if these companies choose to invest here in the United States and to move their production and their manufacturing here to the United States as well. As for tomorrow, the president will be addressing the decades of unfair trade practices that have ripped our country off and American workers off. It has hollowed out our middle class. It has destroyed our heartland, and the president is focused on reshifting our global economy to ensure that America is once again the manufacturing superpower of the world.
So if they do something today or later in the week that's a pledge for future activity, would that be good enough potentially to alter the policy?
Again, the president has been looking at the very unfair trade practices of the past. Certainly, the president is always up to take a phone call, always up for a good negotiation, but he is very much focused on fixing the wrongs of the past and ensuring that American workers have a fair shake.
So if someone calls after tomorrow and says, hey, I'm ready to make a change, he'd be open to that?
The president is always open to taking calls.
Okay. A question from one of our community members. Katie Reeves is a school teacher in Wisconsin. She's taught K through 8 in public, independent, private, and private schools. And here's what she wanted me to ask you. She says, I see the elimination of the Department of Education as an excellent first step in the improvement of our school system. Do you see any further role the federal government can take beyond this, possibly in promoting the expansion of voucher programs or reducing the influence that teachers' unions hold over our schools?
Well, first of all, I want to thank Katie for her service to our country and our nation's children. Being a teacher is the most noble profession that we believe one can have. And the president said in his remarks when he signed the executive order to dismantle the Department of Education that he loves our teachers. And in part, this order is to empower our teachers to have greater decision making in the classroom. Nobody knows our nation's children and our students better than our teachers who are with them every single day. As for the federal government's role, to get to the heart of Katie's question, the president has made it clear to Linda McMahon that we need to find other places within our federal government for critical programs regarding education. Pell Grants, Title IX, lawsuits, etc., civil rights lawsuits, all of that are critical functions, special needs programs, nutrition programs, but there are other places throughout the federal bureaucracy where those things can happen and work. The Department of Education has been a very bloated bureaucracy. We spent trillions of dollars on this department, and for what? Our children are worse off as far as education goes today than they were when this department originated, and that's very concerning to the president. So,
the two issues she cited are those priorities for the president: school education choice, vouchers, and diminishing the role of teachers' unions.
The president is very supportive of both of those things, particularly when it comes to school choice. He has said that school choice is the civil rights issue of our time, and he wants every child, regardless of zip code, socioeconomic status, how much money their parents have, to be able to go to the school of their choosing that best suits their educational needs. And he is going to empower state and local leaders to make those decisions on behalf of our nation's children. Thanks for being here, Mark. Jeff.
Just changing subjects for 1 second. The administration has expressed a complete confidence in how all the deportation flights to El Salvador were conducted. But now that the administration has conceded that there was an error of one Salvadoran national, will there be any reviews conducted? And does the president express any thoughts on the one error that was disclosed in court last night?
Well, first of all, the error that you are referring to was a clerical error. It was an administrative error. The administration maintains the position that this individual who was deported to El Salvador and will not be returning to our country was a member of the brutal and vicious MS-13 gang. That is fact number one. Fact number two, we also have credible intelligence proving that this individual was involved in human trafficking. And fact number three, this individual was a member, actually a leader of the brutal MS-13 gang, which this president has designated as a foreign terrorist organization. Fact number four is that foreign terrorists do not have legal protections in the United States of America anymore. And it is within the president's executive authority and power to deport these heinous individuals from American communities. It is a promise he campaigned on. It is a promise he is keeping. And every single person in this room should be grateful for that, considering especially MS-13 is very prevalent and prominent here in the District of Columbia, in Maryland, and in Virginia. And the president, the attorney general, everyone who's been involved in these operations is focused on eradicating these criminals and terrorists from our communities.
The vice president said he was a convicted member of MS-13. What evidence is there to back that up?
There's a lot of evidence, and the Department of Homeland Security and ICE have that evidence, and I saw it this morning. Steve.
Has the president fully made up his mind on the level of tariffs to impose tomorrow? We keep hearing about a 20% flat rate.
The president said last night he has made a decision and a determination. I was with him in the Oval Office earlier, and he is going to announce that decision tomorrow. I don't want to get ahead of the president. This is obviously a very big day. He's with his trade and tariff team right now, perfecting it to make sure this is a perfect deal for the American people and the American worker, and you will all find out in about 24 hours from now.
And are the car tariffs going to go into effect on April 3rd as scheduled?
Correct. Yes, they will.
Okay. And last thing, would you like to respond to the Chinese military drills around Taiwan?
Yes, I would. As a matter of fact, the National Security Council briefed me on this morning, and they said that the president is emphasizing the importance of maintaining peace in the Taiwan Strait, encouraging the peaceful resolution of these cross-strait issues, reiterating our opposition to any unilateral attempts to change the status quo by force or coercion. That is directly from the National Security Advisor. Just for you, Steve Holland of Reuters. Monica.
Thank you so much, Caroline. Elon Musk this week revealed that Doge found that the Biden administration issued over 2 million Social Security numbers to illegal aliens, found 20 million dead people marked as alive in the Social Security system. Has the White House confirmed these numbers with Elon, and is the White House looking into correcting this?
I'm not sure about those specific numbers that Mr. Musk cited. I can tell you what the Social Security Administration has said themselves, according to an Inspector General's report that was conducted last year, showing there was nearly $80 billion worth of fraud in this program. We know for a fact there are individuals who should not be receiving benefits on the Social Security rolls, and this administration is focused on cleaning out the waste, fraud, and abuse in every agency, but particularly in Social Security, to make it stronger for our tax-paying, law-abiding citizens who deserve these entitlements and programs. Because you did bring up Doge, I do want to tout the incredible efforts that have been made at the Environmental Protection Agency, and Administrator Lee Zeldin is just doing a tremendous job. Just yesterday and today it will be going into effect. He announced that taxpayers will be saved $8 million in annual lease costs by moving staff out of the 323,000 square feet of space that the EPA currently occupies, which is completely unnecessary. Yesterday, Administrator Zeldin also announced he will be shutting down a museum that the Biden administration built to tell a selective story about the EPA's history and climate change. It was a real pat on the back to President Biden. And guess how much American taxpayers paid for it? $4 million for this museum that I think only 1,000 visitors saw last year alone. And it will cost American taxpayers $600,000 per year to operate this museum. Well, it's not going to exist anymore. We're going to save taxpayers those critical funds. And Administrator Zeldin is very proud to announce that. And just at EPA alone, and the cuts that they have made, they've saved taxpayers more than $22 billion in wasteful grants and spending. Peter.
Thank you, Caroline. When the president goes down to Florida on the weekends, does he ever hear from, there are so many retired folks down in Florida, does he ever hear from any retired Americans who are stressed about these wild swings in the stock market because of the tariff uncertainty, and they're sitting there on fixed income or living off a 401k, and they don't know how much money's going to be left?
Well, certainly they are legitimate concerns, and the president takes those concerns very seriously, and he's addressing them every single day. And tomorrow's announcement is to protect future generations of the senior citizens you mentioned. It's for their kids and their grandkids to ensure that there are jobs here in the United States of America for their children to live the American dream, just like they presumably did. And as for their worries about their 401ks, their Social Security, I just addressed Social Security. This president is always going to protect it for our tax-paying senior citizens. As for their 401ks, look at what President Trump did for you in his first term. He is working on implementing that economic formula every single day by lowering inflation, lowering energy prices, massive deregulatory efforts, while simultaneously effectively implementing tariffs. And they'll hear more about that announcement tomorrow.
And you said that the president right now is with the trade and tariff team. They are very confident that this is all going to work. But
Yes.
what if they're wrong?
They're not going to be wrong. It is going to work. And the president has a brilliant team of advisors who have been studying these issues for decades. And we are focused on restoring the golden age of America and making America a manufacturing superpower. And again, Peter, I would point you to the investments that have already trickled into this country. And the president hasn't even made his tariff announcement yet tomorrow. There have been billions of dollars in private investments from around the world pouring into American communities. What does that look like for those watching at home, for the people you mentioned worried about their own economic circumstances? It means more jobs in your communities, which means more money, more investments, more money in your pocket. That's what the president is committed to. And I would be remiss if I didn't mention the president's commitment to tax cuts, which we are counting on Congress to do, especially on Social Security.
And one more.
Sure.
Are the special elections today a referendum on the president?
I think first of all, as you know, I'm a government employee now, so I'm not very much allowed to comment on elections that are taking place. That's something to get used to, having just been on the campaign trail for quite some time. But the president is the leader of the America First movement and the MAGA movement. And that was made very clear on November the 5th when he received nearly 80 million votes. I could also say that it is the constitutional right of every law-abiding American in these places where these elections are being held to vote, and every American should exercise their constitutional rights. Sure.
Thanks, Caroline. A few questions about this deportation case. First, I wanted to clarify something that you said to Jeff a few minutes ago. You said you'd seen evidence that this man was a convicted gang member. In what court was he convicted and for what?
The This individual was an MS-13 ringleader. This individual was also engaged in human trafficking. And I'm glad you brought up this point again, because I would like to point out that if you just saw the headline from the insane, failing Atlantic magazine this morning, you would think this individual was Father of the Year, living in Maryland, living a peaceful life, when that couldn't be further from the truth. They didn't even mention in the title of that article, or even in the first paragraph, that this individual is an illegal criminal who broke our nation's immigration laws. He is a leader in the brutal MS-13 gang, and he is involved in human trafficking, and now MS-13 is a designated foreign terrorist organization. Foreign terrorists have no legal protections in the United States of America, and this administration is going to continue to deport foreign terrorists and illegal criminals from our nation's interior.
But a judge ordered that he should remain in this country. So are you saying that it is okay to ignore a judge's ruling if you don't like it?
Who does that judge work for?
He's an immigration
It was an immigration judge who works for the Department of Justice at the direction of the Attorney General of the United States, whose name is Pam Bondi, who has committed to eradicating MS-13 from our nation's interior. And let me tell you why we've made this commitment. MS-13, may I remind each and every one of you, is a brutal and vicious gang. They raped and strangled a 20-year-old autistic woman to death in Maryland. They hacked 4 people to death with machetes in a park on Long Island. They have kidnapped, sexually tortured, and shot a teenage girl in Texas after she insulted them, allegedly. Killed and mutilated a 17-year-old girl in Virginia, stabbing him 16 times and cutting off his hands. They beheaded and cut out the heart of a man in Washington, D.C. They raped and murdered a 13-year-old girl in California. They sex trafficked a slew of young girls, including one who was just 12 years old. Raped an 11-year-old girl in Brooklyn while her brother was in the room. Sex trafficked a 13-year-old in Maryland and Virginia, miles away from this White House, even beating her 26 times on her backside with a baseball bat. Pressured homeless New Yorkers to undergo unnecessary surgeries such as spinal fusion in order to bolster their fraudulent lawsuits. These are vicious criminals. This is a vicious gang. And I wish that the media would spend just a second of the same time you have spent trying to litigate each and every individual of this gang who has been deported from our country as the innocent Americans whose lives have been lost at the hands of these brutal criminals. We maintain our position, and very strongly so. Jennifer.
One more on the tariffs. Can you say what the latest thinking is on the start date? I know you were just in the Oval. Are they all going to take effect this week on the reciprocal tariffs? And whenever they start, is that enough time for companies and everyone involved to adjust to that start date?
My understanding is that the tariff announcement will come tomorrow. They will be effective immediately. And the president has been teasing this for quite some time, as you know. He's talked a lot about April 2nd as Liberation Day in America. It would be taking place today if not for April Fool's Day. But tomorrow will be the day, and he's been talking about it for a while. And as a result, you've seen these companies make commitments to investing right here in the United States. Jasmine.
Thank you so much. I wonder, back on tariffs, if any market indicators is the White House looking for to see if this tariffs plan is successful down the line?
Well, look, the president has been asked and answered this question about the stock market and whether he's watching it. And I've said, and he has said, the market is a snapshot in time. Yesterday, Dow futures were up. And there's been a lot of talk about the market, and it was up yesterday. So, look, the president wants to ensure that all Americans make out well, particularly Main Street. That's the focus of these tariffs. But as I've said repeatedly, just like they were in his first term, Wall Street will be just fine. Shelby.
Thanks. A bipartisan pair of senators sent a letter to the president today arguing that the recent strikes in Yemen are emboldening the Houthis and saying that Congress has not authorized war against them. Is the administration planning to consult with Congress at some point or going forward regarding the strikes, and any response on the letter?
Well, I would absolutely reject Congress's claims. Who made those claims in Congress?
Senator Jeff Merkley and Rand Paul.
Okay, well, I would absolutely reject those claims. These Houthi strikes have been incredibly successful. Last time I was at this podium, there were more than 100 successful strikes. There have now been over 200 successful strikes against the Houthis. Iran is incredibly weakened as a result of these attacks, and we have seen they've taken out Houthi leaders. They've taken out critical members who were launching strikes on naval ships and on commercial vessels, and this operation will not stop until the freedom of navigation in this region is restored, which is a critical principle, and this president stands behind our Defense Department, who's doing a tremendous job.
Are they is the White House going to confer with Congress going forward on this?
I would have to ask our team here at the White House, but the president is well within his authority, as is the Secretary of Defense. Again, these are defensive strikes. The Houthis have been launching attacks on U.S. naval vessels and commercial ships for quite some time. Go ahead. Yeah.
The pause on the Canadian and Mexican tariffs, the fentanyl tariffs, that's set to expire tomorrow. Is the president considering extending that pause?
Look, I will let the president speak on the specifics of the tariffs tomorrow. But as for fentanyl, we have seen this has certainly caused a national security crisis here in the United States. Fentanyl continues to be the #1 killer of young people in this country, and the president is very much focused on that. Deanna.
Thank you, Caroline. The president recently signed an executive order on making D.C. safe and beautiful. On the campaign trail, he talked about making New York great again. Does he have any plans on establishing a similar task force? Has he been pressuring Governor Hochul in any way in his conversations about New York and lowering crime?
Well, he has been in correspondence with Governor Hochul quite a bit on the issue of crime, also on the issue of congestion pricing, and so many other issues that are facing New Yorkers. And he wants New York to clean up their streets just as he does here in Washington, D.C. He also speaks to, Mayor Adams as well. So he's engaged with state and local leaders across the entire country to ensure they're doing their part to help American citizens in each and every state, regardless of if it's a red state or a blue state.
A question on Russia. Yesterday, the Russian government said that their new goal is 160,000 conscripts for the war. Has the president seen that number? And does he have any response given his recent conversations on peace talks?
Well, I can tell you what the president said last night, and that is he is frustrated with leaders on both sides of this war. He wants this war to end. There are men that are dying on both sides, and it's been going on for far too long. Our team continues to be engaged with the Russians as we are with the Ukrainians, and the president continues to be very, very much engaged on this topic every single day.
Caroline.
Sure.
Caroline,
Sure.
The president said over the weekend that he couldn't care less if prices went up on foreign cars because people buy more American cars. There's been consensus from a lot of economists that these tariffs could raise prices on other goods as well. Is the president comfortable with Americans on Main Street paying more because of these tariffs?
The president is doing everything he can, and this entire administration is doing everything we can to bring down the cost of living in this country. An inflation mess that was fueled by the previous administration's reckless spending, burdensome regulations that this administration is focused on slashing every single day. I just read you a statistic just from the Environmental Protective Agency alone. We're saving taxpayers money that's ultimately going to drive down inflation, and we're unleashing the might of our energy industry, which will bring down prices as well. To the heart of your question, because this is very important to the American people, you should trust what this president did for you in his first term. He effectively utilized tariffs while driving down inflation. It was a record low 1.4% when he left office, and he's focused on getting back to that. It's unfortunate the previous administration left us in this mess. Sure.
Representative Anna Paulina Luna left the Freedom Caucus over their lack of support for her bill that would allow new parents to proxy vote around 12 weeks around the birth of their baby. Does the president support that bill?
I'm not sure. I haven't actually talked to the president about that bill, but I certainly can and can get a take on if he supports it or not.
Thank you. And one more. The D.C. Circuit ruled last week that the president can fire holdover Biden appointees of independent agencies. Will this ruling empower President Trump to dismiss more federal employees?
Well, the president has given the responsibility to his cabinet secretaries to hire and fire at their respective agencies, and they reserve that right. You saw the Secretary of Health and Human Services announced more layoffs today. This is all part of the administration's effort for a mass reduction in force in the federal bureaucracy here in Washington, D.C. to save American taxpayers money. As for agencies within the president's executive authority, the president retains that right. And we've seen there have been bureaucrats at some of these agencies that have been trying to act independent. They need to remember who they work for. It's the executive of the executive branch. You look at the United States Institute of Peace, for example. There was a little bit of a standoff with bureaucrats over there who didn't want to realize who they work for, and that is Donald Trump. And President Trump is focused on streamlining these agencies to save American taxpayers money, and he has every right to do that.
Caroline.
Sure. Go ahead.
Thanks, Caroline.
Yeah.
In Gaza, the bodies of 15 rescuers have been found in their sort of ambulances where they were apparently killed by Israeli forces. Just wondering if the White House is going to be calling on Israel to investigate that and to try and avoid similar casualties involving rescue workers in the future.
Well, as for the specific situation you just mentioned, I'll talk to the president about it and our national security team. What I can tell you is what I've spoken with the president on. He very much remains committed to backing Israel, and it was only because of this president and his team's leadership that we had a temporary ceasefire in Gaza, that we were able to bring many hostages home. And the president made it very clear to Hamas, you get the hostages out, all of them, or there will be hell to pay. And Hamas is certainly witnessing what it feels like for all hell to be paid, and the president supports Israel's right to defend itself.
Any progress at all on a ceasefire at the moment as far as the president's concerned?
The president and his team continue to be engaged on this every single day. Sure. Go ahead, Sam.
So I'm just wondering, related to that, if you have an approximate date for the president's first foreign trip. I think there was a little confusion yesterday about what month he was talking about. And then will he need a ceasefire to be in place or closer, either in Gaza or in Ukraine, before that takes place?
The president will be heading to Saudi Arabia in May. As for specific dates and details, we will be reading those out to you as soon as we possibly can. I know our teams are working on the details of that trip. And then again, as for a ceasefire, the president's made it clear that's what he wants to see in Russia and Ukraine, and his team continues to be engaged on it every day.
And
Kelly.
Signal, you said case closed yesterday. Do you, as that case was closed, do you have anything that you can share about what was learned, how this can be avoided in the future, any sort of findings from that investigation?
The case is closed, and the president continues to have confidence in his national security advisor. Yes, Kelly.
Kelly. Thanks, Caroline. So
Sorry,
the president has said...
Ed, I'll come to you after.
The president
I'm glad you're so eager to ask a question.
It's Liberation Day.
Yes, it is. Caroline, the president has said foreign countries and companies will eat the cost of tariffs. In his speech on Inauguration Day, he said, quote, instead of taxing our citizens to enrich other countries, we will tariff and tax foreign countries to enrich our citizens.
Right.
So then why did he have to tell the domestic automakers not to raise prices?
Well, that was a private conversation that was had. I'm not sure if that comment was made or was not made. But as for what the president said in his Inauguration Day speech, he's absolutely correct. A tariff will be a tax on these foreign nations, these foreign companies, and if they want to be absolved of that tariff, then they can come here to the United States of America to do business, bring their jobs here. Edward, go ahead.
Thank you. So Canadians have been negotiating with the Commerce Secretary over the trade, the tariffs. How many companies are mutually talking with the U.S. or countries are mutually talking with the U.S. to lower tariffs?
I don't have a specific number, but I can tell you there have been quite a few countries that have called the president and have called his team in discussion about these tariffs. But again, there's one country the president cares most about, and it's the United States of America, and doing what's best for the people who elected him to this office to restore their jobs, their wealth, and their prosperity. I'm looking at the clock. I have a hard out today. I have a hard out today because I'm actually heading over to the State Department with the First Lady of the United States. She will be delivering remarks at 1 o'clock this afternoon at the 19th International Women of Courage Award ceremony with our great Secretary of State, Marco Rubio. That starts at 1. This is the 5th year Mrs. Trump is participating and standing with brave women leaders who embody American values abroad. And the First Lady in her remarks today will highlight the profound connection between the love and courage that will be shown by this year's honorees. I encourage everybody to tune in at 1 o'clock, and then we'll see you all tomorrow for Liberation Day. Thanks, guys.
Thanks, Caroline.
All right, so White House briefing, talking and getting a lot of questions on the tariffs that will be imposed tomorrow. The White House calling it Liberation Day, and this is Liberation Day Eve. Hi, everyone. Mike Page here. Thanks again for joining us on Live Now from Fox, always worldwide for you. You did hear Caroline really preview the event that is coming up in about 15 minutes at the State Department. It is the International Women of Courage Award ceremony, and we will have it for you uninterrupted right here on Live Now from Fox when it does get going in about 18 minutes or so. So let's take a 2-minute break. We'll be back with many more live feeds from all over the country when we come back. Back, everyone, here to Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Mike Page. Let's continue on with a live feed that is coming out of Capitol Hill right now. This House hearing on judicial overreach by courts against President Trump. Let's listen in, and as we wait about 15 minutes away from First Lady Melania Trump remarks.
They're here unlawfully in the country. They should be deported. But the idea that that should become the basis for a mass roundup and deportation of people who've never been charged with anything, who have no criminal record, strikes me as absolutely preposterous. And the administration, at least, was willing to come forward to say, okay, they have the wrong person. This was a mistake to have him, but now, c'est la vie, I suppose, he's stuck in El Salvador under a dictator who throws people into a prison that engages in torture. And my colleagues would rather go all the way down to the end of the field with Donald Trump rather than admit that that is a blatant violation of American due process and all of our constitutional values. I mean, that's just extraordinary to me that members of the House Judiciary Committee would be taking that position. That's a very serious problem. Now, Judge Boasberg, who's a conservative judge who was appointed to the bench by President Bush, correctly determined that the Alien Enemy Act of 1798 doesn't apply. It had only been used before in that original Alien Sedition Act period, World War I and World War II. It is for wartime. It is for the deporting of foreign nationals who belong to enemy states, or if there's a military invasion of the country. And it doesn't apply, so he said, we've got to use the Immigration Naturalization Act, but that requires a due process hearing. But that's too much for my colleagues who can evince no sympathy at all for this father of a 5-year-old with autism who has been sent to another country. Now, I don't know, because we're not a criminal court, whether he's done anything, but I do know, based on court records, he has no criminal record. He's not been convicted of anything. And suddenly they're saying, well, he's a member of MS-13. He had an asylum petition, which I'll enter for the record, which showed that he was actually being harassed and persecuted by a criminal gang, which was why he originally came to America. And the court determined, although his application for asylum was time barred, nonetheless, he has established past persecution based on a protected ground, and he has established the presumption of a well-founded fear of future persecution. So maybe you guys know something about the case I don't know, but that's why I believe in due process, because I think a court should be hearing this. I thank the gentlelady for her indulgence and her kindness.
Absolutely. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I've heard the suggestion from some of our witnesses today that because President Trump eked out a narrow win-in, he should have the right to do whatever he wants with no checks on his power. And I find this deeply disturbing. As a former civics teacher, it feels like we failed somewhere along the way. Presumably, we've all had some basic civics education, and I'm hearing a shocking misunderstanding of how the Constitution works. Professor Shaw, thanks so much for being here. Let's briefly reestablish the fundamentals here. We have 3 branches of government, correct?
Correct.
Executive, legislative, and judicial branch, correct?
Correct.
And under our constitutional order, the head of the executive branch, the president, generally must obey orders by judges, correct?
Absolutely.
And one of the ways Congress oversees judges and the president is through impeachment or removal from office for violating the law or other egregious behavior. Is that correct?
Treason, bribery, other high crimes and misdemeanors, correct.
Thank you. But Congress does not remove judges because of a disagreement with how they ruled. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And why is that?
Judicial independence requires the judges not be constantly afraid that they will be removed from office if they issue a decision that is unpopular or that is, opposed to the interests of the political powers or that runs against the political winds. Judicial independence requires judges to be confident and secure in their rulings and not fear the consequences of those rulings other than reversal on appeal. That's a consequence judges can and should fear, but that really is the primary consequence.
And as you've said, this has a chilling effect. This entire presidency so far is about having a chilling effect on the way that government works. The House must not take up impeachment resolutions based on anything but serious misconduct or illegal behavior. Yet Republicans, including people on this committee who claim to respect the Constitution, have introduced impeachment resolutions against judges because they don't like how judges did their job. They've introduced 7 impeachment resolutions so far. I'm sure there are more to come. Trump and Musk have publicly called for the impeachment of judges that they just don't like. Just by introducing these impeachment resolutions, my colleagues have attacked and weakened the independent judiciary. Does a weakened judiciary, Professor Shaw, endanger Americans' constitutional rights?
The courts are a key guarantor.
The gentlelady's time has expired, but I will give indulgence. You may answer.
I apologize, I didn't see, sorry. I think that an independent judiciary has been and continues to be a key guarantor of all of our rights, and so anything that threatens judicial independence is a threat to all of us.
Thank you, Ms. Shaw. And I will just say in closing, I taught my students for years the Constitution requires that we respect the rule of law and not the rule of one man. Thank you so much for being here.
House hearing does continue. What we will do is take our final break here of the hour while we do wait for the First Lady over at the State Department to be making remarks. We'll be back in just moments on Live Now. Back to Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Mike Page. Thanks again for joining us. Coming up here in moments, we'll take you out to the State Department, where First Lady Melania Trump will be giving remarks alongside Secretary of State Marco Rubio. So we'll be taking that as soon as it does get going. In the meantime, let's take it back out to the House hearing on judicial overreach by courts against President Trump. Let's listen in on Live Now.
A question for you, ma'am. Do you feel more or less safe now that President Trump is back in the White House?
More.
And why do you say that?
Because he's getting rid of the criminals that were harassing all of us.
Do you think that President Trump is putting the priorities of America and the average American citizen above the priorities of the cartels and those people that want to destroy this nation?
Yes, because these people were causing immediate harm to citizens, not some imaginary harm that could happen one day.
I mean, if you had a message for the American people today, what would it be?
This is a real threat to our communities, not just mine, not an isolated incident, not just regulated to one building. These are all over the United States. Apparently, people have forgotten 9/11. There are dangerous criminals in our country, and if we don't start getting them out now, then when? After they victimize someone just like me?
I fought for this country. There are many people It's room that fought for this country. I flew 55 combat air missions in Baghdad in an Apache helicopter because I do not want to see animals in our country terrorize my fellow Americans. That's what we took an oath to do. As sitting here in the halls of Congress, it is also our responsibility to protect the American citizen first. For the record, as somebody has deployed all over this world, no other country operates like this. None. You cannot tell me a country that would allow 20 million people to enter their country illegally and their country do absolutely nothing about it. And for the record, this is the greatest country in the world. That's why there's 20 million people trying to enter it illegally. So therefore, we bear an even greater responsibility to keep these animals from entering our country to protect you, the American public. That's our job. President Trump won, and he was given a mandate for that very reason. He promised to protect us and put our priorities first. It is just that simple. I understand my colleagues on the left may disagree with this to a certain extent, but quite frankly, the mandate was already given to us, and ma'am, you're sitting here right now because you are terrorized by the very animals that had no business being in our country in the first place. I'll let you answer this last question, ma'am. As we move forward, what would you like us to do to protect you?
Briefly, please.
Stop wasting tax dollars trying to interrupt him and stop him from what he's doing. Do something to protect the people who elected you and put you in your spots. To look down and decide what happens to the rest of us.
Thank you, ma'am. I get back to the remainder of my time.
Gentlelady from North Carolina, Ms. Ross, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the witnesses for being here today. This is an extremely important issue for our country and for the future of our country. But let me be clear before I ask my question. Donald Trump's contempt for the judiciary is not new. He has fought civil cases against him because of real estate deals and people he hasn't paid. He's fought victims that he has sexually assaulted and he has been convicted of sexually assaulting. His disrespect for the judiciary is based on his disrespect for anybody who doesn't let him do whatever he wants, whenever he wants. And he is very dangerous right now because he is the President of the United States of America. And we are seeing him treat the people of the United States of America the same way he treated those poor contractors he never paid, the same way he treated women who he sexually assaulted. He is doing the same thing to the United States of America. So, Professor Shaw, on February 9th, Donald Trump told reporters that no judge, quote, should be allowed to rule against his administration's unconstitutional changes to how our government operates. And the next day, Vice President J.D. Vance posted on X, judges aren't allowed to control the executive branch's legitimate power. Just to be clear, does the president decide what issues judges get to rule on under our Constitution?
No, really, since, Marbury versus Madison, 1803, judges and the Supreme Court, right, sitting at the top of the federal judiciary, have had the final word on the meaning of the Constitution and the laws and the consistency of laws or executive action with the Constitution. So in our system, it has been the courts and not the president who have had the final word.
Thank you for that. So I am going to quote Fourth Circuit Judge Michael Ludig, who I can testify, no liberal. I had a case in front of him. He was a tough customer in the Fourth Circuit. He was appointed by George H.W. Bush, and he recently noted in an op-ed for the New York Times, quote, "A country without an independent judiciary is not one in which any of us should want to live, except perhaps Mr. Trump while he resides in the White House." Trump has railed against the federal judiciary for years, as I said in my opening, and especially now that his administration is losing in courts nationwide. So, Professor Shaw, what could Congress do to stand up against Trump's attacks on the judiciary to ensure that it remains functioning, independent, and co-equal in our system of governance?
Well, I certainly don't think resolutions of impeachment for no other reason than rulings that, members disagree with are constructive from the perspective of preserving judicial independence. I mean, one thing that I would imagine that bipartisan support could, easily rally behind is judicial security, right? We are in a moment in which we have read about
All right, everyone, that is the House hearing that continues on right now, but we have another live feed that we want to bring to you. Let's go out to the State Department right now, where the International Women of Courage Award ceremony is starting. We will hear from the First Lady Melania Trump in just moments.
Women's Issues, or SGWE as we call it here. I'm so honored to be with you all today at the 19th Annual International Women of Courage Award Ceremony. We are so excited to have so many distinguished guests and our courageous awardees. I'm so glad the weather in DC greeted you all with our beautiful cherry blossoms and a million blooms, just like the courage blooming all over the world, inspired by the incredible women we honor here today. Established by former Secretary of State Condoleezza Rice, this annual award celebrates women leaders from around the world who have demonstrated exceptional courage, strength, and leadership, often at great personal risk or sacrifice. 19 years, which is the same age as my son, is a testament to the importance of this award and the work it represents, a clear and powerful statement that the United States strongly supports the participation and protection of women and girls, the defense of their human rights, and their empowerment. None of this would be possible without leadership and support at the highest levels, starting with President Trump. Thank you to First Lady Melania Trump and Secretary Rubio for your deep, long-standing commitment to women and girls globally. We are so thrilled to have so many members of the Cabinet and Congress and their staff here as well. I'm so proud to be here representing SGWE. Our mission has been to promote the rights and empowerment of women and girls globally as a cornerstone of U.S. foreign policy. As President Trump said, when women are empowered to participate in civic and economic life, their communities, their families, and countries are more prosperous, healthy, and safe. My office works across three main areas that, as the Secretary outlined, advances the President's America First vision. Making America safer, by ensuring the protection of women and girls from violence, a central part of securing our border, combating terrorism, and fostering global peace and security. Making America stronger, by advancing women's meaningful participation in political, peace, and security processes, leading to longer-lasting peace and stability around the world. Making America more prosperous, by supporting women's economic empowerment and fostering American investments, innovation, and interest over our strategic competitors. Now, the International Women of Courage Awards highlight the critical role women play in peace and stability. The 8 individuals who you will learn more about in just a moment embody those American values abroad and promote efforts that their countries and regions are more secure. I am pleased now to introduce their stories to you. Please see the screens.
At the House of Hope, I lead efforts to support survivors of gender-based violence, social accusation-related violence, and trafficking in persons. I am passionate about shaping a network of change makers to build a country where everyone can live free from violence.
Experience as a child marriage survivor motivated me to start up the organization so that I can be able to tackle issues of early marriage within my community and South Sudan at large. WOJE has empowered more than 15,000 survivors in the communities.
أعمل في مجال المختطفين والمخفيين قسرا والمعتقلين تعسفا. نعمل مع الأمهات وبنات الرابطة والنساء المختطفين من أجل الإفراج عن أبنائهم، والسلام دائما يبدأ من قلوب الأمهات.
Every person with disabilities deserves fair treatment. This is my life work and the mission of my organization. The work continues, but we are confident we have tools. Change is possible.
La question des droits humains est très problématique parce que mal compris, j'ai des motifs de satisfaction quand je réussis à convaincre les autorités à défendre un défenseur des droits humains, et aussi quand des personnes braquées contre les droits humains me disent: Madame, à l'issue de votre sensibilisation, j'ai compris, je m'engage à sensibiliser ma communauté.
On October 7th, I was taken hostage by Hamas terrorists. I survived 55 days in captivity. Upon my release, I vowed to tell my story because keeping it inside would destroy me. Courage for me means standing up for what you believe in. It means being true to your values and choosing hope and love even when faced with darkness.
I'm a journalist, and that's how I want people to see myself, and that's how I've made people see myself. The corruption story is unfortunately not going to end, and the impact I want to have is not to change governments. I want systems to change. I want laws to be put in place. I want institutions to be strengthened so that people are not able to abuse them, and that is what we have as investigative journalists always fought for, and that's what I will keep fighting for.
Conserving Tubataha is ensuring the food security of the country. As a marine protected area, we have become a model for other marine protected areas. We have brought pride to the country, and we have contributed to the global conservation goals. For me, courage means making a decision, making one's choices despite the uncertainties.
I think you can see the clear courage amongst all these incredible women. Now, it is my distinct honor to introduce, from the great state of Florida, like myself, our Secretary of State, Marco Rubio. Go Gators! Secretary Rubio has been a long, dedicated champion for women and girls around the world. As a U.S. Senator, he worked tirelessly to advance policies that strengthen women's roles in peace and security efforts, recognize their critical contributions to global security and American strength. He also worked to ensure that girls, particularly in conflict zones, have access to education. He played pivotal roles in making sure their efforts to end violence and human trafficking, striving to create safer environments for women and girls around the world. As a father of daughters, I know his passion for these issues is also deeply personal, driving his commitment to a future where all women and girls have the opportunity to lead, succeed, and thrive. Mr. Secretary, over to you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much for all of you for being here. Madam First Lady, thank you for joining us. We're so honored you would be here today with us at the State Department. All of our award recipients, you'll hear about them more in a moment. You saw that video, very moving, very touching. We'll learn more about them. All of my colleagues and distinguished guests. A special recognition for the members of our cabinet who are here today. Why don't you guys stand up so we can recognize you? Our Attorney General, the Secretary of Small Business, of Education, and of Labor. And we're missing Tulsi Gabbard because she's probably spying somewhere right now. So she's busy. But thank you for being here and joining us on this. And good afternoon and welcome to the State Department. This is a beautiful room. We don't use it often enough. But this is an appropriate setting in which to use it. And we're so grateful to be honoring this year's International Women of Courage awardees. This has been going on since 2007, when one of my predecessors, Secretary Condoleezza Rice, instituted this award. And since then, I've recognized over 200 women for their work promoting peace and prosperity and human rights in communities and in countries across the world. And what we recognize here more than that is not just their work, but the fact that they do so oftentimes at extraordinary risk to themselves, to their families, to their loved ones. Not just important work, but work that took courage. And that's why we recognize 8 women with the International Women of Courage Award here today. I'd briefly like to honor a leader. You saw her a moment ago, Katrina Fotova. Did I say that right? Katrina, we call her Kat. There. And she's done a great job. Without you and your team putting this together, it would not have been possible. Thank you. I want to also personally thank the woman of courage who lives in my home, my wife Jeanette, who rarely gets to join us. But, and I say that relatively speaking because, you know, courage is, I mean, you know, there are challenges with 3 kids under 22 years of age or 23, as you know, especially a 17-year-old that's still in high school, you know, and they had the world figured out. Anyway, thank you, because without her, I would not be able to do this. So we thank you very much and for being here today. You know, at the State Department, and under President Trump, we try to take every opportunity to defend and to promote women and girls across the world. During his first term, President Trump made women's economic opportunity an imperative. He established the Women's Global Development and Prosperity Initiative, which to date has reached over 12 million women worldwide. At home, during his first term, female unemployment reached the lowest level in 50 years. President Trump also signed the Women, Peace, and Security Act, a bill that I was very proud to have been a co-sponsor of when I was in the Senate. And it was the first comprehensive law passed in any country in the world, first law passed by any country anywhere in the world, focused on protecting women and promoting their participation in society. President Trump is also working now to fulfill his promise to end a brutal war that's going on in Europe as well as in the Middle East. Wars that aren't just costing the lives of soldiers and civilians, but where women in these wars, in these conflicts, as you will hear somewhat today, are kidnapped, and they're assaulted, they're displaced, they're killed, their families are in danger. And one of our honorees today knows that too well, because on 7th October of 2023, Amit Susana was abducted from her home by Hamas. And upon her release, she shared details of the sexual violence she endured as a hostage, which allowed medical professionals to document the atrocities that she suffered. And this was at a time when people were denying that these atrocities were being committed, and even blaming Israel for Hamas's brutality. Her bravery, her advocacy brings much needed attention to the scourge of sexual violence and conflicts all over the world. Even as I speak to you now, there is sexual violence going on somewhere in the world in these various conflicts. It is a scourge. There is so much more to be said about the accomplishments and the courage and the leadership of each of these great women. And let me reaffirm the importance of protecting women and girls and promoting their well-being are American goals, but they also happen to be a strong goal of our president, President Donald Trump. So to our honorees, congratulations and thank you for your work to create a safer and more secure and just world. In a moment, it'll be my distinct honor to welcome the First Lady of the United States to speak to you. She too is a woman of tremendous courage and of great accomplishment. She's an inspirational leader. Through her Be Best initiative and her work now advocating the Take It Down Act, she's protected women and girls online and promoted their health and well-being. So, Madam First Lady, thank you so much for being with us today. I look forward to continuing to work with you to promote the well-being and prosperity of Americans. So, ladies and gentlemen, please help me welcome, it's a great honor to welcome the First Lady of the United States, Melania Trump.
Thank you. Please sit down, please. Thank you. Good afternoon, and thank you, Secretary Rubio. Throughout my life, I have harnessed the power of love as a source of strength during challenging times. Love has inspired me to embrace forgiveness, nurture empathy,
and exhibit bravery in the face of unforeseen obstacles. Today, we celebrate courage, a strength that is based in love. This truth is illustrated through our honorees, who prove that love can inspire extraordinary valor, even in the face of vulnerability. Their remarkable stories, a testament to the power of love in practice for family, community, and our world. This is especially evident in places where their passion defies convention and where it has been shown at great personal risk of stigma, persecution, or harm. The courageous Georgiana Pescu, one of our award recipients, exemplifies love in action. Georgiana is a watchdog who defends the dignity of Romanians whose voices cannot be heard. She fearlessly enters facilities designated as care centers to rescue people with disabilities who are unwittingly held captive. In fact, Georgiana usually shows up unannounced and discovers the unimaginable. Helpless adults and children bound, sedated, starving, and in extreme cases dying. Thanks to Georgiana's brave work, dozens of offenders have been charged with human trafficking, exploitation, and even organized crime. We are honored to join an exceptional assembly of brave women who have shown their love and refuse to let fear or hardship define them. Their collective achievements and dedication move us all. Let us also take a moment to acknowledge those who persist in their struggles. For each of them, love serves as a powerful catalyst, instilling a profound sense of purpose in their endeavors. To the women who are driven to speak out for justice, even though their voices are trembling. To the women who are motivated to rise up for their community when others remain indifferent. To the women who feel compelled to heal wounds caused by hatred and cherish peace. The 2025 International Women of Courage Award recipients came from diverse backgrounds and regions. Yet, love transcends boundaries and territories. It is a universal language. Their courage propels us of humanity forward by advocating to end violence against women and girls, promoting democratic governance, defending human rights, championing education, and fighting injustice. Through their efforts, they instigate progress for all of humanity. These extraordinary women illuminate the transformative power of love in shaping our world. Their journeys remind us that true courage is born from a deep commitment to others, showing that love fuels the call for justice. Through their brave actions, they inspire us to embrace our own potential for change, teaching us that while courage drives us forward, it is love that lays the groundwork for lasting impact. Let their stories motivate us to take courageous steps, knowing that each act of love can spark a ripple of transformation. Thank you, and thank you for being here today. Thank you.
Thank you. Beautiful remarks, weren't they? Just lovely. Thank you, everyone. I'm Tammy Bruce. I'm the spokesperson for the U.S. State Department. You guys are also great. Great looking room here. And it's an honor and a pleasure to be here with all of you. So good afternoon, Madam First Lady, Secretary Rubio, Mrs. Rubio, and distinguished guests. Today, we celebrate the extraordinary achievements of 8 women from across the globe who have demonstrated unparalleled courage, resilience, and leadership in the face of adversity. These remarkable individuals have shown us that courage knows no boundaries and that the strength of the human spirit can overcome even the most daunting challenges. As we honor these exceptional women, we are reminded of the importance of their work and the impact these women have had on their own communities.
State Department spokesperson Tammy Bruce speaking at this event at the State Department. We just heard from First Lady Melania Trump as well. We'll get back to this in just moments, but I do want to go out to some breaking news that we are following for you right now out in Boston. These are aerials of the aftermath of a truck that we are learning that has struck people out in Boston. So this is the scene right now. The truck is believed to have hit multiple people when it crashed off a street in Boston earlier today. Right now, it was being reported at 12:48 Eastern is when this incident happened. The yellow rental box truck that you can see right there in the middle of your screen, still on its side right now after the crash, and we have still first responders and at the scene, and this investigation continues with the police tape up as well. The road was closed between Tyler and Washington Streets, according to the police. The area is near Boston's Chinatown. So right now, these aerials continue on right here with the breaking news. We'll wait for more updates coming out of Boston here, but that is the latest as the scene continues to be investigated with the truck there on the sidewalk, partially as well. All right, so Skyfox looks like it is leaving there. We'll keep an eye on that. If we get any info from the ground or any news conferences, we'll be sure to bring that to you right here on Live Now. We'll take a 2-minute break. We'll be back with much more in just moments. Back, everyone, here worldwide on Live Now from Fox. We continue to showcase just some of these aerials out of Boston right now of a truck that has struck people out on the sidewalk and street area in Boston. We're waiting to get more details from this incident, but obviously active investigation is going on right now, and you do have police blocking off several streets in this area. So again, if we get any sound from on the ground with the authorities, we will be sure to pass that along to you on Live Now from Fox. And also keeping an eye out in Massachusetts today. It's very busy as well for the Karen Reed trial, as the jury selection for the second murder trial is started today and is expected to go several weeks. So we want to know, and you can join in on the conversation as we'll continue to talk about the Karen Reed trial today and as the trial does progress. But you could scan the QR code there top right, and if you have any questions about the Karen Reed trial, we'll try to get some of those answered for you a little bit later when we talk to legal experts on this Karen Reed trial there. So you can see it right there on the screen. Let us know, and we'll be sure to try to pass along some of those questions to our legal analyst a little bit later on Live Now from Fox, everyone. All right. In the meantime, we do want to continue on with live feeds that are continuing to pop up right now. Let's go out to Capitol Hill, where we continue to have lawmakers speak just a day before the tariffs are expected to be put into place, as President Trump is calling tomorrow Liberation Day.
Having us and our allies put tremendous pressure on them with economic sanctions. And we know that if they have the ability to sell their oil around the world, that's only going to continue to fund more terrorist activity, and we need to put a stop to it. I'm proud to support the Maximum Pressure Act, a critical step in safeguarding American interest and global security. And as we all know, they are going to continue, and we actually have a strong leader now. We've stumbled over the last 4 years in our position in the world with dealing with Iran, and they've taken advantage of that. And I am proud to stand here with my colleagues to put the line in the sand and know that our president is going to do the right thing in leading and making sure that America's safe, that the Middle East is stable, and that we're going to stand with our allies in Israel and others in the Middle East to make sure that Iran can't do more destructive damage. So thank you again, and it's my honor to introduce freshman colleague, Mr. Troy Downing from Montana.
Thank you. And first, I want to thank Representatives Nunn, Pfluger, and Klein for their leadership, and for all of my colleagues here for standing up for what's right, and also for the Republican Study Committee. So RC's efforts to codify President Trump's maximum pressure campaign and hold Iran accountable is incredibly important. There's a lot of us up here who have served, seeing this firsthand, as Representative Stubbe put. But put plainly, these efforts could not be more timely. On the other side of the world, Iran-backed Houthis in Yemen are attacking U.S. ships and disrupting global trade, while the Ayatollah's regime looks to step away from the negotiating table on a nuclear deal. But here in Washington, Republicans in Congress could not be more serious about imposing the toughest ever sanctions on Iran to thwart the development of its nuclear program and to dissuade its support for terror across the globe. In the face of Iranian threats, we're showcasing once again that when we work together in lockstep with President Trump, we can deliver real and lasting pain for America's enemies and those who wish our allies harm. Thank you again to my colleagues on the Republican Study Committee for your leadership. God bless our troops. God bless America. And I'm going to yield to my fellow Air Force veteran, Don Bacon.
Thank you. Thanks for being here. Most of the salient points have been made, so I won't repeat all of them. But I do like to share a personal experience. I deployed to Iraq in 2007 and 8. I came there during the surge. We were losing about 120 troops a month. At that point was the peak of that fight. But as time went on, we whittled down Al-Qaeda, and the bigger threat became the Shia militias that were targeting Americans. And they became the biggest threat at the end. And these Shia militias were armed, funded, and led by Iranian IRGC. We lost 609 Americans from those Shia militias that were directed by Iran. 609 families that were lost a son or daughter, husband, wife, or mom or dad. That's a lot. We should never forget it. But it doesn't stop there. We also lost sailors on the USS Cole from Iranian-run terrorists. We lost those Marines at the towers in Beirut, the dorms, from Iranian terrorists. And Khobar Towers. We lost mainly airmen there that were killed by a terrorist that was Iranian run. My friend, Tim Hahn, was killed in that attack. America should not forget what Iran has done, and we should not forgive until this regime is kicked out. We know that if Iran gains a nuclear weapon, it will become an existential threat to Israel and our country. We cannot let that happen. So we want to have our foot on their neck economically and try to prevent every penny coming in or going out. With that, I get to introduce my friend, Dave Joyce.
Thank you, sir. Thank you all, and good afternoon. As has been stated, for decades, Iran has been both the largest sponsor of terrorism in this world, and the Biden administration emboldened this regime by tolerating Iran's threats against American citizens and U.S. interests. President Trump will end these threats now, full stop. He understands that allowing Iran to obtain nuclear weapons is an unacceptable risk. The Trump administration and Congress, as you can see, are going to work together to ensure that we take an aggressive approach against Iran and its influence. America will always stand against the sponsorship of terrorism and violence that targets our citizens and our allies like Israel. I look forward to leading the charge with my colleagues here today, and I now look forward to, as we all do, to answering any questions you may have.
Go ahead, and we'll call up anybody that is a subject matter expert if you have specific. Let me just say real quick, the people you see here come from different committees. Everybody serves on a different committee here in Congress, not just on the Armed Service or the Intel or the National Security Committees. But what you see today is a Republican Study Committee putting national security back into the national dialogue. It's a conservative word. We believe in national security. We believe in protecting Americans everywhere. Couldn't be prouder of the members that are on the stage and some that are not, that also have an interest in this. And with that, we'll go to questions.
Thank you, Congressman. So Congress has made little progress in codifying the president's executive orders. Are you worried at all that Republicans might be falling behind and really cementing Trump's agenda?
No, not at all. And in fact, just a couple of weeks ago, we stood here with our RSC set in stone policy package of 8 different pieces of legislation that did exactly that. They're advocating for the executive orders, for the codification of those executive orders, for the agenda that we know is a mandate. We're working very closely with the White House, with the administration, and as we've heard from leadership in the last, in fact, just as recently as today, that they are working very diligently with the committees of jurisdiction to make sure that we do codify. I think you see that with the CRAs that are being passed, some of which have been signed into law, that are doing the things that President Trump said he would do. And we're all looking forward to getting to that reconciliation package so we can further the codification. Does anybody else have any words on that?
Thank you. My name is Arash. I'm with Iran International TV. Some questions about this package. Number one, the Ayatollah was speaking to masses 2 days ago in Iran after the month of Ramadan, and what he said about sitting down with President Trump in negotiations is that if the Islamic Republic in fact sits with the United States, it shows its weakness, and therefore you and your colleague and what he calls the Zionist regime would increase the pressure on the regime, so that's why he doesn't want to directly talk to the United States. I want to hear your reaction on his thoughts. And also yesterday, his advisor, Ali Larijani, told the Iranian press that if Iran is being bombed by the United States, it would leave Iran with no choice but to march toward nuclear bomb. What do you think about these 2 questions?
Iran has no leverage. Iran has no friends. Iran is a pariah. Iran is by themselves. And the only choice they have from President Trump is to make sure that they never attain a nuclear weapon. That is the only choice that they have. This package, the strongest Iran sanctions and security package delivered to date, does exactly that. It sends a message to Iran, to the Ayatollah, that the Iranian people are not the target. It's the leadership that wants to gain a nuclear weapon and wants to continue that pariah state of sowing chaos and terrorism throughout the world. So they have 2 choices. One, they can make sure that they announce loud and clear to the world that they will not attain a nuclear weapon, or they face the consequences. And I think they're lucky that they have somebody who is so strong, President Trump, who has delivered an off-ramp for them. If I were them, I would make the choice of announcing loud and clear that they will not attain a nuclear weapon. And I'll turn it over to Mr. Nunn.
I think August said it directly. Let's look at the situation here. The Ayatollah has tried to have conversations with the United States in the past, and the Ayatollah has failed. The Ayatollah has been a coward at every moment where he could have done the right thing. The Ayatollah has chosen to punish the Persian Farsi people in a massacre that has existed for now more than 45 years. The Ayatollah is the one who is pushing Iran towards the precipice. And the Ayatollah is the one who's not only destabilizing the Middle East, but is the same entity who's attacked U.S. forces, U.S. citizens, and now shows up on the southern border of the United States and threatens America's national security.
If I may follow up on that question, what do you think about the advice?
All right, House Republicans talking about tariffs, also Iran sanctions as they try to get more tougher sanctions on Iran. Hi, everyone. Mike Page here. Thanks again for joining us worldwide on Live Now from Fox. We're keeping an eye on the breaking news, though, out of Boston, where this truck has hit multiple people and is now right now on its side out on the streets here of Boston and on the sidewalk there as well. This happened around 12:45 p.m. Eastern, and right now crews are still on the scene as this is an active investigation that is taking place right now. You do see the police tape up as well, and you have several police officers and detectives on the scene and around this block, and several blocks are shut down right now as they continue to investigate right here. We know that multiple people were injured. We don't have a specific number right now. We are waiting for more updates from Boston police at this time, but you can see the damage there from the truck there on its side. And again, we continue to bring you the latest here on Live Now from Fox. We know that the roads are closed between Tyler and Washington streets. The area is near Boston's Chinatown as well. And this was a rental truck there on its side. We don't know what the contents, if there were any inside, but you can see partly inside of that truck right now. And the Boston police spokesperson told media outlets of course the investigation is still very early. It happened at 12:48 p.m. Eastern and continues to be investigated right now. And we'll be keeping an eye on this one for you. If we do get any sound from police on the ground, we will pass that along to you. And of course, if we get any updates on the victims, we will bring that to your attention as well. We'll take another 2-minute break here on Live Now. We'll be back with much more in just moments. Welcome back, everyone, to Live Now from Fox. Again, we appreciate you continuing to be with us all right here, giving you different live feeds that continue to come in, and we bring them right back to you. Let's go back out to the State Department briefing for the International Women of Courage Award ceremony as it does continue, and you have the recipients right there giving some camera shots there, taking some photos. We just heard from First Lady Melania Trump, and it looks like this event is now wrapping up there, but just wanted to bring that to you to show you the close of that International Women of Courage Awards ceremony. Giving you at the Capitol right now, House Republicans still taking questions on Iran sanctions and so much more.
A lack of enforcement of sanctions that are already in the book. Billions of dollars, tens of billions of dollars being paid by China for illicit oil on tankers that can be spotted on a map today but are not being stopped. We've seen Iran try its best to rebut. 300 weapon systems fired at Israel. And who stood in the breach? The Israelis, led by the United States, backed up by Britain, France, Jordan, and other Arab partners who came to the table to collectively hold Iran accountable. We have seen the IRGC decimated. We have seen Hezbollah pushed back in the north. We've seen Hamas nearly obliterated from the map. And we have seen a ragtag group of terrorists out of Yemen being striked repeatedly here in only the first 10 weeks, something that didn't happen for the last 4 days. The entire suite of statecraft now is being brought to bear against Tehran. And it's more than, I would say, a pushback here. It is cutting off their very ability to maneuver in the space. The Ayatollah wants regime change, and the Ayatollah needs to come to the table and have a conversation about a future for the Iranian people, not be trying to dig centrifuges in the middle of a desert, because our allies and the United States will be very quick to end that campaign. Thank you.
Thank you. Good. All right. Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
All right, House Republicans are wrapping up there for their news conference, and we will take a 2-minute break. Stay back, come back with much more in just moments on Live Now. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. We are back here with you. Let's go out to another live event that we have been following for you. This in-demand hearing on the House side featuring the former Speaker of the House, Newt Gingrich, testifying on the Judiciary Overreach Committee, talking about judicial overreach by courts against President Trump. Let's listen in on Live Now.
Move to El Salvador. And what really should happen is that every single one of those people should have to file their own lawsuits and each district then judge should rule on it. That's the difference, the opposite of a nationwide injunction, right?
Actually, as I've said several times in the last 3 hours, there can be a provision by which the Supreme Court takes up that injunction.
So which is it? Do you oppose nationwide injunctions as a judicial coup d'etat?
No.
Or do you think nationwide injunctions are appropriate in certain circumstances but should have expedited appeal?
I believe that nationwide injunctions by an individual judge is far too much power, and that there can be a procedure.
Let's keep on with Judge Boasberg's case, okay? So he issued, and by the way, he did not issue an order on the underlying issue. He temporarily enjoined the president from whisking off people to another country without due process so that the legal issue could be resolved. Now, you say expedited appeal. That opinion, that case was already appealed to the district court, the Court of Appeals for the district court. They've already ruled. And by 2-1, they kept the temporary injunction in. It was a Republican appointee, Judge Henderson, who was one of the two. So I guess I'm confused as to what the problem is with a temporary nationwide injunction so that the issue can be resolved, and if necessary, ultimately by the Supreme Court. It sounds like you agree with me that that is the appropriate process.
The difference is whether or not you believe, one, that time matters, and
well, this was within a matter of weeks. It's now up before the Supreme Court. That's expedited, and I will say, I wholly agree with you, and to my colleague, Mr. Kiley, I would happily work to expedite appeals for nationwide injunctions. I hope my Republican colleagues would work with us to expedite enforcement of congressional subpoenas. The courts take far too long. I agree with you. But the notion that we do not have due process and that someone should be removed without due process based on false pretenses, which the administration now admits under a petition for habeas corpus, I would add, Mr. Larkin, and that there's no recourse because their mistake is now out of their control. I think even you, Mr. Gingrich, would agree with me that when you mistakenly accuse someone of being a gang member and you deport them, that it is incumbent upon you to fix that mistake. Do you agree?
I agree.
And with that, we're going to give you at least until, let's call it 2:30 to return. We stand in recess.
All right, so they are going to be in recess for about 45 minutes. We'll keep an eye on this hearing when it does get going once again. All right, we will take our final break here of the hour on Live Now from Fox. We'll be back in just moments. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Mike Page. Coming up in just moments, you will see my colleague, Andy Mack. He will be with you for the next couple of hours, bringing the day's biggest top stories and headlines. We have another live event that we want to go out to. Let's go out to Milwaukee, where the police chief right now is giving some remarks. Let's listen in on Live Now.
Attempting to traffic stops, we still do. But there's so many other different tools that are being utilized. One of the things I know that we're working in cooperation with our state legislature and our elected officials. We started to tow. Our Fire and Police Commission allowed us to tow vehicles that are involved in reckless driving. I know there's some legislation looking at expanding that because we have to understand we have to take away the modality of how they commit the crime, which is their vehicle. But it's not easy. I think there's still some other particular things we can do. I don't know if there can be some level of going after the companies that tint the windows, especially when you talk about the windshield, which is illegal. So there's opportunities that we can still collaborate. I have a great relationship with the mayor and the common council and have the support of our Fire and Police Commission. But this is where the feedback and just seeing what are the opportunities that we can do to have another level of enforcement, another level to impact that particular reckless and disrespectful behavior of tinting all your windows around so that you can't see who the particular driver is.
James Robinson, thank you so much for your presentation and for being here today. In looking at your data, one thing I saw was an uptick in carjackings. Last summer, I was involved in one in front of the public market. The car behind me was carjacked. I called 911, and within a minute, I heard sirens, and you guys were on it, which was phenomenal. I'm just wondering how you're tackling that issue and what we can do as citizens to be more aware of it, more prepared for it, and respond to it.
So first, I just want to extend my apologies for your experience there, knowing that that's a traumatic situation to deal with. So there's a couple of things. Let's start with what we're doing. We have a number of different operations out there, something that's within our violent crime plan, Operation Winter Guardian, where there's a specific task force in the areas of concern looking for individuals who are taking the opportunity to unfortunately do that particular type of crime, carjacking. But as Summer Guardian is an engagement tool for gun violence, Winter Guardian is an engagement tool for carjacking. So we are going around to valets, we're going around to different businesses, doing informational, talking about how you can protect yourself, how your customers can protect themselves, because one of the things that we are dealing with in the age of technology is we just can't I put my phones on the table there, we can't get off our phones. We can't get off our phones. We, unfortunately, love our technology to a point where it's counterproductive of our safety. There's been times where there's been situations where individuals who are whether looking for maps or trying to respond back to that text, whatever, carjacking is a crime of opportunity. They look for those who are not paying attention. They look for those what we call an easy target. So that transitions to how you all can work to protect yourselves. Be vigilant. The unfortunate thing is that we are very good at catching carjackers, but I'd like us to be better at preventing. Meaning that if you allow the opportunity when you're in your iPad or laptop, there's better places to do catching up on work than inside your vehicle, especially when it's running. And don't get me wrong, it's not to say that it's victimizing the victim, because it's all about trying to what we call target hardening. Make it more difficult for those who want to get those or not paying attention to say, hey, you know what? And we hear this from those who are involved in that type of behavior. If they were paying attention, we would have went off to someone else. And so it helps to be vigilant, aware, and if somebody has to be on the phone, somebody be a lookout, just trying to understand, okay, there are signs out there, those who are, hanging around certain areas and unfortunately looking for, a target out there. Again, video surveillance and, talking to your businesses, valets, don't leave cars unattended too long. Ensuring that we have a good system in regards to making sure that we're putting our vehicles up. Because unfortunately, as in robberies, because carjacking is just a robbery, it's all about vigilance. It's all about not being a crime of opportunity because it happens so quickly. And so definitely working again to, have the, what we call target hardening, but we're doing our part because we're catching them, we're holding people accountable, and we're messaging that out to our public.
Good
afternoon. Thank you for being here. I'm Kathy Eli, and I was mayor of Wauwatosa for 8 years. Met with my police chief and my fire chief once a week for those 8 years. So I really became aware that your two departments, the fire department and the police department, are on the front line of the symptoms, the ramifications of social problems. And I encourage everyone in this room and elected officials to pay more attention, because our police departments can help us understand what root causes are that you're dealing with on a daily basis. So I want to thank you for that.
Appreciate it.
I also noticed that on your closure rates, everything was increasing on a positive rate, except for one area, and that was rape. And I'm just curious if you are aware of why that is.
So when you look at the numbers, and that's probably that first slide in regards to the reported incidents. So for human trafficking and sexual assault, those are some very difficult investigations. And what really makes it difficult is the reporting of it. And so it could be a glass half empty, glass half full. You know, there is what we call within the criminal justice field the undercurrent, underbody of data, meaning that those unreported crimes, those are the ones where, you know, people did not either come forward or felt not comfortable going forward. And so I'm a glass half full type of guy. Knowing that that is a sensitive, particular type of incident, having those who feel comfortable enough to report to us is a good thing in my eyes. Meaning that that gives us a chance to respond, impact, support, engage. You know, there's people from the, our domestic violence community here that, you know, we are looking for every particular resource and service, whether it's warm handoffs or instrumental partnerships. But seeing that there are more people coming forward to report and to engage a department where it's hard to have that trust. As you can see in my lapel, one of the things that we're proud of as a department, last year we were able to be bestowed the trust certificate for a large department from the International Association of Chiefs of Police. This is a commitment to building trust within the community. We are one of the few major city chiefs departments who have gotten that certificate, which is a partnership. We had to have like certain standards to be met, because we understand that without trust, you don't really get anything else. Support, cooperation. And so when we see these particular type of numbers, I would feel that our people are doing the right thing of engaging, connecting, and I would say nurturing trust with the community that we do serve to get those particular type of reportings.
I also want to thank you on the departments. There's been just a significant increase in the past 10 years of departments working together very collaboratively, and that has made a huge difference in how our county and our greater metropolitan area works together. So thank you very much for that.
Thank you. The greatest showing was the RNC. That was a huge, huge undertaking, and if it wasn't for the collaboration, not only citywide, countywide, but also statewide and nationwide.
Thank you for your presentation, and congratulations to the City Council and to the Mayor for supporting the Police Department. That's a good partnership.
Yes, sir.
My question relates to young people in the Youth Athletic League that you talked about some time ago. Could you give us a status report of your relationship with youths and sports and where it might be in the future?
So as we are, again, engaging in the Milwaukee Police Athletic League, I know that recent report I had that we had over 1,000 touch points with our youth in the city. And this is just a small core group of officers with Milwaukee Police Department, but we also engage with our community liaison officers, our community partnership unit, and also other officers to have these particular touch points. But we have a number of different events like the Brought with a Cop. It works with not only the youth, but we have a cadet program, which is high school students who are engaged in working with the police department to, again, be exposed to the workings of the police department, but also auxiliaries and police aides. We work with schools. We work with a number of different community organizations. I believe in, I don't remember what the acronym is. Heather, help me out. UConn, the United Community, or oh, Lord, you don't know either? Okay. Well, these are the consortium of community organizations across the country, across the city that we work on, engagement at the parks. We work collaboratively with the Safe and Sound, love them. There's a real working hand in hand. As I said, coming into this particular position back in 2021, even when I was even the interim or acting chief, collaboration is a new public safety strategy. We all have a relative subject matter expertise to bring to the pot, bring to the table that we can use. And what we see now is that the collaborations are real, but they're being sustained. No more one-hit wonders. No more that we're just doing something to have a little feel-good story out there. These are being maintained, nurtured, and having people like Marcy Patterson, that is her prime directive to continue to navigate these relationships, build more, but also to continue to nurture the ones that we do have so that no one feels like we're just here and gone tomorrow. Because our youth, as you just said, needs this consistency out of us. But it's important to understand that we cannot be the only ones doing it. Our prime directive is law enforcement, meaning that we enforce the law. But we do have, most important, a hand in engaging and ensuring that we are taking care of and engaging the most vulnerable in our community, which is our youth. Is this water for mine, or is this a shared water up here? I don't want to. I didn't know. Did anybody else know this is all me? Nobody breathed on anything like that, did they? My wife's a physician. She'll be like, "You're not being very healthy right now." I'm just messing.
Good afternoon, Chief. My name is TJ Molinari. Thank you for your commitment to public service and for your team for being here and all you do for the city of Milwaukee. I'm a city of Milwaukee resident myself, and we're very appreciative of all the service. Thankless job, so thank you.
Thank you.
My question is this. I've been following the developments at the New York Police Department and all the emphasis of information technology. The background of the commissioner there is in IT, which I found to be very surprising, but it makes sense. And given that, I was wondering if Milwaukee had thoughts on better ways to use IT in policing to improve effectiveness and improve performance of the department, if you had any thoughts on that.
Absolutely. We lean into technology. Technology is a game changer, not only for our institution, profession, but for all of our respective businesses. So as we all know, we have staffing issues. There is some issues in regards to, is that the best individual to handle that particular type of work? Technology can be the game changer, or it can be a force multiplier. So we looked at technology from, again, using for our communication systems, for investigation systems. I know that we've been approved or have support for our drone program, which again gives a bigger eyesight of, the particular responding to calls or being able to get a good handle on particular calls. But technology is used for report writing. So there's a lot of efficiencies that come out of technology. We have to be very careful, as we all know, especially when we talk about AI. Putting information into a system that can be shared. We have sensitive particular systems. We have what's called CJIS compliant, meaning that we need to make sure that those who have eyes on these particular type of systems are allowed to have eyes on these particular systems. So we have to, it's a balancing act about how much technology we embrace. Is this something that meets the approval of our elected officials, our residents? But also that we have the funding, because that's another thing about technology, it can be quite expensive. And so we have to be very careful about what technology we use, how it's being used, the tracking, and also being able to, maintain it. When we had transitioned to body-worn cameras, which is a big technology that we use, it wasn't about acquiring the equipment, it was about maintaining and the, archives and the, records and everything. So we really lean into technology, and that came before if I came into this particular position. But even now, utilizing technology with some of the challenges that we have is even more important within the right balance and understand it's being properly vetted. But technology is a huge component in our services, how we deliver them, how we maintain them, and making sure that there is a transparency act to it, as you know, with body-worn cameras that technology is being used for.
Hi, Chief Norman. Thank you for speaking with us today. My name is Elizabeth Evans Draper, and my question is, what would most help you do your job if you could be given a resource, whether it's manpower, money, or even a particular piece of legislation that would really help you to move the needle in reducing some of the crime statistics? What would be most helpful to you in your department?
Trust. Oh my goodness. I think sometimes we do more work proving that we are worthy of the resources, worthy of the support. Trust, and I've always said this, is the biggest thing to help our department. We have trauma in so many spaces within our community. Whether it's our elected official community, whether it's within our business community, are you going to do the right thing with the resources given to you? If there's anything that I can say that if I can get more of, is that trust this department. Trust the leadership. The proof's in the pudding. We're on the right track. Give us that support. And with that comes the resources, whether it's more increased budget, whether it's increased staffing. It's a challenge to hear people say, with policing, I wouldn't want my kid in that. My response is this, then who do you want there? If you can't feel confident enough that that loved one, I have 2 kids. If my kids came to me and said, hey, Pop, I'm coming to the police department, I will be proud. You know why? Because I raised them. I know what they're going to be like. And so too often, we still have those issues of, do you truly, unequivocally, trust your department? Would you trust them with your loved one? It's more than just saying, hey, we support you, thank you. Show it in deed and action. And so that is always a challenge as we walk through this, new trajectory of policing in the 21st century. But I say this without hesitation. If there's anything, if you can wave a wand or if you've been around, bewitched, can twitch your nose, give us that trust. And trust that even when we do mess up, there will be accountability, that there will be that type of level of making sure that we make sure we keep our house right. Absolutely. That is what I asked for.
Thank you.
All right, you're just listening in there to Milwaukee Police provide an update on keeping the community safe. And it's another busy Tuesday as I'm Andy Mack now in the anchor chair just past 2 o'clock on the East Coast. And we're going to continue to dive into some of these top stories of the day, including this, a live look from Boston, Massachusetts, as we are learning that at least 4 people were hospitalized, 2 with critical conditions after a truck barreled into pedestrians. We don't know a ton of the information right now, but you can see the crime scene tape up there. People looking on at a scary scene in the heart of Boston. Emergency crews responding to a report of pedestrians hurt in a crash near the area of Neeland and Harrison Streets there in downtown Boston. If you are familiar, just a few blocks away from the Boston Common, a very popular tourist spot, a very bustling city there in Boston, Massachusetts, in that New England area. So you can see plenty of police on hand. We'll kind of call out anybody that we see in terms of who they are, what individuals. I haven't seen necessarily Boston Mayor Michelle Wu. You can imagine she is getting briefed on that right now. But this is just what we're looking at live here on Live Now from Fox. Also awaiting different comments from Senate leadership. John Thune, the Republican majority leader from South Dakota, expected to make some remarks. This on the eve of those tariffs being re-implemented, as they're calling it Liberation Day. And you can see the markets reacting in a big way to threats, concerns over what's to come tomorrow. We're expecting to hear from President Trump near the end of the day tomorrow about this, so we'll see what comes from it, but down some 200 points here already on this Tuesday. All right, I'm Andy Mack. Let's slide away for a quick 2-minute break. More top headlines after this. All right, welcome back in here to Live Now from Fox. Plenty of live pictures that we're monitoring right now out of Boston, out of Washington, D.C., and of course, the stock market there dipping due to tariff concerns. So we're monitoring all of these here on Live Now from Fox on a busy Tuesday afternoon. We also want to make note of something that's going on the Senate floor right now. Chad Pergram reporting about what's going on with Cory Booker as he continues to speak there from the floor, as he continues to hold the floor for the Senate floor. Booker's now the fourth slot, the longest Senate speeches ever, surpassing the senator from Wisconsin who spoke for 18 hours and 23 minutes back in 1908. Next up is Senator Ted Cruz and his speech. Of course, the record for longest time standing there on the Senate floor is just over 24 hours. So we're continuing to monitor this here on Live Now from Fox, and the Democrats continuing to rally behind some of this. You can see different members of Congress, including the senator from California, Alex Padilla, now speaking, giving him somewhat of a break. But this is still the extended speech for Cory Booker in the works right now. So we're going to keep an eye on that. You can watch the full speech on our YouTube page on Live Now from Fox, so you can go to that and dive into it, because it is a big speech that he is making, an extended speech. And we saw him yesterday start the speech, and it continues into a new day, extending, saying he will continue until he can continue no more. All right, another couple live pictures that we're continuing to monitor there out of Boston, Massachusetts. This a live picture, as you can see the photographer getting into place as we're learning more about 4 people that were hospitalized after being struck by a truck that hit pedestrians on a sidewalk, also crashed into a Boston building on Tuesday afternoon. Emergency crews responded to report of a pedestrian hurt in a crash in the area of Neeland and then Harrison in the city's Chinatown section just before 1 p.m. as they saw a Penske rental truck flipped over on the sidewalk, lodged against a Great Wall kitchen supply business there, according to the Boston Police and the Boston Fire Department. So this is just a live picture that we're getting up right now from the scene. You can see it there on the right-hand portion of your screen. They're blocking off this, a main thoroughfare in Boston on a busy day. So still monitoring this here on Live Now from Fox, and we'll see if we have any updates from police. We'll hear from potentially the mayor, Michelle Wu, about what's coming up there. But you can see it on the right-hand portion of your screen. This truck on its side after striking pedestrians. 4 hospitalized, 2 right now with critical injuries. All right, right now, though, let's continue on here on Live Now from Fox and take you back out to Milwaukee as they are talking about keeping the community safe. Let's listen into this here on Live Now.
You see what we do. You have a good handle on some of the challenges that we have. Please speak on that. Use that enlightenment for those conversations when we see those news clips, those social media clips. Because Citizen Academy exposes you to your department in a way that others don't have an opportunity or never had the opportunity to engage in. So the door is always open for anyone who wants to have that particular experience there, because we always love to be able to have more people become part of the experience there. So I see that the guy with the horn and the cane's coming up to pull me off the stage. I'd like to leave you with this. It is my absolute pleasure to be able to speak to you all today. I'm so humbled to be here after almost 5 years to have a follow-up conversation about the vision that was bestowed and put forth over almost 5 years ago, 4 years as permanent chief, that we're still accomplishing those particular goals. But I also know it cannot and it will not happen without all of you. So again, I'd like to say thank you. God bless you all. Please stay safe and healthy.
So many parts of that presentation that align with the 4-way test behind us and Rotary's principle of service above self. So thank you. Thank you, Chief Norman, for speaking to Rotary, in the press club today. Consistent with our current effort to raise funds for polio eradication, we'll make a donation to the Rotary Foundation in your name to purchase 50 doses of the vaccine, bringing us closer to a goal of a polio-free world. Thank you. A few quick closing announcements. The parking gate will be open until 1:30, so you do not need a parking validation ticket if you're leaving during that time. Join us next week as we hear from Michelle Thaler, former assistant.
All right, you're just listening in there to Milwaukee officials, including the police, talked about keeping communities safe. So we're monitoring that here on Live Now from Vox very, very closely. Also out of Boston, I do want to put up just a live picture one more time as we continue to monitor the latest on this scary incident on a busy Tuesday afternoon into the evening hours. All right, let's sign away for another quick 2-minute break. More top headlines after this. All right, welcome back in here to Live Now from Vox. I am Andy Mack. We're going to hopscotch our way through some of these top stories of the day, and there is plenty to get to over the next several hours. We're still waiting right now on Senate leadership, including the Senator John Thune, the Republican leader there, expected to make some remarks. This on the eve of Liberation Day, as they are calling it. On the eve of those tariffs being re-implemented. We'll see what he has to say about this, but plenty of conversations around that. Until then, let's take you right now out to the Senate floor as the marathon speech continues into another hour, of course, surpassing now for the fourth slot the longest Senate speech ever. Of course, next up is Senator Ted Cruz. So it's over 18 hours now. The record, the total record dating back some years is 24 hours and 18 minutes. We'll see if Booker can get that far. You've had some of his Democratic colleagues also chiming in to give him a little bit of a break. But this marathon speech continues to go on, saying he would remain there as long as, quote, physically possible. Let's listen into some of what he has to say there in our nation's capital.
Human events. Alice Paul, one of my greatest heroes, you know what she did? She caused a heck of a lot of good trouble. Necessary trouble. She is the first American ever, young American in her early 20s, the first American ever to protest in front of the White House. She broke with the older, more mature suffrage organizations and went to the White House and did what she called a silent retreat, protest. She held up signs quoting President Woodrow Wilson's own words about freedom and equality and say, aren't they true for me? Like a great black woman would later say, ain't I a woman? Don't I deserve rights? You don't think she was afraid? Let me tell you how afraid she was. Hundreds came out to jeer her, blocking the street, and then they arrested her for obstructing public passage. And then what do you do with a strong, powerful woman, you say that she's crazy, and you throw her in an insane asylum. Before Gandhi, sitting in jail before Gandhi, Alice Paul, this young American from New Jersey, goes on a hunger strike. And they don't honor her hunger strike. They shove tubes down her throat, crack eggs into the tube, force feeding her, and thank God for the First Amendment, which is under attack here in America. The freedom of the press, under attack here in America. Look at the dragging the journalist Jeffrey Goldberg right now for doing what? Getting the highest security officials in the land, just showing them the laws that they were breaking. A journalist covered what Alice Paul did. She gets out of jail because of public outrage. She goes back to protesting in front of the White House, and Woodrow Wilson, the President of the United States, finally comes out and joins her in supporting suffrage. You don't think she was afraid, angry, heartbroken, but she did something different. She chose a new and unusual pathway to show that this is not the America I believe in. The poetry of Langston Hughes. America never was America to me, but I swear this oath, America will be. The poetry of Langston Hughes. There's a dream in this land with its back against the wall. To save a dream for one, we must save the dream for all. It's what you do with those emotions that matters. Does it call you to greater service? Does it call you to greater sacrifice? Does it call you to greater love? And let me say one more thing. As we were speaking, I just wanted to bring this up. You know I love history. And this is one of my favorite letters, Alex, my colleague, Senator Padilla. It's one of my favorite letters in all of American history because an obscure, unknown American, obscure and unknown, would never have been known, writes a letter to a powerful, powerful man.
All right, just listening in there to Cory Booker continue that marathon speech as we see John Thune step to the microphone. Let's listen into this here on Live Now from Fox.
We are hopeful that this week we can get a budget resolution on the floor that will unlock the process that will enable us to achieve and to reach those goals. And so we are continuing to move forward with that. And of course, we expect the Democrats to resist us at every turn. But unfortunately for them, when they talk about fighting and fighting and fighting, what they are fighting obviously against and or for, I should say, is a $4.5 trillion tax increase on the American people at the end of the year. That's what's at stake in this discussion. And what that means, if you put it into kind of just everyday terms, there are literally of those who make less than $400,000 a year. There would be a $2.6 trillion tax increase on those wage earners and a $600 billion tax increase on small businesses. That's what's in stake in this conversation. So say, for example, if you're a working family in this country with kids, if we don't extend the existing tax relief by the end of this year, then you will see the child tax credit go from a $2,000 child tax credit to a $1,000 child tax credit. So every family in this country who has children would face per child a $1,000 tax increase. And if you look at the standard deduction, now 91% of the people in this country claim the standard deduction. Well, if we don't take action by the end of this year to extend the existing tax policy, you would see that standard deduction cut almost in half. So from about $30,000 to about half that, again, hitting middle-income families. That's what we are talking about, and that's what we are doing in this process, is working on an agenda that will be good for the American people, will bring down the cost of energy, that will allow them to keep more of what they earn, that will keep the country safe and secure for future generations, and make sure that our southern border is secure. And so all the associated problems that we've had for the past 4 years in the Biden administration are done away with. This president has made huge progress on that front already. We want to be good partners in working with him to achieve these objectives on behalf of the American people. Next up, Senator Barrasso.
So all the things that Leader Thune talked about are things that I heard about this weekend all around the state of Wyoming. We use a lot of hunting phrases in Wyoming, one of which is open season. And for the last 4 years with the Democrats, it was open season on high taxes and on reckless spending. And that needs to end, and it's going to end right now. And now what the Democrats want to do even worse is have taxes go up by $4 trillion. It would be the
largest tax increase in the history of America, and Republicans are here standing resolved to not allow that to happen. The American people know, and certainly Republicans and all of us know what the American people want. They want things to be affordable. They want a growing, strong, healthy economy. During the first Trump administration, we had the best economy in my lifetime. And I know when I talk to people at home, they want affordable prices, they want good wages. That's what we had that last time. Growing wages, affordable prices. We do not have that coming out of the Biden administration. People want the common sense policies that the Republicans had in the past. They want to return to that, and we are committed to getting America back on track.
Well, we just finished our Tuesday lunch where we had a really great discussion, fact-filled discussion on where we're going this week. So I want to thank our leader, John Thune, for giving us a very precise and very detailed path forward on an extremely important issue in the reconciliation package. This is going to fulfill not just the promise of what President Trump ran on and what he was elected on, energy independence, border security, national security, and then prosperity for every American family, which, as you've heard the previous two speakers, includes not letting their taxes go up, letting small businesses grow, and letting the American people decide how and where they want to spend their own money. So we look forward to this week. We are, I think, very united coming out of lunch and into this. And so I think that this week will be tough, but it will, I think, result in a very meaningful and solid future for the American people.
Sometimes it's just not hard. When I talk to folks in Oklahoma and I say, what is it you need the government to do or not do? It's pretty high on the list to say, don't raise my taxes. Prices under the Biden administration went up 20% with inflation in that 4 years. Please don't raise the taxes. Actually help our businesses to be able to grow by getting out of the way with the regulatory issues. Bring the price of gasoline and diesel down so we can actually do more production and we can get a chance to be able to travel more, secure the border, and make sure our national defense is done. That's exactly the debate that we're having right now. It's what the folks at Oklahoma have asked for over and over again. Quite frankly, Oklahoma is no different than many other nations and many other states in that way. People want to be able to see national security, border security. They want stable prices, and they want some way to be able to tell their families, here's where the government's out of the way, and we can succeed in our small businesses or grow our manufacturing and to be able to be successful. That's the focus of this week. It is the first step of...
All right, you're just listening in there to different senators, Republican senators making comments on the eve of Liberation Day. Let's take you right now to Speaker of the House, Mike Johnson, stepping to a microphone on Capitol Hill. Let's listen in to what he has to say.
Make this clear, that rule being brought down means that we can't have any further action on the floor this week. That means we will not be voting on the SAVE Act for election integrity. We will not be voting on the rogue judges who are attacking President Trump's agenda. We will not be taking down these terrible Biden policies with the CRA votes. All that was just wiped off the table. It's very unfortunate. We'll regroup and come back, and we'll have to do this again.
Mr. Speaker, were you asking for too much? Thank you.
All right, you're just watching there as that was a quick question and answer there. You can see different Fox colleagues, Ryan Schmelz there alongside Chad Pergram and others getting some word from Mike Johnson saying some of the work on the floor will have to wait due to some of those different things unfolding before us. All right, I'm Andy Mack here on Live Now from Fox. Let's line away for another quick 2-minute break. More top headlines after this. All right, welcome back in here to Live Now from Fox. Plenty to get to, lots to get to here on Live Now from Fox as we are following the top stories there from Capitol Hill. Let's take you back out to Senate leadership, including John Thune making remarks ahead of Liberation Day and those tariffs. Let's listen in to what he has to say.
Yeah, we'll give it every consideration.
Senator, on the baseline.
That's it.
All right, well, that wrapped up very, very quickly on us there from Capitol Hill, but plenty to get to still. We have plenty of other live pictures that we're monitoring. Of course, those were Republican senators there talking about tariffs, other topics on a very, very busy week. We're also monitoring this from the Senate floor. The senator from New Jersey, Cory Booker, continues his marathon speech, saying he's going to go on as long as physically possible, stretching now almost to 19 hours since he started this speech yesterday. All right, we're also waiting here on Live Now from Fox for an update out of Boston, Massachusetts, as 4 people were injured after a truck struck pedestrians on a sidewalk, then flipped on its side, barreling into a building. You can see the microphone set up right there in Boston. We're expecting to hear from Boston police in just a little bit of time. Right now, though, let's take you out to this hearing from Congress on the JFK files, the House Oversight Committee led by Representative Anna Paulina Luna out of Florida. Let's take you out to some of these comments here on Live Now from Fox.
Now, for this hearing, I do have some broad remarks about classification, but I want to start with, I think, really grounding us in who President Kennedy was and some facts about the president and his legacy. Now, we know that President Kennedy's assassination was a defining moment in our history and a genuine trauma for millions of Americans and people across the world. It has been, of course, an object of interest for decades. It's also a very human tragedy. President Kennedy was a son, a father, a brother, and a husband, and we should never lose sight of his family. And they're having to revisit this moment over and over again, as of course it's an important moment.
Good afternoon. Is
All right, you're just listening in there to this hearing there taking place on Capitol Hill of this. And I just want to get the audio right here on Live Now from Fox, as I went in and out just a second ago. But let's continue to dive into some of these taking place. Let's just listen back in here on Live Now from Fox, and hopefully the audio is correct this time.
Over and over again, that America would stand for peace and for justice. And I want to read a quote that he said that America would, quote, pay any price, bear any burden, meet any hardship, support any friend, oppose any foe to assure the survival and the success of liberty, end quote. We know he founded the Peace Corps, USAID, and his patience and restraint guided the world through the Cuban Missile Crisis. He reminded us that, and I quote, civility is not a weakness, and sincerity is always subject to proof, end quote. Of course, he broke barriers with our nation's first Catholic president, and in an inaugural address, he reminded us that we all have the power to abolish poverty as a single important mission of the United States and the world to this day. Now, I also share the chairwoman's interest in transparency, and in a variety of topics. We've worked together on various issues that relates to UAPs, other declassification issues, and we know that in the past, the government has overclassified documents. I think that is a known fact that we should all agree on. This has been a bipartisan priority and discussion for decades. Now, in the past, we've had the House Select Committee, of course, the JFK Records Act, and releases of records, including the most recent, of course, tens of thousands of pages that were recently released. We know that today our federal agencies obviously have in the past obscured information and key facts from the public for too long. Overclassification at the expense of transparency is something we should all take seriously, but also note that it's incredibly serious and a delicate subject. Now, the CIA and the FBI, to be clear, particularly from this period of time in history, were deeply flawed institutions. To be clear again, the CIA and the FBI routinely overclassified documents in many instances, not just on the subject of President Kennedy and the assassination, but in multiple other subjects as well. And so I think it's important that we understand that, particularly during this period of time, there was an overclassification of documents on a variety of subjects. So it's of course responsible that we stick to facts, that we don't speculate, but certainly also allow new information to come into this hearing and for the public. It's important that we recognize that this process and safeguards do exist for a reason, and I hope our witnesses today will focus their testimony on information which is grounded in facts, in truth, and they can provide this task force with more information. I hope that we have an informative and respectful hearing, and I yield back. Thank you, Chairwoman.
Thank you, Mr. Garcia. Thank you, Mr. Garcia. Our witnesses today are Mr. Oliver Stone. Mr. Stone is an Academy Award-winning director and has directed more than 20 feature films, including JFK in 1991. Mr. James DiEugenio. Mr. DiEugenio is a researcher and expert on the assassination of former President Kennedy. He's an accomplished author and has written numerous books regarding the assassination of President Kennedy. Mr. Jefferson Morley. Mr. Morley is a researcher and expert on the assassination of former President Kennedy. He is currently the editor of JFK Facts. And Mr. John Davison. Mr. Davison is Senior Counsel and Director of Litigation at the Electronic Privacy Information Center, where he works on a number of issues pertaining to data privacy and protection. Pursuant to Committee on Oversight and Government Reform Rule 9G, the witnesses will please stand and raise their right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony that you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you. Let the record show that the witness answered in the affirmative. The task force certainly appreciates you for being here today, and we look forward to your testimony. Let me remind the witnesses that we have read your written statements and they will appear in full in the hearing record. Please limit your oral statements to 6 minutes. As a reminder, please press the button on the microphone in front of you so that it is on and the members can hear you. When you begin to speak, the light in front of you will turn green. After 5 minutes, light will turn yellow, and after 6 minutes, you'll get gavelled. I now recognize Mr. Morley to give an opening statement.
Thank you to all the task force, the House Task Force on Declassification. It's an honor to testify before you. It's a solemn responsibility to report on the disturbing new revelations that have emerged from the newest JFK files. And it is a grave matter to assert that CIA officers were culpable or complicit in the death of a president. So I want fact checkers to have all the evidence that I'm used to support my testimony today. I speak with the benefit of 3 decades of reporting on the JFK story. My first article on the role of the CIA in the events that led to the assassination was published in the Washington Post 30 years ago this week. As I pursued this story, I practiced the tried and true techniques that I learned at the Post. Knock on doors, get 2 sources, follow the money, start with the cover-up and proceed to the crime, and always ask the question, what did they know and when did they know it? I did not start with a conspiracy theory, and I did not go looking for a smoking gun. I started with an open mind and looked for a fact pattern. As I interviewed and reported and researched on this story and the role of the CIA, I consistently avoided judgment on who was responsible, individually or institutionally. My research and reporting simply didn't give me a clear answer to the question, who killed JFK? What was clear over time is a new fact pattern. In the spring of 2023, the CIA fully declassified for the first time its pre-assassination file on Lee Harvey Oswald, the accused assassin who denied killing the president and was killed himself in police custody before he could defend himself. In 2023, the CIA fully declassified for the first time its pre-assassination file on Lee Harvey Oswald, the accused assassin who denied killing the president and was killed himself in police custody before he could defend himself. I have a copy here of the CIA's pre-assassination file on Lee Harvey Oswald, and I'm submitting it for the record. The declassified Oswald file runs to, and fact checkers can confirm this, 198 pages. In the fall of 1963, in November of 1963, this file was held in the office of James Angleton, counterintelligence chief at CIA headquarters in Langley, Virginia, not 5 miles from the White House where President Kennedy lived and worked. To be sure, the declassified Oswald file is not a smoking gun. I showed it to journalists whose judgment I trust, and they shrugged. They said this is evidence of incompetence. CYA, they said, cover your ass. I didn't quite believe that, but I couldn't prove them wrong until March 18th. That was the day that the National Archives began posting long secret JFK assassination records